désire informer la Chambre des résultats.
I would like to inform the House of the results of the secret vote that was held over the last 2 sitting days.
92-4, I declare the motion in relation to the designation of C-352, an act to amend the Canada Shipping Act 2001 and to provide for the development of a national strategy, abandonment of vessels, negatived. Accordingly, Bill C-352 is declared non-votable. Je suis maintenant prêt.
I'm now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on November 22nd, 2017, by the member for Montcalm regarding the participation of the Minister of Finance in the vote on motion M42. In raising this matter, the member for Montcalm reiterated the arguments raised by the member for Joliette on November 8th, 2017, contending that the Minister of Finance was in contravention of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons by participating in a vote on motion M42 relating to tax avoidance. He also argued that the minister had attempted, through his parliamentary secretary, to influence the House in the furtherance of his private interest.
House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition at page 568, states, quote, "No member is entitled to take part in debate or to vote on any question in which he or she has a private interest, formerly referred to as a direct pecuniary interest, and any vote subsequently determined to have been cast in these circumstances would be disallowed. If a member's vote is questioned after the fact, it is the practice to accept his or her word. If the House wishes to pursue the issue, notice must first be given of a substantive motion to disallow a member's vote." Unquote. En outre, l'article.
In addition, Section 13 of the Conflict of Interest Code, which was established to guide members in the ethical discharge of their duties, including when there are private interests, states, and I quote, "A member shall not participate in debate on or vote on a question in which he or she has a private interest." Unquote.
The restriction provided in the Code, it is clear that the right of members to debate and vote is not absolute. Furthermore, Speaker Milliken, on October 6, 2005, stated at page 8473 of the debates, quote, "The Conflict of Interest Code contains rules that the House has adopted for itself, and the House has mandated the Ethics Commissioner to interpret and apply the code." Unquote. C'est au commissaire.
It is the Commissioner who has the sole authority to apply the dispositions of the Code and to investigate any alleged conflicts of interest. It should be noted, however, that members do have the ability to refer matters to the Commissioner. Section 27 of the Code establishes the process relating to concerns about a potential conflict of interest involving another member. The House, too, can direct the Commissioner to conduct an inquiry by way of a resolution. Section 28 then outlines how the House may proceed if the Commissioner concludes that a member has not complied with an obligation under the Code.
It is not the role of the Chair to determine if a conflict of interest exists, but instead to ensure that the rights and privileges of members of this House are always safeguarded. By extension, as Speaker, I cannot unilaterally deprive a member of the right to vote any more than I can unilaterally order that a vote be redone. Les députés comprendront.
As members will surely appreciate, the seriousness of a charge against a member is such that the Chair must make absolutely certain that the procedures that the House has adopted are strictly followed. I would like to thank all members for their attention.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. Pursuant to Standing Order or Section 10.5 Act of the Lobbying Act, it's my duty to present the report on the Commissioner of Lobbying.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and if you'll be patient with me as I have three documents that I would like to table this morning. First off, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 8 different petitions. The second tabling, Mr. Speaker, is pursuant to Standing Order 111.1. I have the honour to table in both official languages a certificate of nomination with biographical notes for the proposed appointment of Raymond Tibarge as Commissioner of Official Languages. I request that the nomination and biographical notes be referred to the Standing Committee of Official Languages. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the third document to table, pursuant again to Standing Order 111.1, I have the honour to table in both official languages a certificate of nomination with biographical notes for the proposed appointment of Nancy Belanger as Commissioner of Lobbying. I request that the nomination and biographical notes be referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and under Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages a treaty entitled
To the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, adopted New York, December 13, 2006. An explanatory memorandum is included with this treaty.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on National Defence in relation to supplementary estimates Bravo 2017-2018.
The Honourable Member for Yukon. Oh, sorry, I meant to do
Mr. Speaker, since Confederation, the demographics of the House haven't necessarily represented the demographics of perfectly the demographics of Canada. And so there are many families in Canada that have babies or young children, and so their style of life is different. And if you do not acknowledge that and make it easy to deal with that, they may not have equal representation in the House. So I'm very pleased today to present a report that tries to remove some of those barriers. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de...
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 48th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, entitled Services and Facilities Provided to Members of Parliament with Young Children. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee calls on the government to table an overall response to the present report.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development in relation to Bill C-323, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, rehabilitation of historic property. The committee has studied the bill and recommends not to proceed further with this bill.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2017-2018. Vote 1B under the Office of the Commissioner of Lobbying, and Vote 1B under the Offices of the Information and Privacy Commissioners of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
I think the member is ahead of himself, and I think he does have a motion for which he might be seeking unanimous consent. If he tries again, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
You're quite correct. I was just kind of testing, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you will find that there could be unanimous support for the following: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, when no member rises to speak on the motion relating to the Senate amendments to Bill S3, an act to amend the Indian Act, in bracket, elimination of sex-based inequities and in registration, and a bracket, or at the expiry of the time provided for government orders this day, whichever comes first, every question necessary to dispose of the said stage of the said bill shall be deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Monday, December 4, 2017, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Carried. Ms. Rempel, seconded by Ms. Gladue, moves that the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, presented on Friday, June 16, 2017, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, something remarkable happened at the Immigration Committee. We tabled a unanimous report. And for those watching who might not understand what that meant that all parties in attendance agreed to the form and substance of a report that was tabled into the House. To me, that's really remarkable. It shows that there was a really in-depth study that took place, and that there was general consensus on the need for change and general consensus on the way that change should proceed. And the topic of that report was, the title of the report is called Starting Again, Improving Government Oversight of Immigration Consultants. And by moving this concurrence motion here today, what I hope to achieve is I hope that all members in this place will rise and support the content and the recommendations in this report, as the Citizenship and Immigration Committee also had consensus on this. And why is this important? Why are we raising this today? Because it's an issue that affects all members of Parliament in terms of the work that our offices complete. All of our offices, one of the main scopes of work that we provide in terms of support for our constituents is casework with regard to immigration. And one of the things that we all see in our offices is constituents that have had significant impact from the result of bad advice from immigration consultants. Now, before I start my speech on this, I want to reemphasize something that members of all political parties wanted to convey in the study. There are people who do great work in this regard, but during the study, we heard overwhelming amounts of testimony that the way that this practice is regulated in Canada is not working. So what I want to do this morning in debate is give colleagues that weren't on the Immigration and Citizenship Committee a little bit of background on what this study entailed and what the recommendations were, in the hopes that they will support this, and two things. First of all, for government officials, for IRCC officials that are watching this morning, and understanding that my party generally supports the direction of the report and hopes that the government moves quickly on it, and that colleagues in the government party that aren't part of the government will also ask the government to move on the recommendations in the report. And that's because we've had, again, myself, I'm sure all of the other members in the Citizenship and Immigration Committee have, subsequent to the tabling of this report and the government response, we've had stakeholders come and talk to us and say, when is the government going to move on this? There's a lack of clarity right now, given that the committee tabled a unanimous report. And I just hope that by concurring this report in, we can agree with the findings of the committee, at least in general principle, and also hopefully what we'll hear in debate this morning is the government committing to act quickly on implementing some of the recommendations. So in March of 2017, the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration commenced a study on immigration consultants. This study lasted from March to June, where the committee heard from 50 witnesses, so there was many witnesses that testified before committee, and received 24 written briefs. The final report of the committee was adopted by the committee on June 14, 2017, so we're already well over the 6-month mark here. The final report of the committee was adopted and presented in the House in the following days. This report, titled Starting Again, Improving Government Oversight of Immigration Consultants, was unanimous and did not have a dissenting opinion from the Conservative or NDP members. This final report was an instance of cross-party collaboration in an attempt to find a real solution to negligent, fraudulent, and ghost consultants who are taking advantage of already vulnerable clients. During our committee meetings, we heard from countless witnesses that while any prospective immigrant or temporary resident may seek the services of immigration and citizenship consultants and paralegals, certain immigrants are at greater risk of exploitation by unscrupulous consultants. In particular, witnesses highlighted the vulnerability of those with, quote, precarious immigration status, a term encompassing all forms of temporary immigration status, noting that these individuals are more likely to pay thousands of dollars to consultants for false promises of permanent residency. Witnesses drew the committee's attention to abuse and exploitation involving live-in caregivers, international students, and temporary foreign workers. Maria Elsa Penlacqui from the Thorncliffe Neighbourhood Office in Toronto indicated that live-in caregivers, and this is from testimony, are easily taken advantage of by some immigration consultants, whether authorized or not authorized. Most often these workers say they can't discern whether consultants are authorized or not. In some instances, even though they don't trust them entirely, they end up working with them because they don't know where else to get help. Most of our clients claim that they have been manipulated and intimidated by their immigration consultants. Another witness gave specific examples of exploitation experienced by international students. He stated that consultants have been known to ask $15,000 to $20,000 in order to help international students find employment, to remain in Canada and gain permanent residency. We also heard from Natalie Drolet from the West Coast Domestic Workers Association, who drew attention to the vulnerability of temporary foreign workers, or TFWs. According to Ms. Drolet, temporary foreign workers have little choice but to hire third-party employment agents in order to get connected with an employer in Canada. These agents are more often than not working in a dual role as immigration consultants and employment agents. As a result, we see immigration consultants typically charging temporary foreign workers anywhere from $4,000 to $16,000 for low-wage jobs in Canada. She also stated recently an IRCC official in Vancouver told me that he had a case of a temporary foreign worker who paid $40,000. TFWs will pay these fees because they are being led to believe by their immigration consultants that they would have a pathway to permanent residence in Canada, which is often not the case. The committee heard from a number of examples of misconduct and fraud, including forging signatures, charging exorbitant fees for some services that are often not rendered, and misleading clients that lost everything that they had when they arrived in Canada. In short, without proper regulation and oversight, unscrupulous consultants can ruin lives. The first issue is lack of regulation, but the second issue is why do so many prospective Canadians feel that they need to hire representatives? The fact that many newcomers to Canada feel that they have no option to pay but to pay thousands of dollars to access our immigration system should be a major concern. Why is our bureaucracy so complicated that the people who set it up cannot navigate it? Why are the majority of immigration applications not digitized? Why isn't correspondence written in plain language so that people without a legal background can understand it? Why is it so difficult for people to receive accurate and detailed updates on the status of their immigration application without the involvement of a third party? And again, these are questions that all of us in this place wrestle with as we try to support people who come into our office with immigration casework. And indeed, these are questions that have been wrestled with over consecutive governments over the course of decades. There are two types of representatives, paid, and these comments are with regard to the governance of immigration consultants and paralegals. There are two types of representatives, paid authorized representatives and unpaid representatives. Authorized paid representatives include lawyers and paralegals who are members in good standing of a Canadian provincial or territorial law society. They could also be notaries who are members in good standing of the Chambre des Notaries de Québec. Authorized paid representatives could also be citizenship or immigration consultants who are members in good standing with the Immigration Consultants of Canada Regulatory Council, the ICCRC, the current regulatory body. Unpaid representatives can be family members, friends, and other third parties such as church organizations. Under our former government, changes were made through Bill C-35, the Cracking Down on Crooked Consultants Act, to designate ICCRC as the new regulator for immigration consultants. These changes were made to ensure integrity and confidence in our immigration system and to combat the rise in crooked and ghost consultants who have been taking advantage of newcomers to Canada. While some positive changes were made, the misuse and abuse of new Canadians has continued to persist since the designation of ICCRC as the regulatory body. And this is one of the reasons why the Conservatives support this report, is that while we recognize that attempts were made to to create a regulatory body for this particular group of service providers, the reality is there's overwhelming evidence that shows that people are still being taken advantage of, and this needs to change. One of the major issues with the regulatory framework has been the issue of shared jurisdiction over fraudulent and ghost consultants. The RCMP and the CBSA are both responsible for investigating authorized consultants who engage in fraud and ghost consultants who operate outside the law governing immigration representatives. However, further resources are needed for these units to adequately address the issue of fraudulent consultants. Additionally, it should be noted that ICCRC does not have any oversight over unregulated representatives. Instead, their authority lies on investigating misconduct and potential abuses by their members who are regulated consultants. Issues with current governance of immigration consultants. As explained at committee, ICCRC is a self-governing, not-for-profit organization that has an arm's-length relationship with Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada. The following issues with the current system, as explained above, include that there are serious gaps in the disciplinary process of the ICCRC with the complaints that they receive, that ICCRC's admission standards into the regulatory body are not stringent enough, that there is a lack of a clear mechanism to adequately dispute fees also serves as a gap in the ICCRC's functioning. The ICCRC's governance structure is inadequate, and there's a lack of transparency and accountability in the functioning of this regulatory body. That new Canadians often fear lodging a complaint due to a lack of understanding of our immigration systems and of being denied status. The current regulatory framework is inadequate in overseeing the actions of regulated consultants, that ghost consultants who are unregulated representatives are not being adequately pursued or prosecuted for their nefarious activities. There are outside factors, including a lack of adequate client services, which contribute to the demand for immigration consultants and paralegals. To address these problems, our committee unanimously issued 21 recommendations. The common theme regarding the committee's findings is that more needs to be done to combat fraudulent and ghost consultants. The recommendations are outlined in the report and contain many common sense initiatives which should allow the government to provide an updated framework that hopefully, once and for all, across party lines, will begin to address some of the concerns contained therein. I could spend the rest of my time going through all of the recommendations, and I might touch on a few of them, but there are a few themes that I want to put forward. One of the things that bothers me, and I'm sure colleagues in the government party, when you go and meet with people that are newcomers to Canada that are trying to access the immigration system. For example, I was in Toronto a few weeks ago and I met with a few live-in caregivers who, what alarmed me was that they didn't understand that they could set up something as basic as a MyCIC account. It's essentially an online account that allows you to look at the status of your immigration applications without having to pay a consultant or a lawyer to do that. And I think oftentimes we get people that come into our office that simply don't understand how to fill out basic forms. So to me, there are really two scopes of problems that this report deals with. The first is that our system is probably, it doesn't translate well to people that are trying to use it. So there's a usability component that I feel like our department, the Department of Citizenship and Immigration, that the government needs to start, and we've been looking at this for years, but we really need to make a very concerted effort to look at the end user and ensure that the system is easy for them to navigate while maintaining the integrity and security of our immigration system. To me, our government is doing our job. The government would be doing its job well if we can show integrity in terms of the processing and security of the immigration system, but also such that people who are trying to access it aren't having to pay tens of thousands of dollars or feel like they have to pay tens of thousands of dollars to an immigration an immigration consultant to do something as basic as fill out a form. That's why some of the recommendations in here talk about service delivery and improving service delivery within the department. I think that the government would do very well by saying what specific steps it's taking to combat these service delivery issues. Oftentimes when I'm in committee, and I'm sure government members would share my frustration, we get department officials sitting in front of us basically giving the line, don't worry, we're on it. But the reality is that ICCRC is one of the most siloed, difficult to penetrate bureaucracies in government. And sometimes I feel, when I listen to departmental testimony, while I know that there are many people doing a lot of good work, that there's more concern about preserving silos rather than thinking about new ways of delivering service such that we're ensuring that we're protecting the most vulnerable. I don't understand why there is a whole industry to fill out forms. To me, that's a failure of government. And a lot of the recommendations in this report deal with that. The other scope of recommendations deal with the fact that some of these consultants are providing what amounts to legal advice. Some of the cases that I see in my office, and I hope some of my colleagues will agree with me, that the cases that we see in our office, sometimes as members of parliament, there's really nothing that we can do because, and these are the worst cases, people have come into our office after having been given bad advice, essentially bad legal advice by somebody who isn't a lawyer, who's a consultant. How many times, I'm just looking in the room, how many times have somebody walk into their office and say, well, somebody told me to lie on my citizenship application. And I've now been said that now I have to be rejected from the country because, I was told just to omit that information. This is the sort of thing that this report is designed to push the government to correct. Now, in good faith and in showing the fact that I'm really trying to make this a nonpartisan debate, especially to the government House Leader, who I'm sure will speak on this at some point, our government did try to attempt to fix this with the implementation of the regulatory body for ICCRC. But I have to say, as immigration critic, after listening to the testimony that came before that committee, we need to do more. This is a problem that has plagued Canada's government across political stripe. And to me, this is a real opportunity for the government to show Canadians that they're serious about ensuring the integrity of our immigration system, but they're also serious about ensuring that the world's most vulnerable and people that are trying to access our country are not being taken advantage of. Some of the stories that we heard in front of this committee, and some of them had to be done in camera because people were worried about their identity being leaked, or out of shame. Some people were, these are people that do not have a lot of resources, Mr. Speaker, and they were bilked out of tens of thousands of dollars, basically left stranded in Canada, and that shouldn't happen. So, to me, the report, the recommendations in the report are a roadmap to action that I hope will eventually correct this. The way that the system is governed right now, the way that the immigration system consultant is governed, it's just not working, and it needs to change. So I really hope that all colleagues here will vote to concur this report in. I guess one of the reasons that we're bringing this up today too is I get a media notification at least once every couple of weeks about a ghost consultant or somebody who has been prosecuted. Yesterday in the Winnipeg Free Press, there was a story about an unlicensed immigration consultant who collected $91,000, having no credentials or no license whatsoever. We know that the amount of cases that aren't reported in the media, I think, outweigh the ones that are, and that's part of the problem right now, is that people who feel like they've been scammed really don't have recourse or an effective, transparent system to seek justice. And part of the issue, too, is that we have difficulty as Canadians expressing to people overseas who is able to provide services and who aren't. The other thing that I want to note to colleagues opposite is I've had numerous groups in my office after this report was tabled, asking, well, when is the government going to do something on this? What are they going to do? Because law societies, the practice itself, especially people who are operating in good faith, are going to need time to adapt to those changes. And I would like to see the government, prior to going into Christmas break, give some sort of an indication to law societies, to the immigration consultant practice itself, and certainly to our offices who do a lot of casework, what those changes might be, or if they are going to, in fact, pursue changes. I read the government's response to the report. I think that there was some acknowledgement that the content of the report and the content of the study was valid, but I think what the government needs to do is just provide a bit more information about how they're going to implement it and when, even if it's just a little bit more clarity on how that's going to roll out prior to us going into essentially what's going to be a 6 to 8 week break from debate in this place. So that's my rationale, Mr. Speaker. I really hope that all members here will support this. I think the report was well done. It's an example for Canadians of committee and Parliament doing something that resembles work. And at the end of the day, I hope what the outcome is better policy for people who are accessing our immigration system. I also want to congratulate and thank my colleagues. I see that the former chair of the Immigration Committee is in the House right now. I want to thank him for his work on this, as well as colleagues of all political stripe for putting forward a really smart report. And I ask sincerely, in the interest of everybody who will be affected by these changes in a very positive way, for my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank our colleague from Calgary, Nose Hill, for all of the tremendous work on this particular study that she did, and all of the members that I had the pleasure of working with while I chaired the committee when this study was undertaken. And the member had referenced some of the difficult witness testimony that we had to listen to, because when we hear about these consultants, we hear about the outrageous amounts of money that they take from some of the most vulnerable amongst us, or we hear about the stories of people's hopes dashed, people that have come from other parts of the world. This was their dream, to become Canadians. They've come here, they've started to integrate, those dreams are dashed. But we heard something that most Canadians don't hear in-camera testimony, and without revealing who these individuals were. But we heard two categories: men, laborers, terribly abused by these consultants and the situations that they put them in, and also vulnerable young women. And I was wondering if the member would like to expand and tell us a little bit more about that human cost. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
I'm glad that my colleague mentioned the human cost, because it's difficult to quantify. If members read the recommendations in the report, it recommends looking at issues like how services are financed, the resourcing requirements behind providing, for example, one of the recommendations I believe looks at how potentially using newcomer services agencies to be resourced to help provide that basic service in filling out forms so that exploitation doesn't occur. It's sort of a rare day in the House of Commons when you see Conservatives saying, yeah, we do need to be looking at perhaps increasing resources on this. But when you think about the cost in terms of even something as basic as every single 338 members of Parliament employing somebody in their MP office just to do immigration casework, or the amount of resources that are required within ICCRC in terms of looking at poor applications, or the cost of deportations for people that have been given bad advice, or and there's a whole cost associated, and there's also the cost of, maybe we're not attracting the best and the brightest through our economic streams because these recommendations aren't in place. So to me, I think that the government does need to provide a plan on how they're going to implement some of these recommendations, and to my colleague's point, also talk about how that does affect the human cost. of people that are trying to access our system.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
For Calgary Nose Hill for bringing this debate forward today. And I know from being a riding where over 50% of my constituents are new Canadians, how we've seen a deterioration over the last few years. You may disagree with me on what happened under the former Conservative regime, but I think she would agree with me that the last 2 years, because of some of the changes brought in that have been very poorly communicated and often contradictory, that it is even worse now for new Canadians than it would have been a couple of years ago. And as a result of that, we're seeing a lot of new Canadians that desperately are going to immigration consultants. Many of those immigration consultants are extremely professional, and they bend over backwards. They work extremely hard for their clients. Others, unfortunately, because of the lack of regulation, take advantage, unfortunately, of new Canadians who simply are desperate to have an immigration system that's functional for them. So I'd like to ask the member for Calgary Nose Hill, given these circumstances, given the deterioration in the degree of service that is going out to new Canadians, how urgent does she think it is for the government to act so that we can have in place an immigration system that works for everybody in this country and the proper regulation around immigration consultants?
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
It's a great question. And you know what? I think it's such a Canadian question because when I think about, okay, we're having an immigration debate in this place today. And when you think about immigration debates that are happening in other parliaments around the world, the debate is if, not how. And the fact that we're talking about how and not if, I think is a very positive Canadian thing. But what my colleague makes a very good point in that if we get the how wrong, we lose social license to operate the immigration system, and that some of the world's most vulnerable often end up falling through the cracks. And I would agree with his assertion that, we can't look at how we deliver service in immigration as this static thing where we've got it right, because circumstances change and the government needs to be on top of that. I really don't want this to be an indictment of the government today. There's time for that. But for example, when the government said, okay, we're going to bring in 25,000 Syrian refugees, that had resource implications on other functions of IRCC, right? So going forward, how we resource things as simple as people being able to access the MyCIC account, or ensuring that, in my speech I talked about digitization of some of the application process, better and more effective and transparent information directly from government to somebody trying to access the system. Those are nonpartisan issues, they're process issues. But you know what I find, Mr. Speaker, in Canada, the debate on immigration often, it is about process at the end of the day, how we are ensuring the integrity of the system and protecting people. So I think that this report is a good attempt at getting the how right, and I hope that all colleagues will support it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill for bringing this forward. I certainly see the kinds of issues that she's talking about coming through my constituency office. And I know that the member has got a lot of experience of actually having been in government and implemented things. And so with the 21 recommendations in the report, does she have a sense of what's a reasonable timeline to achieve all of those recommendations?
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I think that's a great question. What I'm asking the government to do today, as well as concur in this report, is provide a timeline. And rather than just, I think what's happened to people in the community is the government's tabled its report or its response to this report, and then, look, there's a lot going on in the immigration file, but it's kind of gone silent on what's going to be implemented and when. So I would rather comment on what the government thinks is appropriate in terms of timeline. And I guess that's what I'd ask for them to start tabling or coming out and speaking to a little bit more clearly. Even if it's in one-on-one conversations with members, let's say of the Law Society or the immigration consultant community or individual members of Parliament, we need to have a little bit more clarity on A, if they plan on undertaking any of the recommendations in this report, and B, what the timeline is. I would rather respond to what they think is appropriate. We can debate on that. But in the first instance, the government needs to come out and say what they think is reasonable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I really do want to thank my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill. Quite often a report, even a unanimous report by a standing committee in this place, can go by without a chance for us to discuss it and debate it in this House. I just want to re-emphasize and agree entirely that the immigration consultant industry is one that is long overdue for regulation. I want to attest that within my riding of Saanich Gulf Islands and my little riding office, we spent at least 80% of our time on immigration and refugee cases, and the ones that come to us after an immigration consultant has quote-unquote helped the applicant are the hardest to unravel the multiple mistakes that have been made, often, as other members in this place have said, with a grievous impact on lives and hopes and dreams of coming to Canada. So I want to thank the honourable member for bringing it to us today so that we can create additional pressure on the government to say, here's the report, let's see what you're going to do with it, because the need is urgent.
For Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you to my colleague, and you know what, she's bringing out this theme, Mr. Speaker, that I think that if anybody stood in this place, they'd be like, yep, same with me. I have a full-time staff member just doing immigration casework, and that's, maybe we could do things a little bit better. So, just to reemphasize a couple of points here. I know that my colleague, my former colleague Jason Kenney, he looked at the immigration consultant issue as a way. Okay, they wanted to try self-governance and self-regulation. Look, I'm standing here as a Conservative after hearing testimony. I'm glad that we tried that, but it's still not working. So, what I want to say today to government officials that might be listening, to ICCRC officials, is can you please just, first of all, support the recommendations in this report, at least generally and in concept and principle, and then also to my colleague's question, give us some sense of a timeline as well as how implementation is going to occur prior to the Christmas break so that we can start communicating that to stakeholder groups so that it's not February or March and that this sort of period of uncertainty is going to continue for months. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this important debate on the Standing Committee of Immigration entitled Starting Again, Improving Government Oversight of Immigration Consultants. I would like to thank the Standing Committee on Immigration and Citizenship for its valued contribution. Many witnesses took the time to appear before the committee to give their point of view. I want to assure the members in this House that the government takes the protection of the public very seriously. The government will proceed to an in-depth review of the issues that have been raised. The government also agrees that it's important to dissuade people who are unauthorized from acting as consultants. It's important to make sure that practitioners work professionally, maintain public trust and the integrity of the program, that they protect the interests of newcomers. In its report, the committee presents a series of recommendations which ask that fundamental changes be made in three main areas: the legislative framework that regulates immigration consultants, inquiries and application measures when it comes to prosecuting unauthorized consultants, and asking the department to communicate with clients. These are complex issues that have an impact on public trust, clients and consultants in immigration. Because of this complexity, and because of the issues at play, the government considers it necessary to carefully review the committee's report. There will be an in-depth analysis conducted of the main recommendations before determining the best way to look at these issues and to deal with them successfully. More information will be provided on the measures that it plans to take next year. Throughout this analysis, the government will continue to monitor the regulatory bodies involved and will transfer complaints about unauthorized practitioners to CBSA. The government will continue to ask that the public not use unauthorized consultants and asks them to complain to CBSA if there are certain individuals who offer advice in an unprofessional manner or in an unethical manner. I encourage every member of the committee and all my colleagues to do the same. Information was distributed to the committee and to members to raise awareness. Awareness and education of the public are essential to help clients to protect themselves and to flag infractions. Therefore, this is a way of providing context on how the current regulatory system works. When consultants are unprofessional or unethical, it's important to flag it. This is an organization, a nonprofit, that works independently from the Department of Immigration. It includes over 3,700 active members. This organization manages its members' activities, including training, evaluation, accreditation, as well as professional requirements when it comes to training. The government is also required to ensure that complaints are handled effectively and that members are disciplined. As I said earlier, the government is always ready to take measures when fraud or when lack of scruples among immigration consultations are detected. Among the activities, there's the practice of ghost consultations, which is to provide advice or to offer representation or to offer to do so by being paid and getting involved in an immigration process when they are not authorized. For example, if they are not a lawyer or a member of the relevant organization, or a notary, or a member of the Notaries Association of Quebec. If individuals are found to contravene professional obligations, complainants are requested to communicate with relevant organizations, whether it be the CRIC, the advisory board is meant to uphold its ethical standards and code of professional conduct. Organizations can investigate ethical issues and to investigate cases of unauthorized consultants. What types of complaints could be communicated? For example, false promises, providing false information about the immigration process in Canada, failing to provide services, and presenting false evidence. The RCMP and the CBSA are required to investigate consultants who commit fraud and ghost consultants who work outside the law. The committee made significant recommendations about this regulatory framework. Many include legislative changes. As mentioned in the response to the report, the government has committed to reviewing the recommendations, options, and proposed changes. Besides presenting recommendations about consultants, the committee also had a certain number of recommendations about procedures to deal with complaints and to ensure communication between potential clients. The government is determined to offer best customer service possible. Clients want processes that they can understand and reliable information on their case. They want to know that someone is listening when they raise concerns. A few recent improvements that have been made are, for example, how information is handled online, a review to make sure that refusal letters are drawn up in clear language, a pilot project when sponsorship applications are received by the department, and access to an online account. Changes have also been made to improve forms and tools provided. Some activities, for example, electronic travel authorizations, are done online. There are efforts being made to improve or simplify and flag to clients where mistakes happen the most often. The department uses client feedback in order to make new changes. Its clientele has different degrees of competency when it comes to speaking one of the official languages. Officials receive training on how to communicate clearly and effectively with clients, especially when they have varying degrees of familiarity with an official language. There's a standardized process to facilitate calls between officers and clients, and there's also use of interpreters when required. When creating a request, it's important to provide information to clients regarding legal representation and avoiding the use of unauthorized practitioners when preparing their application. Dealing with the matter of unauthorized consultants requires providing relevant information to clients, and that is a priority. This also respects the department's objectives when it comes to service to their clientele. To do so, they use a website, they use forms, and they recommend particular services to refer to. It's important to look into other changes that might be made. It would be worthwhile to further simplify language on guides and on the department's website. The government is also looking at the possibility of consulting clients further to better understand the issues that they are facing when they need to go through this process. The department carefully monitors its comments on its services and tries to raise public awareness. The department is participating in Fraud Prevention Month by informing newcomers and potential immigrants about preventative measures to avoid fraud. They use many tools to do so, including social media. The department is working with diplomatic missions in order to raise awareness about the matter of unauthorized consultants. I want to assure my colleagues of the Parliamentary Committee on Citizenship and Immigration and the members who are present today that the government very much cares about the issues raised by the committee. Like the committee, we want to protect the interests of people who apply to emigrate to Canada while maintaining the integrity of the immigration program. The integrity of the system as a whole is essential. Any measure that we take must be in order to support the interests of newcomers, applicants, legitimate consultants, and Canadians in a more general sense. We need to take into account the potential impact on public trust towards our immigration system. That is why the government has rigorously reviewed the committee report and is looking at ways of responding to its concerns. Once again, I want to thank the committee for its report, which provides us a great deal of food for thought. The government will be able to provide more information on the measures that it intends to take next year. I am very much looking forward to being able to present these measures before the members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member speaking is the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, therefore has a government appointment, I'm wondering if he can inform the House if the government will be supporting the concurrence of this report and if he personally will be voting in favour of its concurrence.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I said in my speech, we have the report. We're going to study the report very carefully and look at the recommendations that are put forward. Many meetings have occurred. Many witnesses were heard, and I'll say it again. unauthorized consultants, we want to make sure that we face this issue. We are determined in the department to make sure that the services offered to newcomers, so people who want to come to Canada, have access to the best service possible and that they are not victims of fraud. Once again, we're going to look very carefully at the committee's recommendations. We're already working on this when it comes to service to our clientele and making sure that people who are victims of fraud are not victimized again. And so we're going to look at those recommendations very carefully, and we will return with an appropriate response.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. The report was actually tabled in June of 2017, and the Minister responded to the committee in October of 2017, 4 months later. It is now December, end of November, I should say, and 5 months later, the government is still studying the issue. It's not like as if the issue just surfaced yesterday. This has been going on for years and years and years. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is this: will the government do the minimum, and that is to ensure that the recommendation in the report to protect the people who have been abused, who have complaints, so that they can come forward and lodge these complaints without fear of reprisal, and so that they have a level of protection so that they can speak freely about the abuses that they had to endure?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Immigration.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for her comment. This is exactly what we want to do, is protect vulnerable persons who are victims of unauthorized consultants. And as the member said, yes, the report was tabled a few months ago. However, it's important to take the time to do things right and to look carefully at these recommendations. Once again, our government is determined to ensure that the recommendations in the report are examined attentively and that the most vulnerable people and people who have been victimized by fraud and abuse, I want to assure the member that our department is taking this report very seriously, and we're going to make sure that we return, as I said, next year as quickly as possible with a response to this report. And I hope that we will have concrete measures to make sure that we can end these practices that are unregulated and that are abusive when it comes to people who want to emigrate to this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, these are not clear answers to the questions at all. I don't understand why the Liberal government has such a hard time saying yes or no to simple questions. The member from Calgary Nose Hill said, is the member and the government going to support the bill, this, bringing the report in, yes or no? And the other member has asked whether you're going to implement the 21 recommendations, yes or no? I would put those same questions to the member.
Parliament Secretary, l'Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, well, it's easy to say yes or no, but I also wanted to talk about the fact that we inherited a completely broken system from the previous government. We've done a huge amount of work here, Mr. Speaker. Let me list off some of the things that we've done since we came to office. We welcomed more than 46,000 refugees, including Yazidi refugees, not just 3 like the previous government. We restored the interim health program. We started reunifying families more quickly, going from a waiting time of 26 to 12 months. We changed the Citizenship Act. We're protecting the LGBTQ community. So many things. My list is so long. All of these things we've done to improve our immigration system. And once again, Mr. Speaker, we are taking this report very seriously. We're going to study it carefully, and its recommendations will be studied. We want to make sure that we can promote them, and we also want to protect the most vulnerable in our society so that they are not the victims of these non-authorized consultants.
Commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Leader in the House.
You know, one of the things that we need to look at is why it is consultants are often used, and are there things that we can do in government in order to make things more consumer or client friendly. And my colleague made reference, for example, to access to the internet and their files, looking at changing forms. One of the other things that I always thought is noteworthy is that often people will go to consultants because of a sense of frustration. For example, let's say processing times. Someone that gets married and they're waiting, a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years. Often, out of that frustration, they look and say, "Well, what can we do? What can I do to try to speed it up?" And they'll often go to a consultant. So, looking at processing times, and I know the government has made significant gains on decreasing processing times. I'm wondering if my colleague and friend would provide some comments in regards to that issue.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. And yes, that's what we've done. We've improved customer service in a number of ways. Simplified forms for people who want to apply. And then also, when it comes to family reunification and waiting times for that, we've brought those waiting times down. It was 26 months for family reunification under the previous government. We've brought it down to 12 months. We also recently announced a historic 3-year plan that will ensure that we can reduce some of the backlogs that we inherited from the previous government. We are determined to improving our immigration system. We are determined to ensure that the people who want to come to Canada will be able to come here and contribute to our diversity and our economy. We need people like that in Canada, and we will continue to be an open country. But we also want to make sure that we can protect the health and safety of Canadians. We are determined to ensure that our immigration system gets even better than it was before under the previous government. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker. Well, I will have to say this, and newsflash to the Parliamentary Secretary. The problems with our crooked consultants started actually many, many years ago under the Chrétien government, under the Paul Martin government, and it continues on today. And the Parliamentary Secretary stated that CBSA is investigating these matters. Well, actually, I actually have a case, and I brought it to the government's attention about a class action where a crooked consultant basically cheated migrant workers and ripped them off, and supposedly in exchange for service, which they're not allowed to say that they will have to pay X amount of money to obtain a job. This is exactly what's happened, and CBSA has investigated the matter and has recommended that charges be laid. And that has been advanced and put forward, and still no charges have been laid. Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question. As I said in my speech, we are working with all sorts of different partners to eliminate these abusive practices. The case that the member mentioned, I'm sure it's being taken seriously by our partners. But once again, if she had listened to my speech, she would know that the government is very committed to ensuring that these abusive practices end. I thank the member across the way again for her work on committee on this subject, and I want to reassure her that during the next year there will be recommendations. I believe that we will be making progress toward ensuring that these people will no longer be tricked or duped as they have been in the past. And I can assure you that our government takes this report very seriously, and we will be responding to the recommendations shortly. We just have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank my colleague for his speech, but I certainly understand the reaction of my colleagues on this side of the House, because, yes, I can see there's been improvement when it comes to processing times. At least that's what my assistants in the riding have told me. And they've been dealing with that a fair bit. But these are issues that appear frequently. And it's one thing to say there's been improvement, but I would invite the government to really listen to members. It's very rare that we actually talk about the work that's being done in the ridings, but we are part of the system. So you have the experience of all of the members in this House, and I hope that the government will listen to that during the next 2 hours. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank my colleague for his question. Like him, it's true, I can say that I've seen a lot of cases in my office, and that's why customer service is something that needs to be improved. We want to improve the application process. Now, I come from the member of Acadie Bathurst, and there's very little immigration to my riding. I really didn't know the immigration system that well before, but since I've become parliamentary secretary, I've learned a lot. I know it's not always easy to work on these cases because they're often very complicated, but I can reassure my colleague that we are here to help, and whatever case he's working on, the minister and myself and the whole department will be there to help him find solutions to these various problems.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for bringing this concurrence motion forward. I think it's actually a very important motion for us to engage in. I certainly hope that every single member of this House who have constituents who rely on immigration consultants to help them to go through and navigate through the process of immigrating to Canada or getting access to a pathway to Canada, that they support this motion. The motion, what are we talking about? We're talking about a report that was done at committee, and the committee, by the way, spent a series of meetings listening to witnesses on the critical issue of the immigration process, and more specifically about how so many of them have been ripped off by what we call crooked consultants. Yep. And in that process, we also learned that the regulating body, that self-regulating body from the profession, has been failing those individuals. Failing the individuals, not just for those applicants, but I think for all of Canada. Why do I say that? Because so much of their work depend on the really let me rephrase that. So much of the integrity of our system depend on their work. And when they fail in ensuring that people are doing their job properly, when they fail to ensure that immigration consultants are acting responsibly and ethically, then it infringes on our reputation here in Canada. And hence, this report is absolutely urgent. And it was one of those rare occasions. It doesn't happen very often, Mr. Speaker. And that is that this report was supported by every single member of the committee across all party lines. There were no dissenting reports. There were no supplemental reports of any sort. We all agree that urgent action needs to be taken and needs to be taken now. The report was submitted to the government, as I mentioned earlier, back in June. And we waited and waited and waited for the government to respond. And finally, in October, the minister wrote to the chair of the committee in response. And Frank, the letter, if you read that letter, dated October 13th, that letter basically comes down to this: we will look at the issue some more. And to me, when I received that letter, Mr. Speaker, I was devastated. I was so disappointed with that response, because it wasn't like as if this issue just emerged yesterday. It wasn't like as if this was some sort of controversial issue, but rather was an issue that every single member of that committee recommended the recommendations unanimously. And there were in total, Mr. Speaker, I believe 21 recommendations that were advanced. And every one of them are valid, every one of them supported by every single committee member. Yet the government doesn't have the wherewithal to even act on one of them, And in my view, if the government seriously wants to ensure that people are protected, in the very minimum, they could actually take action on this recommendation before we break for the holiday season. And that's recommendation number 10 in the report, which states that the Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada create a mechanism that will effectively allow individuals who have been abused by unscrupulous representatives to file a complaint without fear it will jeopardize their application or status. That's the minimum that I believe that the government can do, and that will send a very clear message to all those who have been cheated and abused in this process, that they have some protection afforded to them, and that the most important protection that they're seeking is to ensure that their application process or status would not be put in jeopardy, Mr. Speaker. And surely I think the government can do that. Now, Mr. Speaker, for many of the individuals, immigrating to Canada is not an easy journey. The immigration process is often difficult and complex, so some have sought the help of third parties such as family members, friends, lawyers, or immigration consultants. And sadly, in some of these cases, unscrupulous representatives take advantage of those individuals' dreams to have a better life for themselves and for their families. And the regulatory body, now I have to go back in history a little bit here, Mr. Speaker. The regulatory body that used to be the Canadian Society of Immigration Consultants. That was the first governing body established in 2003 as an independent, federally incorporated, not-for-profit body operating at arm's length from the federal government and responsible for regulating paid immigration consultants. And in 2004, CSIC was recognized in the regulations as the organization responsible for regulating paid immigration consultants. Fast forward to 2008, the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration undertook a study of the immigration consultants, and their report had highlighted issues with CSIC's governance and accountability framework, which did not ensure that immigration consultants are being adequately regulated in the public interest with respect to the provision of professional and ethical consultation, representation, and advice. So that was back in 2008. Problems existed with the first self-regulatory agency, and the government undertook to do a study on this, found all sorts of problems, and then in its place actually put forward the Immigration Consultants of Canada Regulatory Council, which was incorporated and came into force in October of 2014. And so just this year, we undertook to do this study, and then we found that, lo and behold, problems exist with that regulatory body that was newly established. Newly, but maybe not so new, because really that was established back in 2014. And the problems were so grave that the committee came forward with a report with 21 recommendations unanimously, urging the government to do this, that the time for self-regulation for this industry has come to an end. They cannot be trusted to do this work. On and on it goes, and the people that are being hurt out there in the community continues. So what we call for was for the government to establish a government-regulated agency until the profession can prove that they can be trusted again, that we cannot allow for this path to continue. That's what we're talking about, Mr. Speaker. And let me just highlight for you, Mr. Speaker, by the way, at the committee, so every member of this House knows, we heard from some 50 witnesses during our 8 meetings that was held between March 6th of 2017 to May 29th of 2017. And it also received a number of different written submissions as well. So it wasn't like it was a quick study. We did an in-depth study. A number of witnesses came forward and highlighted tremendous problems that has been going on with ICCRC, and that the time has come for drastic actions to be taken by government. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me just share with some of the members of the House the issues that we face. First, on the issue around investigation. Now, the ICCRC is responsible for regulating paid immigration consultants. It also has the authority to investigate allegations of unethical or professional behavior of authorized immigration consultants. The RCMP and CBSA are both responsible for investigating authorized consultants who engage in fraud and ghost consultants who operate outside the law governing immigration representatives. Now, I bring this up as a major issue. Why is that? Just take this information for a spin, Mr. Speaker. One witness at the committee informed us that she trusted an immigration consultant with her living caregiver application and paid her for services, only to be left stranded one day after her arrival in Canada with no employer, no financial resources, and none of her belongings. And sadly, this is a story that we have heard before. In fact, the current class action suit, and there is a class action suit that I will highlight later, that the vulnerabilities of many individuals, such as the witness that presented to the committee. And while the in-depth problem is unknown, I guess to all of us, more and more stories of exploitation are emerging. And that is what we're seeing. Currently, there are approximately 3,600 ICCRC members. ICCRC stated that it receives on average of 300 complaints a year. And as of the end of December 2016, there are 1,710 complaints filed against consultants. Mr. Speaker, that's almost 2 complaints per every member. How's that with the situation? Now, CBSA stated that they have 126 active investigation of immigration consultants related to the IRPA offenses. That's 126 cases that they are investigating. In the context of the number of complaints that we have, I would submit that CBSA does not have enough resources to do its work. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have a case that I think should be of interest to every single member in this House, and more importantly to the government, because as I say, when you have unscrupulous practices taking place, such as these kinds of situations, it undermines our reputation as a country. It undermines our immigration system, and, you know, it is inhumane for someone to take advantage of an individual and families who rely on them, who have scarce resources, and they come up with the resources because they desperately want to make sure that they make their applications properly and that they have and enhance their chance of success in getting a permanent pathway here to Canada. But when we allow this situation to continue, when we know about it, then we are part of the problem, and that cannot be allowed to happen. Now, I mentioned about the class action suit, Mr. Speaker. Let me just share this information with the members of the House. Canada has admitted more temporary foreign workers than immigrants since 2006. Migrant workers are desperate to seek opportunities to better their lives and that of their families. And as a result, as I mentioned, they are often subject to abuse and exploitation. Recently, 4 foreign temporary workers have won the right to a class action suit against Max and 3 immigrant consultant services called Overseas Immigration Services, Overseas Career and Consulting, and Trident Immigration, companies controlled by a Surrey resident called Deep Bensell, who allegedly charged the workers money to obtain jobs with Max, and for those migrant workers only to arrive in Canada to find that most of those jobs did not even exist. Access to information requests reveal that LMIOs were issued for 486 positions with Max through these immigration consulting companies between 2012 and early 2014. Charles Gordon, one of the lawyers representing the workers, said, and I quote, "Victims of this scheme were recruited in job fairs held in Dubai. They paid around $8,000 in fees in exchange for the promise of a job in Canada. Typically, they paid $2,000, often in cash, in Dubai to get the process started, and then once they received an employment offer and an LMIO, they had to wire another $6,000 before Overseas would provide them the documents allowing them to come to Canada," end quote. Now, it is extremely disturbing for me to learn that potentially hundreds of temporary foreign workers were victimized, where people were duped on a false promise and treated as commodities, Mr. Speaker, that can be shipped into Canada, used up and discarded. What's even more disturbing is that this practice is continuing. CBSA has supported a number of the victims of overseas in obtaining temporary resident permits while they have conducted an investigation into Bencel and overseas. We understand that CBSA has been waiting for some time for approval of charges. Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, hundreds of migrants were exploited in this class action suit, and they are trying to seek justice from the government. So currently, there is a class action suit with respect to this case. And with respect to this case, to the depth of the issues that I like to share with the House, this is a very typical story. And this is the story of Mr. Amila Piera. He's from Sri Lanka, where his wife and children live. While living and working in Dubai, Amila was introduced to Mr. Bencel by a friend who encouraged him to attend a seminar put on by one of Mr. Bencel's companies, Overseas Immigration Services, Inc. Overseas was advertising that it was recruiting for certain positions in Canada and would guarantee job allocation. Mr. Amelia paid overseas an initial installment of approximately $2,500 Canadian to get the job placement process started, and in around March of 2013. Mr. Bencel then told overseas that he would find him a job in Canada. Shortly after, Amelia received a labor market opinion, a job offer, and employment contract to work as a food service supervisor at Max in the Lower Mainland, in British Columbia, as part of Canada's Temporary Foreign Workers Program. Once Amelia had received his visa, Mr. Bencel asked for the remaining $6,000 Canadian. Amelia asked if he could pay it in installments, but Mr. Bencel stated that the full amount had to be paid before Amelia could come to Canada. So Amelia then sold everything that he had in Dubai to raise $5,000. He borrowed the remaining $1,000, all of which was paid in January of 2014. For several months thereafter, Amelia was without work, and his income had ended, of course, in Dubai, and he was returned home to Sri Lanka, waiting for confirmation to come to Canada. Months go by, and so when he pursued it, when he was finally able to connect with overseas, he was informed that they were sending him a plane ticket to leave for Canada the following day, and that he had to have $1,000 Canadian with him when he arrived in Canada, or he would be denied entry. He and his wife then spent the last 24 hours rushing around, selling all of her jewelry and borrowed money to gather that additional $1,000. And then overseas representatives instructed Amelia not to bring any documents to Canada that could connect him with overseas, and specifically instructed him to destroy all the emails and receipts connected to overseas. Now, upon arriving in Canada, in April of 2014, Amelia followed overseas direction and took a taxi to a basement suite in Surrey, where 3 other workers were living in a bedroom suite. Over the following week, 10 to 12 workers arrived at that apartment. There was nowhere for him to sleep, and he had no food. Ready to work for Max, Amelia went to overseas office, where he was informed that he had to wait for a position to become available. After a couple of weeks of waiting, Amelia was sent to work as a cashier at Max in Kitimat, BC, where he was set up with a 1-bedroom unfurnished apartment with another temporary foreign worker. Upon beginning work, Amelia was initially working a lot of hours, but gradually his hours were reduced. He and the other worker began panicking because they had very little money to buy food and to pay for the rent and the household amenities that they needed. The 2 workers shared a blanket and slept on the floor. They could not even afford a mattress. This went on, and then the hours of work also died down, and they were every day walking into town trying to find work without success. And then at some point, they met somebody from a community group, a good-hearted person, who then raised the money and sent Amelia back to the Lower Mainland. And then he hooked up with community organizations here to pursue justice. That is the history. That is the reality of many people that are being cheated in the process by unscrupulous immigration consultants. So we have a report before us with 21 recommendations dealing with an issue like this. And there are recommendations that the government can act on now. We need to make sure that those who are being abused are not afraid to come forward to pursue justice. We need the government to make a commitment that they will act on these recommendations. I get it that it will take some time to set up a new system to do this, but make that commitment and say you will do it. Let's put in a transition process to transit ourselves into a proper process, a proper regulatory system, a proper complaint system, so that the people are not taken advantage of. And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, I call on the government to resource CBSA so that they can do their job. And finally, those cases that are waiting, where CBSA has done their job and waiting for the government to prosecute these crooked consultants, let's get on with it and do it. Justice needs to be served, and we can start here by making it happen in this House. Thank you.
Questions and comments. I can say comment on the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
I'd like to thank the member opposite. That was informative. It was precise, and it highlighted the challenges that we face in this country with an immigration system that's been fixed with layer upon layer upon layer of revision, as opposed to comprehensive reset, which I think all of us as MPs know. When one single department generates 75–80% of your work, depending on the riding you're in, you know there's something wrong with the fact that the frontline workers in this department are, quite frankly, our constituency assistants who staff our constituency offices. There's a challenge here, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for, in particular, highlighting the way in which some arrivals in this country are exploited by a private sector group of individuals that, quite frankly, don't have the best interests of this country, let alone their clients, let alone the reputation of the immigration system at heart. The question I'd like to get some direction on is that beyond the recommendation she highlights is coming from the parliamentary committee, there are other components to the immigration process that also sort of see this insertion of the private sector into what should be a totally public sector process. The way in which we enroll Canadians and new arrivals to Canada into citizenship and into working in this country. And in terms of the temporary foreign worker program, in terms of the way in which we bring people in, I'd like to hear her thoughts on how not only do we make that system fair, more efficient, and more transparent, but also what her recommendations might be around the path to citizenship and how that should also look like as we move forward, because it's not just landing people in the country that matters, it's also making sure their future in this country is also a positive one.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much. I'm encouraged by the comments from the member who asked the question, and I hope then that he will actually vote in support of this motion before us. And let's stand up unanimously in this House, as we have at the committee, in support of all 21 recommendations, and let's, before Christmas, take some action on that. With respect to the larger question around temporary foreign workers and so on, I'm delighted the member asked this question. I have long been an advocate of the principle that if you're good enough to work, you're good enough to stay. And that's what we need to do. A lot of the temporary foreign workers, I should say, that has been brought to my attention. I question whether or not they're truly temporary foreign workers. They are people who come and they've been separated from their families, and they have been, some of them, subjected to this kind of unscrupulous practice with bad immigration consultants. We can actually deal with that, right? In ensuring that the people who actually that we have a skilled labor shortage need that we need to meet here in Canada, and that those needs are ongoing, then should it be temporary foreign workers that should be coming, or should they be coming as immigrants right at the outset? I would submit that they should be coming as immigrants right at the outset. I would also say to the government this, that you need to change the policy. The government needs to change the policy, not just to say the high-skilled workers, but we need all levels of different skilled workers to come to Canada as permanent residents at the outset.
Questions and comments. I do see quite a number of people interested in participating in the question and comment section of today's debate. So I'd ask honourable members just to try and make their interventions sufficiently concise to allow other members to participate. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her work on this study as well. I think she brought a lot of very valid perspectives to the table. I'm encouraged to hear that she's advocating for the support of this report to be concurred into the House. I just wanted to give her an opportunity to perhaps expand a little bit more on the concept that my colleague from the Liberal Party raised with regard to temporary foreign workers, and this sort of being a larger problem in terms of both the immigration consultant committee report, but also on the fact that, like, over the last several years, we've seen, I think, frankly, businesses use the low-skilled temporary foreign worker stream as a way to build their business models off of. We've seen wages been depressed in the sector, in the low-skilled worker sector, because of the use of temporary foreign workers. And to her point, you know, we shouldn't be creating a caste system in Canada, or a case system in Canada, where we are bringing in temporary foreign workers to do jobs that no other Canadians want to do. We should be looking at why that's the case. Perhaps it's working conditions, perhaps it's wages, and ensuring that those people that are coming into this country have a path to citizenship. So, Mr. Speaker, to your point, in keeping things brief, I just wanted to give her a little bit more time to continue her thoughts.
Well, member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member as well for her work. And as I said, this is a report that has all party support. So there is not really politics around here. This is about how to make sure our system is better in our immigration system, and most importantly, better serving the people who rely on the immigration consultant professionals to help them to find a pathway here to Canada. On the larger question, and of course, you know, one of the issues that we face is that we have an immigration policy where we focus in on the high-skilled workers. But the truth of the matter is that we need all kinds of different skill levels here in Canada. We do have a labor skill shortage. We do have a situation where our demographics are changing. People are getting older, they're retiring. In fact, in the Atlantic provinces, people are dying more than people are born. So we have a major issue here. Until we face that, we're not going to solve the problem in a real sense. I would also argue this: if we really truly want to build our nation, we also need to look at our immigration levels numbers. Right now, the government's own experts has actually called for a much higher number than what is before us, but the government won't actually implement that. 1% of overall population at least, and in fact, others have called for 450,000. And I would urge to say that we recognize the fact that immigrants help build our nation. And so we need to continue on with our policy to reflect that with our immigration policies today.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues who serve on the committee along with us. I want to remind that this study was an initiation by a colleague of mine for the Member of Parliament from Willowdale. This was, as I agree from both my colleagues on the other side, a joint report. It was supported by all parties. The issue is very severe, very serious, and I also encourage that our minister and our government take this very seriously. But I also want to remind that there was also some positive news, that some of the people that she's mentioning that were facing severe treatment and alleged treatment by their consultants, they did get help from CBSA, and they were able to stay in Canada, and they were given those treatments. So I want to find out from my colleague what she thinks could be done in the interim until a new regulatory government regulated body is created. What are the best ways she thinks that our minister can implement safeguards so that our current immigrants that are here that may be victims of unscrupulous consultants can adhere and get safe support quickly while this is being implemented.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and his comments as well. He's exactly right. This is an issue that was brought before us by a Liberal committee member. And so then on that basis, I really hope that every single member of this House will support the motion before us, because we do need to get on with it. There is a sense of urgency around this and desperation for the people who need the help. Some people have been provided some support by CBSA, but not everybody. We also heard in the committee from numerous people who said that they know of people who are afraid to come forward to speak because they are afraid that when they make a complaint that they will somehow be penalized. We know that. We also had information that I have had information from people outside of committee who told us exactly that as well. So recommendation number 10 in the report, which calls for the government to set up a mechanism to allow for individuals who have been abused by unscrupulous representatives to file their complaint without the fear of without the fear that somehow it would jeopardize their application or status. I think that is of critical importance. That's something that the government can do right now, and to ensure that that happens. If we can get that commitment from the government that all 21 recommendations will be acted on, and that we would bring in an interim, this recommendation, to protect the people, that would go a long ways. I would also argue that we need to resource CBSA. We heard from CBSA officials themselves that they don't have enough resources, that they're only investigating cases that are large, that have multiple implications for one immigration consultant, but they're not investigating the individual cases, and all of those are just falling through the cracks, and we cannot allow for that to happen. So resource needs to go to CBSA to pursue that. And where they recommend charges, let's get on with it. Let charges be laid, and let people know that they cannot be allowed to get away with this kind of behavior.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe I'll start off by just providing some comments and thoughts from the previous speaker's answer, or response to one of the questions, and that's just the issue of immigration in general and how important immigration is to our country. As she has pointed out, there are communities, populations that are actually decreasing, and in fact, I would argue if it wasn't for immigration from my home province of Manitoba, our province would have actually, there was a 10-year period where our province would have actually decreased in population if not for immigration. Here we're celebrating Canada's 150th birthday this year, and we often talk about the importance of diversity and how that has enriched our very fabric of our society in terms of who we are. And we are a nation of immigrants. We are very dependent, and when you look forward to our future success as a nation, it is going to be driven in good part because of sound, solid immigration policy. I'm really encouraged by comments that I've heard from both sides of the House, as I know from within the Liberal caucus that there is a great and huge expectation that we will be able to have solid, sound immigration policy because we understand just how important it is to our nation, Mr. Speaker. For me personally, there is no issue that I have dealt more with in my constituency office, both as a member of Parliament and as a member of the Manitoba Legislature in the last 25-plus years. We deal immigration work every day inside my constituency office for many, many years. I understand the different streams. I understand the different problems that are there, and others have talked about consultants as not being an issue and problems with consultants just for today. It's been there for years. It's been there for decades, Mr. Speaker. I remember standing inside the Manitoba Legislature calling for actions against unscrupulous immigration consultants. And this is back in the early 90s. And quite possibly, if I did a Hansard search in the Manitoba legislature, it might even go into the late 80s, Mr. Speaker, when I had actually first raised the issue of the need to make changes to the way in which immigration is actually being processed, and how it is that we could be of assistance in government. So I understand why this is such an important issue and would like to be able to contribute to that debate. Maybe one of the ways in which I can do that is to talk about how we need to understand why people use consultants. Who are the people that we're really talking about? You know, the family and friends here that call Canada home, and they want to sponsor someone abroad. They are often ones that will turn to consultants. You also have individuals that are living abroad who are looking, and there is no shortage of advertising. There is a phenomenal amount of advertising that's done in some of those countries, Mr. Speaker, abroad, to try to lure people in to be ultimately a victim of inappropriate behavior from immigration consultants and others. You know, we don't want to just limit it just to the issue of immigration consultants. You often hear about these global employment agencies is another fancy word, combination of words that is often used and ultimately ends up exploiting immigrants, Mr. Speaker. I really got to appreciate the issue shortly after the late 90s, when Jean Chrétien, as Prime Minister, came up with this wonderful program. It's been a gold mine for the province of Manitoba. It's called the Provincial Nominee Program, Mr. Speaker. It's a program that I believe the province of Manitoba has led the country. I shouldn't say I believe, I know it has led the country in the development of that program. At one time, Manitoba led the country to the degree in which we were receiving well over, I believe, 30% of all nominees coming to Canada, Mr. Speaker, or it would have been in and around there. During the late 90s, that'd be 98, 99, where the pilot project came to the province of Manitoba, we would get 300 people applying under that program. It led into 2003, and I'd like to share some of the tangible experiences that I have had. And the reason why I want to do this is because I think people that are following the debate, people that are possibly listening in, understand what it is that we're talking about, when, as opposed to just immigration consultants and all this bad work that they're doing. There are many immigration consultants that do phenomenal and provide a fantastic service. And we have to be very careful that we don't label everyone as bad and evil within that particular industry. It is an industry that plays a very important role. Now, let me give some specific examples. One of my very first experiences was back in 1991. When I had made a trip abroad from Canada, and I was meeting with a family, and the father had indicated that his daughter was recruited to move to Canada. And he had thought that she would be working in the hospitality industry. That's what he was told, and that's what she was led to believe. And there was exploitation that had taken place, Mr. Speaker. As a result, she became a victim. And that kind of opened my eyes back in 1991 in terms of just to what degree people are being exploited firsthand. Speaking to a father who had a relatively young daughter leave their homeland and come to Canada. That is on the micro scale. I can remember it was back in 2005, in and around maybe 6 or 2004, was where I was invited to go to Isabel in the Philippines. Isabela. And there was the governor of the province and others that were wanting for me to go on the radio and talk about the Manitoba Provincial Nominee Program. And I was a very strong advocate of that particular program, Mr. Speaker. And what I thought was interesting is why it is that they had wanted me to talk about how important it was that people did not have to use immigration consultants in order to come under the Manitoba nominee program. Well, when I arrived and I started to speak about it and do the radio interviews, and we had one immigration workshop or educational forum, Mr. Speaker, I quickly learned why I was asked to come out. You know, there were individuals that went to Isabel in the Philippines, and they were actually promoting the Manitoba nominee program and literally charging significant amounts of money in order to be able to have the papers that were required in order to submit the application. In essence, the application form itself. Well, the application form is free. There is no charge. You go on the Manitoba website, you could download it, you can fill it out. It's pretty much consumer friendly or client friendly. But here they're charging anywhere from $100 to $400 in order to be able to have that basic application. Well, if you do the math, if you get a number of people applying for that, that money adds up very quickly. In fact, later that day, after having one of the radio interviews, I led the immigration discussion at one of the universities where we had over 2,000 people show up, Mr. Speaker. And I was amazed in terms of not only the level of interest in being able to come to Canada or to check it out, but to the degree in which individuals were prepared to pay money in order to make the trip, because they wanted to be able to come to Canada. And, you know, back then, Mr. Speaker, there was nothing. Anyone could say, well, I want to be an immigration consultant. Put up a little sign, immigration consultant, and they provide this advice. They charge hundreds of dollars for a basic package of paper in which anyone could have just downloaded over the internet, maybe a system and filling it out. And you start hearing about, well, not only hundreds, but then it starts to go into thousands of dollars in order to process nominee applications. This is an issue that I had raised inside the Manitoba legislature. And we needed to do what we can. And then we started to see government take more of a proactive approach in terms of educating. We would process, in my office, and I've said to a number of my colleagues, even to this day, immigration-related matters, incorporating visiting visas, well over 400 cases a month. And when I say 400 cases, Mr. Speaker, it's probably underestimating the number. If I told you the actual number, I suspect people would doubt that I'm being serious with the numbers. We do a lot of immigration work. In my opinion, 90% plus of immigration work that's done throughout, you would find maybe 90% of all those files could probably be done if you have some basic skills in being able to process your own paperwork. There are times, very rare, that I would advise someone to actually go to a consultant or go to an immigration lawyer. Both of them can, in fact, be credible resource individuals in certain situations. Often, immigration files can become fairly complicated, especially if you're having to go to an appeal or to a federal court. And that's why I think what's important when we have this debate for the next couple of hours, that we recognize that, yes, there's a lot of bad that is out there, but we shouldn't generalize it and label every immigration consultant as a bad person, because there is this a service that is provided that is in fact needed. Now, in looking at some of the recommendations that the committee has put together, I think there are some fantastic recommendations. I think that we should do, the speaker before me commented in regards to having individuals report and feel clear and of being able to report when there has been abuse. I think it's pretty decent recommendation. I would like to be able to even look into the matter even further, Mr. Speaker, because I think it is important that we have some sort of accountability that is there. What options do people really have? If you have a constituent who requires or is looking for assistance, maybe they've married someone, they're adopted someone, or they're sponsoring them through any one of several streams, either directly or indirectly, one of the first stops that they should consider is going to their local member of parliament's office. All services provided from MPs' offices is free. There is no cost if you go to your local member of parliament, Mr. Speaker. And you, as I say, in most cases, vast majority of those cases, consultants and lawyers are not required. If things get really complicated, and in having that initial discussion, an MP's office might make a suggestion that you might want to consider. Whenever I meet with constituents and I provide opinions, I will talk about calling the 1-800 number. There is a 1-800 number dealing with immigration issues, and I highly recommend anyone that wants to be able to deal and get a good understanding of specifically what they can or cannot do, is to call that 1-800. They have the policy books there. I find them as a fantastic source. So as a natural position, what I'll tell constituents that will meet me maybe at my local restaurant on a Saturday morning, Mr. Speaker, or meet with me in the constituency office, I will often give an opinion and then suggest to them that they should also contact the 1-800 phone number. A lot depends in terms of the complications or how complicated a specific file might be. There is opportunities for members of Parliament to be engaged in many of the different streams. One of the ones that I think is probably the most common, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of visiting visas, temporary visas in general. But in particular, if I was to focus a bit just on visiting visas, visiting visas is a very important aspect to the immigration file. Many consultants and lawyers will get engaged in that area. When I look at visiting visas, I try to convey a very straightforward message. If you, for example, are in the Punjab and you're going to Chandigarh, what is it that you should do in submitting your application? Understand that what those immigration officers are looking for is to see, does the person have a reason to come to Canada? Is the person of good health and good character and have the financial means? And if the visa was issued, would they return to their home country? And if the answer to all of that is yes, and then there's an overall assessment that is done, and if it's favorable, the visa will be issued. That initial application is pretty much straightforward, Mr. Speaker. It's not to say that you don't have to have an immigration consultant or a lawyer, but in a vast majority of the cases it's not necessary. Again, you can go to your local member of Parliament. They can do a letter of support, which can be very helpful because it might assist you in meeting some of those criteria. These are the types of issues that are being done every day. Tens of thousands of applications go in every week through our embassies around the world, Mr. Speaker. The same thing in terms of student visas. There's a certain process that can be followed. So if I look at it, And I try to emphasize, whether it's those visiting visas, those student visas with their process, or the working visas, all of which are temporary visas, they're all fairly straightforward. But so are the applications themselves. And that's why when the parliamentary secretary was talking about the process, there are things in which this government has done. Some very tangible things, Mr. Speaker. One of them is by looking at processing times. Often individuals get frustrated because of lengthy processing times. They start to wonder, well, is there something else I can do? So they start looking for other ways to try to get ahead of the line. And no one gets ahead of the line, nor should anyone get ahead of the line, unless there is a real outstanding circumstance, Mr. Speaker, and those are very, very rare. Those are the types of things in which, as I say, MPs' offices can provide that service and provide guidance, and we need to ensure that our constituents are aware of those services. And if members of Parliament, using the resources that we have, reach out to our constituents, we can play a leading role in terms of dealing with this exploitation that is taking place today in a very real and tangible way. I understand the importance of having a regulatory body. I can appreciate that the current regulatory body, for a number of reasons, has not met the expectations of members of Parliament or the public as a whole, that there is room for major improvement. I appreciate the work that the Standing Committee has actually done on this issue. I think the Standing Committee, and I used to sit on the Standing Committee of Immigration, I only wish we would have dealt with this particular issue a number of years ago. I appreciate the efforts that they have put in and the recommendations. As I have read through a number of those recommendations, they seem to be fairly sound in their recommendations. And I look forward to how it is that the government will ultimately respond to the many different recommendations, Mr. Speaker. Because like everyone else, I have a fairly good appreciation of the wide spectrum of abuse and exploitation that takes place both here in Canada and abroad, where there are far, far too many victims, Mr. Speaker, but good immigration consultants and lawyers will agree with that statement that I just made. And that we do need, and where we can improve the system, that we should do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts.
Questions and comments. Commentaire, the honourable member for Markham, Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my honourable friend for his nice, passionate speech. My question is to the honourable member is, he said it's a lot of bad out there. We all know how many people are getting ripped off, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. We know the issues. We heard from the people from many, many other countries, rather than naming those countries, how they were hosed by these people. And as it's not too often all of our parties get together, they recommended something. In this case, we did. This is about 6 months, 7 months passed by so far, nothing is being done. Is there a plan that the government is going to take those committee recommendations and implement them, if they're going to do it, and when? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number one, I would not make an assumption that the government is just letting the report sit on a shelf and collecting dust. We, as government or as a collective group, have made a fairly strong statement through the Standing Committee. The government takes very seriously the recommendations, and I can tell you, members on this side of the House, those Liberal members on the Standing Committee, will ensure that the Minister of Immigration is very much aware of the recommendations. The expectations that our caucus has on the Minister of Immigration is very high on all immigration matters, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, as the member points out, we are all aware of the exploitation. And it's not into hundreds, thousands. The member across the way makes reference to 30, 40,000. That happens all the time, 30, 40. A lot of people would find that hard to believe. There is huge exploitation that takes place. And a lot of that exploitation is being taken from people that are selling all sorts of assets back in those homelands in order to get one individual an application to be successful. It is so many sad stories to it, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the member that the department is, in fact, looking over the recommendations. And I would think that where we can take action sooner as opposed to later, that would in fact be taking place. You know, the Standing Committee has done fine work in listening to representations on this particular issue. There's 21, I believe, recommendations in total. I can assure the member that the department is fully aware and appreciates the hard work that the Standing Committee has done.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, for his remarks. And I very much appreciated the response to the last question, but it's not the same response we got when we asked the Parliamentary Secretary for Immigration, who ought to know what's going on in the department and what actions they're taking. And when he was directly asked if they would support the concurrence of this report and if they would do the 21 recommendations, he would not provide a direct answer. And so could the Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader comment on the difference there?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe there was any difference whatsoever. The member across the way had asked about concurrence in the report with the Parliamentary Secretary to Immigration. I was asked to provide comments in regards to the recommendations. And I indicated that there are many recommendations within that report that I am very supportive of. I have not had the chance to read through all 21 and look into the background of all 21, but I would recognize that the government, and I made the suggestion to my colleague across the way, and I would do the same thing for this particular member, and that is that there are many recommendations within the report. I would not make any assumption at all that the government is not acting on some of those recommendations. Things take time to move forward. I think that, as the committee has pointed out in a unanimous way, there are a number of good, solid recommendations that are there. How we ultimately or what we ultimately do in terms of the vote on the concurrence of the report, we'll find out in due course.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my colleague was asking a simple question, and what we're seeing on the Liberal side, at least, is an inability to answer yes or no questions. So on the concurrence of the report from the Immigration Committee, a unanimous report with 21 reasonable recommendations, will the government side be voting in favour, yes or no?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the persistence in wanting to try to get an answer on how it is that I will be voting once the concurrence comes, and I would encourage my colleague to wait, and you'll see how I'll be voting. What I have talked about is the fact that we have many recommendations that have come from that report, and having had the opportunity to go through many of those recommendations, I think there are some fantastic things in there. And what I try to emphasize now to the third member of the Conservative Party is that I would not make any assumptions in regards to the government's actions to date on it. There are actions through the Department of Immigration that no doubt will come out in time, reflecting on some of the fine work that the committee did, the Standing Committee did, on this particular issue. This is not, as has been pointed out throughout the debate, a new issue. This is an issue that has been there for many, many years. as I reflected in my opening remarks, back in the early 90s, even quite possibly in the late 80s, I can remember talking about immigration consultants and unethical behavior back then, Mr. Speaker. So I think that we should be patient and wait. We will see in terms of what takes place. All I can tell the member across the way is that we have both the former and current Minister of Immigration that has done fantastic work at advancing the important files related to immigration, because as a government, we recognize the true value in many different ways that sound immigration policy has for our nation, and I can assure the member that we will get it right in moving forward, whether it's this issue, the immigration numbers, and so forth, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member from Winnipeg North speak on this for, I believe, 20 minutes, although I have to say it does seem longer. And I have the same question as the Conservatives. I have the same question as the Conservatives. What is the position of the government on this concurrence motion? Is it that the government is unwilling or unable to give us an answer whether they're going to be supporting this motion or not? It was debated in committee. We've heard 20 minutes of commentary from this member on it. Why is it they can't give us an answer on whether they're supporting this motion or not?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the other day I referred to the unholy alliance, where I see the NDP and the Conservatives more and more teaming up on their questions and so forth. And I won't say it's that, maybe it's just peaking a little bit here. I've told the member, I've explained to the House, that all good things will come to an end where we will have a vote. And I'm intrigued that there are members across the way want to see how I'm going to vote on this particular, or how the government's going to be voting. I look forward to the actual vote. But what I've emphasized, Madam Speaker, is the fact that within this report there are a number of recommendations that I am very, very much, the number that I've actually read through, I think that there are some very good, solid, sound ideas. I look forward to having that continued debate. I know that the current Minister of Immigration is very much on top of this particular file, as the Minister recognizes the importance of immigration as a whole to Canada. That's the way, I believe this year, 2016, we had just under 300,000 immigrants. 296 or something of that nature, 1,000 immigrants, many of which would have used consultants. We are concerned about the issue that we're debating. That's one of the reasons why we actually had I believe it was a Liberal member of the Standing Committee that wanted to have this particular debate at the Standing Committee, that strove to have a report. And I compliment the committee, because on this particular issue, we actually have all parties working together, come up with some recommendations, and I look forward to the vote just as much as my colleagues from across the way.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the Calgary Shepherd. I rise today to speak to issue that, unfortunately, I have heard come up time and time again in the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, an issue I personally have seen happen far too many times. I have seen people misled and taken advantage of. I'm thankful to have the opportunity to speak in this place today on behalf of my colleagues' concurrence motion. The issue I'm speaking about is that desperately need to be addressed, that the effects that immigration consultants have on immigrants coming to Canada. I have remedied and provided advice to many friends, family members, and constituents of mine who have gotten wrong advice or been taken advantage of by phony immigration consultants. Moving to Canada is not an easy feat. I can attest to that, Madam Speaker. To those who decide to come to Canada, they often leave everything behind to come to our great country in hopes of a better life and more opportunity. Yet, For many, their first contact with Canada is not the one that we can be proud of. Many are exploited financially before they even arrive. I have heard horror stories. This government should work to protect our immigrants from the damage that fraudulent or ghost consultants have on our immigrants. Rather than lip service, there need to be real regulations in place to ensure that immigration consultants are authorized and people are protected. I think we can all agree as Canadians we hold ourselves to the highest standards when it comes to our quality and care of our citizens and immigrants. However, there is a clear disconnect between what we want for Canadians and what is actually happening in our immigration system. I am pleased to speak to the concurrence motion presented by my colleague and bring light to the issue that our immigration system is plagued with and this Liberal government is continuing to dismiss. Earlier this year in March, the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration began its study on immigration consultants. The motion to study this issue was adopted by the committee on Tuesday, October 4th, 2016. This study lasted from March to June. Our committee heard from 50 witnesses and received 24 written briefs. Hearing from the broad range of people, the common theme in all of this is that more needs to be done to combat fraudulent and ghost consultants. The final report of the committee was adopted by committee on June 14, 2017, and presented to House on the following days. This report, titled Starting Again, Improving Government Oversight of Immigration Consultants, was unanimous, a report of cross-party collaboration in an attempt to find a real solution to negligent, fraudulent, and ghost consultants who are taking advantage of their already vulnerable clients. However, today we still do not see any meaningful action being taken by this government. I heard from witnesses in committee on May 1st, 2017, who stated, and I quote, "On April 23rd, 2015, I submitted a complaint to Canada Border Service Agency in Toronto about a ghost agent that accepted several $1,000s from an Australian citizen." The witness went on to highlight that the ghost agent informed the Australian citizen that the case would be signed off on by a lawyer in Toronto. However, the lawyer had never heard of the Australian citizen. The evidence of this violation to the CBSA via email more than once occasion. However, there was no action taken by the CBSA. The Australian was never contacted by the CBSA. The witness shared that, and I quote again, "It seems as if the CBSA has ignored the complaint," end quote. Both the RCMP and the CBSA share responsibility for involving authorized consultants who engage in fraud and ghost consultants who operate outside the law governing immigration representatives. However, it is clear that further resources are needed for those until it sufficiently addresses the issue of fraudulent consultants. The ICCRC does not have any oversight over unregulated representatives. Instead, their authority lies on the investigating misconduct and potential abuse by their members, who are the regular consultants. Why is the government allowing for the exploitation of vulnerable people, people who want to come to Canada to help make Canada better and for a better life for themselves? Immigrants who look to Canada as a beacon of opportunity, who choose Canada to be their new home, do not have time to wait for the government to decide on how they plan to combat these serious issues. In committee, my colleagues and I heard a great deal of testimony on the damage that fraudulent and ghost consultants have had on new Canadians. While these bad actors are not representatives of the industry as a whole, the committee heard of many possible changes that could be made to ensure better protection for newcomers. I heard testimony from various lawyers who said that Section 91 of the ERPA need to be amended to prohibit immigration consultants from providing advice or representation because they are not held to the same ethical standard as lawyers. That there are serious gaps in the disciplinary process of the ICCRC with the complaints they received and the people are at risk. Immigration lawyers shared their recommendations with the Standing Committee on the Citizenship and Immigration. They shared that IRCC launch an aggressive public education campaign detailing with who may provide immigration advice and representation. This should include website-based links to provincial law society, referral services, and simple explanatory language on forms. A number of immigration lawyers recommended that Section 91 of the ERPA be amended to allow individual and non-government and committee-based clients to dispense immigration advice if supervised by a lawyer. Further testimony suggested that most significant recommendation was that the government create an independent body empowered to regulate and govern this profession. Ultimately, this would be government-regulated body, and it will replace the current designation of ICCRC as the industry's designated regulator. We heard expert testimony, yet still the advice is not being acted upon. Instead, people continue to be taken advantage of. The government has recently released its response with regard to report tabled by the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration regarding this topic. However, their response was unsatisfactory at best. The Liberal government response stated the government expected to be able to provide more information on the way forward next year. However, this needs attention now. The current regulatory framework is inadequate, and overseeing this action is the regulated consultant. This must be addressed. Issue of ghost consultant, unregulated representatives are not being adequately pursued and prosecuted of their despicable action. The government must do more to combat this. There is an external factor, including a lack of adequate clients, that we need to do more for this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To my friend, I think for Canadians who have not had to deal with this department or with consultants that flock around, sometimes some describe them like vultures, around people who are desperately trying to just simply apply to be in Canada, stay in Canada, it's the personal stories that matter. It's the experiences of good people who are qualified and meet all of the standards that this country sets out, who in the midst of that process essentially get the process stolen from them, from people who do not have ethics, as my friend said, that one would expect. We had a gentleman in Prince Rupert, British Columbia, Mr. Singh, who not only was coming and contributing to our community, was also the priest of the local Gurdwara. So very critical to the Sikh community in Prince Rupert, an isolated place, not always easy to attract clerics and people of faith to lead the congregation. he had hired a consultant out of Toronto. I won't name their name because they're the litigious kind, who said they would file the papers on his behalf, the proper papers. A year later, he finds out they never did. He's now here illegally. I'm working with the immigration minister who did his best, but he unfortunately was deported back to India. The impact not just on him and his family, but the entire community was felt. I wonder if you can comment on the need to disgrace these types of consultants and actually make it so that they can't do their nefarious work here in this country.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really thank the honourable member for this question. I can tell you a personal story. I lived in this country for the last 44 years. Hardly went back to India. I got a call from British Columbia a month ago, and he said, "You're my uncle." And I said, "Okay, talk to me." He said, "My father and his great-grandfather were relatives." Make the story short, this kid is wrong word, he's 22, 23 years old. He's a student. Somebody offered him a job letter for $20,000. A job letter for $20,000. He called me and asked me if I can lend him $20,000. I said to him, $20,000 is one thing, but this is a phony letter. You're not going to go anywhere. Where is the job? Have you seen the job? Nothing. But those people prey on these innocent souls. They try to convince them to bring me $20,000 or $30,000 or $40,000. Madam Speaker, to get $20,000 cash, somebody have to work $14 an hour, 1 year salary. To clear $28,000 salary, minus the taxes, then you clear $20,000. This is the issue. This issue started back in Christian time to Paul Martin. It's still going on today. We need to work on it. We have to work on it now. Thank you, Madam.
For a brief question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. And I would suggest to the member it even predates that. As I say, I was first elected back in 1988 and have examples that go all the way back to that point in time. That there's opportunities for exploitations, and sadly, there are mean-spirited people out there that will, in fact, exploit. They have no problems at exploiting. And that's one of the reasons why, whether it's here in Ottawa or as individual MPs or collectively as government, we need to take action. And maybe just ask for his thoughts on that.
Brief response from the member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I simply agree with the honourable friend here. We need the action. Action we need now. This report is ready. All of us, from all sides of, we all agree with this report. It's 21 recommendations. I will request the honourable friend and the immigration minister to act on it now. I'm not talking about sitting in put the recommendation, sit on the shelf, but do something. Do something now. People are getting ripped off on every single day. Madam Speaker, I can write a book on it. For the last 44 years experience, how much people have taken for ride. People borrowed on the credit card. People, one of the client, I sent the information to the immigration minister and everybody else last time. He was sent back home purposely because he had ran out of money. He went home, sold his house, came back. There was still enough. At the end, he was deported. It's just a sad situation. You can make it work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise le débat, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm pleased to be joining debate, and I'd like to thank the member who spoke before me, the member for Markham Unionville, for his contribution to the debate. It's said in Yiddish proverb that says, "Gray hair is a glorious crown won by a righteous life." And I see that the member is just not there yet. He's almost there. He's working on it still, which I think he'll agree is a good thing in his situation, he'll probably admit. Now, we find ourselves here debating this concurrence report, partially because the government actually provided a response that said the government expects to be able to provide more information on the way forward next year, which is interesting. They'll wait till next year to provide an answer to a report that was tabled, presented before this House June 14th, I believe, 2017, when it was completed, and provides 21 recommendations that are pretty reasonable. So I want to come to this from a few different points. Like the member who spoke previously, I'm an immigrant to this country. Immigrated here when I was very young, and so did my wife from Singapore. I also used to work for a professional association, so a lot of the contents of the report deal with the relationship between a profession, the professional association that watches over its members on behalf of the public, in the public interest, like for lawyers, like for notaries of the public, like for doctors. There's a lot of professions which are self-regulated and have a college. Typically, they have a statute that governs how members are dealt with. It lays out rules for disciplinary actions, a code of practice, a code of ethics, the expectations of the profession while they're undertaking work on behalf of the public. Because that's the way that we regulate in Canada, and the provinces regulate the different professions. That's how we regulate professional associations. So having worked there, having worked for the Minister of Immigration in a previous government as well, those are kind of the perspectives I want to bring to this debate. The 21 recommendations that we have before us in the report itself are pretty reasonable. Some of them, like recommendation 3, talks about the need for a regulatory body to develop and establish and require high standards for admission, including but not limited to the areas of training, education, standardized curriculum across the provinces and territories. So what we're talking about here is the creation really of a pan-Canadian profession that has standardized rules for admission into it. And like some members spoke previously and said, it's not all immigration consultants, it's not all persons involved in this new and emerging profession. There are those who steal. There are those who, through theft and subterfuge, specifically target people who are trying to come to Canada or are new arrivals to Canada who don't understand our immigration system. And, partially I can't blame them, and it has gotten more complicated over the last 30, 40 years. And that is not, the fault of the Liberals, not the fault of the Conservatives. It's just life has gotten more complicated. There are more regulations, more rules, more exceptions. There's an attempt by all governments in general across all the provinces to toughen up our system to make sure that it is both fair, it's just, and it's equitable towards persons who are applying to enter into Canada under different programs. We change immigration programs sometimes. We provide different programs for work permits, economic class, express entry, and they come with rules and regulations, and they are sometimes hard to navigate. So then we have what I'll call an emerging profession of immigration consultants who are there to advise members of the public, new arrivals into Canada, to try and figure it out. And we find ourselves in a situation where people have leapt ahead of what the government is able to regulate. So these 21 recommendations that you find here are an attempt by the Committee of the House to provide the Government of Canada some observations and some proposals, some recommendations on how to rein in some of the more corrupt, some of the more vile practices out there where people just go out and steal. And, before I continue, I think I should mention that each of us as members of Parliament, we have probably a case file manager in our office, and I have two fantastic people who work for me, Connor and Suki, who do amazing work on behalf of constituents in Calgary-Shepherd to try and process those files. I don't think any of us here would say that we do it all by ourselves, and we owe it greatly to our staff who figure out the rules as they go along. They meet some of these consultants, and some are good and some are bad, and usually the bad ones that give us more work, because then we're trying to figure out what went wrong, how did it go wrong, and try to undo the damage that was done by these crooked immigration consultants. I see in recommendation 4 the new regulatory body to set training, education, experience standards, more rigorous than current standards for those seeking to become immigration consultants. And it brought me back to a May 5th email I received from one of my constituents, Danielle Brière, who is an immigration consultant registered with the RCIC, and who provided me with I actually met with him later on, and he had some observation that actually tie in directly with these 21 recommendations. I think a lot of what he wrote to me about, I now find in the report itself, in the recommendations of the report that we're now debating today in this concurrence motion before us. So, and at my time at a professional association, having worked in human resources, I remember when HR as well, an emerging profession, In some provinces, it is self-regulated. In some provinces, it is not. Provides a designation that members of the public can achieve. And we have educational standards. We have qualifications you have to meet. But we also have a code of ethics you have to live up to. And I think that's a really important element of this. I remember at my time when I became the registrar for the human resources profession in Alberta, we had cobbled together 6 different associations to create one kind of governing body to look over human resources professionals in the province of Alberta. And the parallel I draw here is we introduced rules for disciplinary measures against members who violated the code of practice and the code of ethics. When we developed the code of ethics as well, and we had a national code set up by the CCHRA, which no longer exists as a national body. I have a different name now and different composition of what they do. But we had, members, volunteer members stepped forward, wrote a code of ethics and a code of practice, and then I was there to oversee the process as we developed it. And at the end of the day, we always thought about one thing and one thing only. What is the public interest? What is it that we're trying to do on behalf of the public? And that's what professionals do. That's what professionals are about. And you won't get that type of behavior until you set the proper rules by statute, which is recommendation 1 of the report, a single individual federal statute that would govern this profession and basically give it direction, give it the tools that it needs to govern its own members. We all have problems in our writings with ghost consultants who will go and will steal and will cheat. But if you give the profession the right tools, statutory rules that they can use to then discipline non-members and send out orders that they have to cease and desist. And other professions have this. The legal profession has this tool. The medical profession has this tool. Dentists have this tool. All of them do. And engineers have this tool as well. One of the members was mentioning that too. That engineers, APEGA, actually the largest professional association in Alberta with 70,000 plus members, they have this tool. So those persons who are not members of the profession cannot pretend to be. And then it's the job of the professionals also and the professional association to tell the public what to watch for. Are you dealing with a professional? Are you not? And here's where the problem exists with the RCIC as it currently exists and with immigration consultants. It's really hard to tell whether you're dealing with someone who meets some reasonable standards of professionalism and someone who does not. A license sometimes is just not enough when it appears in a nice, bookend there. It's nicely put out. It's, on French, we call it encadré. It's a nice piece of paper, but does it really convey to you that the person is a true professional and will have your best interests in mind, not necessarily their own financial, personal interests? I think that's also important to take into consideration. So some of the other recommendations that are proposed here in the report, talks about better coordination with other federal governing bodies, and I think that's an important component of it too. CBSA, RCMP has a role to play in all of this. Recommendation 21, that the Government of Canada provide adequate, sustainable, and targeted funding to CBSA to allow for an expanded ability to investigate and lay charges on funding. So I know, Madam Speaker, you've given me the signal that I'm running out of time, but recommendations like this, recommendation 21, perfectly reasonable. Give CBSA the tools that it needs to police the system. What more can be said? We all deal with this in our constituency offices, situations where people have abused the system, individuals have lied on their applications, either the immigration consultant or the applicant themselves. I think we owe it to our constituents. I think we owe it to ourselves and to our staff and our constituency offices to concur in this report, to vote in favor of the motion, and I'll be doing just that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He's right when he talks about us being in a privileged position to see what's happening with these fraudsters who are jeopardizing the lives of people and who are playing with what they have left, and mainly their hope and our reputation. And he's also right when he says that if we're familiar with the issue, specialists like Vanessa Taylor in my office, who has on many occasions saved people who were about to be returned to their homeland or simply succeeded in deal with cases where there was potential abuse. Now, when we look back at the report, we can see the recommendations, and we look at recommendation number 10, which talks about Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada creating a mechanism that will effectively allow individuals who have been abused by unscrupulous representatives to file a complaint without fear it will jeopardize their application or status. Could the honourable member comment to that? Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I see a comparison. Now, when I was a director with the Human Resources Association, I was responsible for disciplinary action taken against our members. We had a president of the disciplinary committee, and I was an analyst on the committee, like the clerks that we have here, for example, in the House. So we had developed a system in the rules of our association which stipulated what the process was, what action would be taken, and how we would deal with cases of fraudsters, and how we would protect people who brought in cases where we had a corporation and a person who was victimized by the employer or another employee. Thank you.
Nose Hill. Speaker, I'm really glad that my colleague brought up the fact that the recommendations in this report, I think, are pretty common sense and a good way forward. Maybe my colleague can comment on the fact that many of us have had members from groups such as the Canadian Bar Association, some of the law associations in Canada coming to us and saying, hey, this report's been tabled, the government's provided a response, but now we're in this period of limbo and the government really hasn't signaled to any groups that might be affected what is going to be done and on what timeline. Part of the reason for me moving this concurrence motion today was to give government members an opportunity to vote and debate the report in the House and show the rest of Canada that we are in unanimous agreement in this House that these recommendations should be put forward. Could my colleague comment on the need for the government to perhaps elaborate a little bit more on timing on the implementations of these recommendations, as well as how it's going to do that, and before Christmas as opposed to after, and why that's important?
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, the member from Calgary-Nose Hill is absolutely right. So from the government response to Report 11, starting again improving government oversight of immigration consultants, the quote is, the government expects to be able to provide more information on the way forward next year. And she mentioned limbo. The only place limbo belongs on, I think, is a beach with maybe a drink or two. It shouldn't belong in government policy, though, especially when the House has provided recommendations to the government. A response back cannot be sometime in the future, maybe in a year, we will provide to you our actual action plan. The House spoke. The House had a committee that determined unanimously that these were reasonable recommendations, the 21 recommendations, and then the report was tabled here. And I think it's incumbent upon the government, if it treats us members of Parliament, regardless of the party, with respect, to actually provide us with a timeline, an actual response that we can even work on and do further studies on, whether the timeline is even reasonable. Because a year from now will be way late into 2018, early 2019. There's an election coming in 2019 potentially, and that could wipe out the work of this committee. There may not be any action given by then because you get too close to an election, and it eliminates the opportunity for actual actions to stop these types of fraudster consultants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wish to share my time with my colleague, the member from Calgary Forest Lawn. Mr. Speaker, I may be a new member on the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration and was not directly involved in drafting the report and recommendations on their study stated, starting again, improving government oversight of immigration consultants. However, this report is relevant to all 338 members of Parliament due to the nature of its contents. Before I begin, I want to personally thank the member from Calgary-Nose Hill for her tremendous leadership and the Conservative Caucus's Shadow Minister for Immigration. She's been tenacious in holding the government to account while also providing meaningful alternatives in everything this Immigration Committee does. For that, I congratulate her, and I am honoured to call her a colleague, as I am with both previous speakers, my colleagues from Markham Unionville and Calgary Shepherd. Before I get into politics, either at the provincial level in 1999 and then at federal level in 2013, I would never have expected the amount of immigration cases that my office deals with on a daily basis, and we heard this from my colleague across the way from Winnipeg North today as well. Even in Western Manitoba, which is not traditionally known for high volumes of new Canadians, there's been a tremendous influx of immigrants and that have decided to call Westman their home. I'd be willing to suggest that close to 50% of the people who call and visit my constituency office are seeking assistance with the immigration process. I suspect that I am not alone in seeing this level of case files for immigration purposes. The mere fact that 50% of what my constituency office deals with is immigration is perhaps a sign that we need to improve the service delivery of Immigration, Refugees, Citizenship Canada. Well, that is a debate for another day. I am pleased that we are having a discussion today on the committee's report regarding immigration consultants. Individuals seek out the assistance of immigration consultants because the process is complicated. The wait times can be atrocious, and in many respects, people are looking for guidance on the myriad of forms that they are expected to fill out. It's unfortunate that there are those in Canada who prey on vulnerable immigrants. There's plenty of evidence to suggest that this problem is not getting better. Just this week in the news, a Winnipeg man was charged for illegally acting as a certified immigrant consultant, which he most certainly was not. This is not the first time the CBSA has charged someone in Winnipeg with acting as an unlicensed immigration consultant. Just last year, an individual was charged with illegally supplying immigrant workers to restaurants who were then coerced into giving back part of their paycheck to their employees. If this was not bad enough, another individual was charged for scamming more than 80 people into paying him thousands of dollars. Mr. Speaker, it must be said that this committee report was unanimous in its findings, and I have other personal anecdotes from my own constituency that I could offer through my office in the files that we've had as well, Madam Deputy Speaker. So that's why it's so important that we deal with these unanimous findings. And that is something very rare to have unanimous findings when it comes to parliamentary committees. It speaks volumes of the importance of getting the necessary recommendations moving. The reason we are having this debate today is because the government's response to the committee's report was an injustice to the 50 witnesses and the dozens of hours put in by members and committee staff to provide the 21 recommendations they want the government to adopt. This report shines a beacon of actions on scrupulous immigration consultants. If we, for one moment, could put ourselves in the shoes of a temporary foreign worker who has been scammed by a crooked immigration consultant, we could get a better understanding of why the recommendations in this report are vital to cleaning up the industry. A temporary foreign worker is vulnerable to begin with. They are far from home, came to Canada to work in a job that probably is not that glamorous, and then were taken advantage of because they had nowhere else to run, nowhere else to turn either, Madam Deputy Speaker. The problem with immigration consultants is that while many follow the proper procedure of getting licensed and provide meaningful assistance, there's very little one can do to stop somebody from printing out business cards and portraying themselves as a fully licensed consultant. That's why this report is so important. And I want to briefly go through some of the recommendations. The first is that the Government of Canada would create an independent public interest body empowered to regulate and govern the profession of immigration consultants. The reason why this recommendation is so critical is that previously the tasks associated with governing consultants was given to an outside body of the government. And while I'm not one to suggest that the government needs to control every aspect of society, it is quite apparent that what we are currently doing is not working. Currently, the Immigration Consultants of Canada Regulatory Council stated at the committee that it receives over 300 complaints a year. The acting president of the Regulatory Council said that Since they became the regulator 6 years ago, they have received over 1,710 complaints filed against consultants. And between 2010 and 2015, the active amount of consultants in Canada has more than doubled. So to put this all in context, that's a significant amount of complaints considering there are only 3,600 licensed consultants. And if we could just step back for a moment, we know that the number of complaints is probably far higher as many immigrants are afraid of repercussions that may arise from making a formal complaint. The reason why we should create a new independent public interest body is to maintain high ethical standards, preserve the integrity of the system, and protect applicants from exploitation and outrageous fees. The other thing an independent public interest body could do would be to set training, education, and experience standards before anybody became an immigration consultant. The new regulatory body should also be empowered to investigate and deal with complaints in a timely manner. For these purposes, the new regulatory body should be provided with investigative and disciplinary powers, similar to those exercised by Canadian provincial and territorial law societies. The other important aspect of the report is that not only would a new body be created, but that there would be a regular review by the House of Commons to ensure that it is meeting its objectives. There should be a mechanism that will allow individuals who have been abused by unscrupulous immigration consultants to file a complaint without fear it will jeopardize the application process or the status of those applications as well. Furthermore, it is important that organizations that provide the most basic of immigration services are allowed to assist applicants without fear of sanctions. I know firsthand the amazing work that Westman Immigration Services does in Brandon, and they are there to fill gaps and ease the transition of newcomers adjusting to life in Canada. Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada should start working with organizations that provide immigration services to educate applicants about the new regulatory body to determine if a prospective immigration consultant is in fact legitimate. The era of backlane immigration services and shady practices must come to an end. In Canada, we must demand more than what has been happening and to think of the larger consequences to those who have been negatively impacted, but also to our reputation abroad. If we must increase fines and sentences for offences carried out by crooked immigration consultants, then let's do it. Let's work with the RCMP and provincial and municipal law agencies to find new ways to deter these individuals from ever thinking of working outside the law again. I acknowledge that not everybody in the immigration consultant business is taking advantage of others, but for far too long, we have turned a blind eye to this epidemic of deception. And the committee is a great example of cooperation across party lines, has put forward a great list of recommendations, and the government should adhere to their advice. The Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship has done a great disservice by signing off on the most boilerplate response humanly possible that was clearly drafted by his officials. There was little evidence that the government, and in particular the minister, took even any serious consideration and indeed refused to take a stance on any of the recommendations. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, I'd just like to say that these 21 recommendations found in this report should not be allowed to collect dust in the minister's filing cabinet. For one moment, if we could put ourselves in the newcomer's position and think of what it must feel like to be taken advantage of, to be cheated, and to lied to, and then find out that you're being sent away for no fault of your own, I believe then we would all agree that the time is now to move forward and implement the committee's recommendations.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which is backed by good faith. He mentioned earlier that the government, when it came to the recommendations, that there were quite a few of them. We're not talking about forestry or fisheries, where there's cases that we heard about. Maybe we met with unions or groups of people affected by that topic. This is a subject that we know very, very, very well. We have employees, and we supervise people who are specialists. Does he have hope that the government will not turn a deaf ear to the tabling of this report?
Burris.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question, because that's what this is all about. There are 21 unanimous recommendations here from all parties that were on the committee, and that's why we're here today. I might have been a little harsh on the minister, but I think that there is hope that the government will move forward with these, and it's an excellent example of a place where they could move forward if there's a will to do so. So I appreciate my former colleague from the Cultural Heritage Committee that I was on with for his excellent question. And these are the 21 recommendations, Madam Deputy Speaker, and they are certainly easily implemented because a lot of them deal with training, education, and ethics. And this is something that I think my colleagues across the way will continue to look at. But one of the things in the letter from the minister that to the chair of the committee that I want to emphasize, Madam Speaker, is that there are phrases in here like the government is seized with any issues related. The government acknowledges that there is a strong need to commitment to ensure they move forward. The government will carefully consider. The government expects to be able to provide. The government will continue to monitor. The government considers the recommendations. These are nice phrases, Madam Deputy Speaker, but they haven't got the job quite done yet, and there's a real opportunity here, I think, to help our immigrant population that's moving into Canada.
Comments? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's worthy of noting that we literally have hundreds of reports, and this just happens to be one report that is coming from standing committees. We have a number of standing committees. Our standing committees do fantastic work. And one of the things that I would caution members is that out of those hundreds of reports, you can imagine how many recommendations there would be. The Minister of Immigration would be very much aware, and his department, of the report. And one should not make the assumption that if the House is not voting on a report, that the ministries, the respective ministries, are not actually taking action on reports. And I'm wondering if my colleague, because the same principle applied for Stephen Harper, right? When you have reports that are in committee and then you get literally hundreds of them and only a few will actually come to the floor for debate, it would be a wrong assumption to believe that there is no action being taken on a report, because some reports will never ever see the light in terms of debate inside the chamber. In fact, the vast majority of them would not. And I'm wondering if my colleague would agree with that assessment, that it would be wrong to believe that nothing is actually being done on the file.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you to my colleague from Winnipeg North for his observation, at least, Madam Deputy Speaker. And he's quite right. A lot of the committee work that is excellent. There's lots of good reports. They don't all come to the House. We're assuming that the minister will move forward. But when we look at action, without anything coming to the House, that's where the rubber needs to hit the road. And in this particular case, all I'm saying is that it's very important that this discussion is taking place, because unlike a lot of the committee work that's done, the reports from the committees are not unanimous, and this one is. And I think that's why it's so important that we are able to move forward with this, and that we're just encouraging the government to be able to move forward with this particular report because of its unanimity of all parties.
Part of the sunny ways.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, it is indeed a lucrative business being a consultant in this country. And you know why, Madam Speaker? Because it has got a very, very weak regime in implementing or actually policing the consultants. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee for bringing up a very important issue and recommendations to the House, and I want to thank my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill and the government. I do agree with my previous caller, speaker, that this is a unanimous report, and being a unanimous report, it should bring into the attention of the government. I do not agree what the House leader said, because I've been in the government as well, that, there's so much work to be done that some of these reports won't be seen. This is a unanimous, including from his own party, that has said that this issue needs to be corrected, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. So let's just do it. It's a very small recommendation. They have a full department over there of immigration. They have a minister of immigration who can devote his time over here and come with this as quickly as possible. You know why, Madam Speaker? Because Canadians are demanding. Let me say this, Madam Speaker. I've been in Parliament for 20 years. For 20 years, my office has been intimidated by requests from newcomers. And every time. So when somebody comes to our office, we cannot provide the services that we need to. We tell them go to the consultant, because that's what the consultant regime was made up for. So when we give them the advice to go to the consultant, of course we do not recommend which consultant, because they ask for money. However, Speaker, more and more issues are coming onto where the same newcomers would come back to our office and say, his file failed, or his situation failed, and that he paid the consultant so much money. So my next question would be, if you have paid so much money, so why did the consultant not do the job properly? And then I would divulge more into details, and I would find shockingly that the recommendations given by these consultants did not match anywhere, whatever our immigration rules require. Our immigration rules are very clear on the websites. Nevertheless, many people will go to the consultants because there is a sense of comfort that if they go to the consultant, they will at least get the right advice, and they may not miss something which will reject their file. But then, unfortunately, the regime is so weak, Madam Speaker, that anybody can become a consultant. You have ghost consultants. Anybody can go and say, I am a consultant, and here I will charge you so much money. Therefore, Madam Speaker, it is why this matter was brought to the committee. My colleagues over here have very articulately said, and including the ones from the other side, who have said very clearly the need to do quicker action on this thing. Just because they are newcomers, doesn't mean that we should not have a regime in this country. This country is a rule-based country. Our laws are rule-based. We believe into the law. Therefore, when we see a regime out there that is not fulfilling those conditions, are unscrupulous consultants doing this thing, then you would come to the conclusion that there is a gap, a serious gap in our system here that needs urgent attention. Therefore, I will tell the Honourable Government House Leader that it's important he goes back to his government and say that yes, there is a need to look at this more carefully, very quick, urgent, because it is a report that is done unanimously, Madam Speaker. What I like about this report, and I'm going to tell you based on my experience, I love that fact that the significant recommendation is an independent body that will regulate the consultants, and it will have the power to act on consultants that have not fulfilling their or who are cheating their clients or who are ghost consultants. This is one of the best recommendations, but it should have the teeth. There is the current regulatory board that is over there does not have the teeth, and that is why you see proliferation of more and more consultants. And my colleague from Nose Hill was right that yes, the Conservatives under the former colleague Jason Kenney brought this issue, but we do have to admit that the problem with that was it was not a voluntary. While it was voluntarily, it did not achieve the result and it was misused. Therefore, this recommendation, after listening from all stakeholders and everybody, clearly states that, yes, there is a need for an independent body with teeth attached to it. If there is no teeth to that body in taking this thing, then this becomes another bureaucratic body sitting out there, probably being refilled with patronage appointees. So let's just go back to the whole situation and say, Madam Speaker, we do have experience in here. Somebody asked a question, how do we do that? Well, the Law Society of Canada has regulatory issues. Every professional body has means and ways for which to regulate themselves and have the teeth and to bring to account people who abuse their positions. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I don't see why that same simple rules cannot be applied to this regulatory body. And all it requires is for this current government to act on it very quickly, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I join in my colleagues with all of the House to say, can we have the Minister please look at this and address this issue, because this is, while it may not be the issue for Canadians, because there are new Canadians out here, but nevertheless, we cannot have a gapping issue in our system that is being abused because people are not following the law. Numerous examples have been articulated in this place by all MPs of how in their own offices they are integrated with immigration issues. Madam Speaker, the government just announced the next batch will be 300,000 Canadians coming into this place. We, of course, while cannot do much about the consultants overseas, which are also abusing huge people coming in, that is something we can, but we can indeed use the website to advise them of the issues. However, those who are here in this country should have the ability to address those things. And we should, once and for all, Madam Speaker, if this is done rightly, this issue will go away. And, Madam Speaker, a lot of workload in our office will decrease, as well as, Madam Speaker, there will be a level of comfort for everyone to say that rules are being followed in our country. Very important in immigration, Madam Speaker, that rules be followed. Every Canadian becomes upset when rules are not followed, as we can see people trying to come into our country through borders, bypassing rules. Yes, we have to have rules, Madam Speaker. Otherwise, a system without a rule is a system that does not have a confidence of the Canadians, then, Madam Speaker, it is a cause of serious concern. And I'm very happy to say that the committee came up with all these recommendations. And as I go through these recommendations, I feel very good. 20 years, I feel excellent, Madam Speaker. If this is done, I would be one of the most happiest men to see these recommendations being done. It's come after a very, very long time. So I congratulate everybody in the House. I congratulate the committees, all the members from all sides of the committee doing that. And, Madam Speaker, you have heard speeches from this House. This is unanimous that we want the government to take strong action in, Madam Speaker, meeting these requirements of the recommendations of this committee. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I will conclude by saying to my friend, the Minister of Immigration, please look at this thing. Let's get it done. Let's get this thing out of the way so that, Madam Speaker, the regime of immigration in this country goes back on track, that everybody, Canadians, have a confidence in this system. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Calgary Forest Lawn for his speech in the House. And it is a rare day when unanimously reports are agreed to. It shows that this House can work constructively. We can approach issues in nonpartisan ways. And it is a rare day, and I congratulate the member for pointing out that this current weak regime, as he called it, that it was a mistake by the former minister, Jason Kenney. But let's learn from those mistakes and let's move forward, and we can actually work constructively together. Now, recommendation 18, because he spoke of the weak regime and how lucrative this weak regime has become for crooked consultants, and that it has no teeth. So recommendation 18 calls for stiffer fines and sentences. And I was just wondering if the member would like to speak to what does he envision? He's seen it firsthand, the terrible cases. what kind of fines? How big should those fines be in his opinion? And the sentences, what kind of sentences should there be? Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
First of all, Madam Speaker, I would like to tell my honourable friend on the other side, Jason Kenney was not wrong. We did not do nothing wrong. Matter of fact, we started the process. And once you start the process, then it starts evolving into it. And now it has evolved to the level where you are talking about the recommendation 18 after the experience. But to tell you it was not wrong, Jason Kenney did the right thing. Now, coming back to his question about how stiff should this penalty be, this thing, we should start, Madam Speaker, by revoking the license. This should be the regime that has the license. So we should give them a very clear warning that if you are going to abuse this system, you are going to lose your license. And if you become, as my colleague has said from Winnipeg, a ghost consultant, as others have been charged in this thing, then we should join forces with the RCMP and everything to bring them very quickly, effectively to the court, for working against as an unlicensed. And whatever the penalties are for the other ones, that should be applied as well over here. But critically important, Madam Speaker, is that the regime of the teeth over there of enforcement is very important, as you pointed out. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I always listen carefully to the remarks from the member for Calgary Forest Lawn. He's got a lot of experience here, and though we don't always agree, I find his contributions very valuable. I, like him, have my office often feeling besieged by people who are desperate to deal with their immigration problems. And I think it's peculiar today that we've had speeches by members from the Liberal side of the House where they haven't clearly committed to supporting this concurrence motion, and I find that very hard to understand. But I wonder if the member would agree with me that one of the problems we have now is that the waiting lists are so long to get answers from Immigration Canada that it sometimes causes people who are desperate to reunite their families and deal with these problems to maybe take leave of their critical faculties when dealing with some of these corrupt consultants, because they're so desperate to do anything to get their families here to Canada. And so I really feel that these delays fuel this problem of the bad consultants who are out there because of the desperation of people to solve these problems.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I concur, and by the way, I want to thank you. Thank you very much for the nice words you said about me. But he has been a member there as well, and so I do have a high level of respect for his views as well. Yes, Madam Speaker, there is no question to the fact that the delays and everything that is in the immigration offices are fueling the desperation that is among people. How do I very quickly do? When you tell somebody that it is going to take 2-3 years to get somebody over here, or somebody wants to come for a marriage or something, the whole regime of processing this whole thing and delays causes people to seek shortcuts, as we have said, and these are where the unscrupulous consultants use them, Madam Speaker. So absolutely agree with my colleague here that we should have strong regime to ensure there is compliance. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure, actually, to rise in support of the concurrence of this report approving the government oversight of immigration consultants. But what I'm not pleased about is the debate that I've heard today. Although there was a committee that 201, every person on that committee supported the 21 recommendations in this report, and they brought it forward 10 months ago. And there's no evidence that anything has happened about that. And all day long, we've seen members in the government talking about this and not being able to provide any evidence of whether even they will support the concurring in of this motion, let alone the 21 recommendations in the report. What a waste of the taxpayer money it is when people sit at committee, come with a reasoned report that everyone is in agreement with, and the government does nothing with it. This is not the only case I've heard of. I mean, I personally was part of the Pay Equity Committee, where we put a special committee together in this Parliament and sat and we heard testimony. We took a lot of time. There was an extra cost to the taxpayer. And what we heard there was that the Bilson report done in 2004, 12 years ago, was actually the answer. The recommendations in there that were unanimously supported at the time were the answer to fix the problem that we're still trying to fix. There's been no action taken. So it's very frustrating to me when I see that waste of taxpayer dollars. And I also know that we've heard MPs on all sides of the House talk about how each one has nearly a full-time person in their office that's spending time trying to fix these screwed up immigration issues. And if you add that all up, that's $150 million a year cost. That's a huge cost to the taxpayer to fix this. And I don't understand what's so difficult about fixing it when it seems that there's people walking across the border from Quebec and Manitoba that seem to be able to get their PRCs in a matter of days or weeks instead of the aggravation of years that we're seeing in these examples. But I think, you know, to illustrate the toll that this is taking on people's lives as new immigrants that are coming to Canada, I want to share some specific cases from my riding of Sarnia-Lambton. Of course, I will protect the identity of the people. Now, there was one fellow who worked in a global company, and his company decided to transfer him. He was a citizen of New Zealand, but he was working in Australia. And the company moved him from their office in Australia to their office in Sarnia-Lambton. And so he came with his wife and his son. And the company at the time took care of all the immigration protocols, which was fine. And so he was here for 3 years, working away, and then he decided to apply to be a Canadian citizen. And so he hired an immigration consultant. And I have to tell you, when I look at the files that are coming through my office in immigration that are screwed up, and there's lawyers that have been involved in them, there's 3 lawyers' names that are probably responsible for 40% of the screwed up cases that are coming through my office. And I have recommended in every circumstance that people complain to the Bar Association about this, but to no effect. They continue to operate, they continue to impact lives. Anyway, back to the story. So the fellow goes to apply and is told and refused by immigration, saying that the initial papers that were filed originally when he first came were not correct. Well, the guy had been here for 3 years, working and paying taxes. His wife was working and paying taxes. His son was attending the high school. And so that was fine. They came to our office and we tried to help him go and get these original papers back from New Zealand and Australia that were required to remediate. And those were submitted. And then the government came back and said, well, okay, so now it's been 1.5 years, almost 2 years by the time we've gotten around to looking at this. Now his labor market survey has expired, and you'll have to start with that again. So we began to undertake that. That was done and that was submitted. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, there's a downturn in the economy and the guy gets laid off, okay? Then he gets a deportation order. Well, of course, this is ridiculous. These are law-abiding, tax-paying, hard-working citizens, the exact kind of people that we want to have come to our country and help our economic growth. So, of course, I intervened with the minister. I intervened 5 times on this file alone. And I'm telling you, it was not fixed. When they finally decided to deport him back to New Zealand, it was the week after a big earthquake just happened in New Zealand. We sent this guy back with no job to an earthquake disaster zone. This is the kind of toll that we're seeing from these consultants that get involved and screw up files. It's just totally unacceptable. And it seems to me that if the system is that complicated that people think they need to go get a consultant in the first place, that's something that needs to be fixed. And so I really like recommendation 16. 16 says that Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada undertake a review of the use of consultants and develop a formal working group with members of the department and a new regulatory body to explore ways of simplifying its processes to reduce the need for third-party assistance. If it can be done for people crossing the border in the wink of an eye, certainly we must be able to simplify it so people can come and apply. Now, the other thing I want to say is that when it comes to foreign markets, I've had examples of people that have paid consultants in foreign places and have gotten totally ripped off for the money that they paid and have then been in our country and had to be deported, and huge personal costs there as well. So recommendation 14 speaks to that and talks about educating and publicizing in these foreign places to make sure that people don't think they need those consultants in order to come to our country. And with that, Madam Speaker, I see my time is running out, so I'm very happy to support this, and I hope that the government will take this seriously and take some action.
Il est de mon devoir d'interrompre.
It's my duty to interrupt the debate at this point and put the question to the House. The question is as follows.
Ms. Rempel, seconded by Ms. Gladue, move that the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, presented on Friday, June 16, 2017, be concurred in. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Que tous ceux.
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Call in the members.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I ask that the vote be deferred to the ordinary hour of daily adjournment, Monday, December 4th, 2017. Thank you.
Accordingly, the recorded division stands deferred until Monday, December 4th at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. La Chambre va maintenant poursuivre.
The House will now continue with the daily routine of business. We are under motions.
Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary... no? Okay. Excuse. Okay. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Remember that, eh? Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Demande de débat.
Requests for emergency debates. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 52, I would ask that an emergency debate to be held concerning the upcoming layoffs at the Davie Shipyard. On Monday, the House of Commons unanimously deplored the job losses at the Davie Shipyard. Now, the House should be consistent and move on to taking action. In addition to the tragedy that these job losses represent to these workers and their families, there's also the issue of national security and operational needs. On Thursday, the union announced that over 160 workers and contractors had lost their job. And if nothing is done, Mr. Speaker, 350 employees more will be laid off in the next 24 hours, which means that by the end of 2017, there will have been 800 people who have lost their jobs. The Davie Shipyard represents 50% of Canada's shipbuilding capacity, and it has unparalleled expertise. Due to a lack of contracts from the federal government, the shipyard has not been operating at full capacity. It's clear that the loss of some 800 jobs in Lévis will cost Quebec and Canada irreplaceable expertise and could even compromise the national procurement strategy for shipbuilding. Canada has only one replenishment vessel for 3 oceans. I'm sure you'll agree, Mr. Speaker, that that's clearly insufficient. The Davie Shipyard, though, is able to deliver another one at a low cost and very quickly. The government has received 2 reports, one from the Defense Committee and one from the Senate, underlining the danger to national security that this represents. They call upon the government to obtain another replenishment vessel. Then there's the question of icebreakers. It's almost winter, Mr. Speaker. The government received an interim report underlining the considerable danger for our economy and for national security of not having enough. Even a free trade agreement with Europe will lead to greater traffic in the St. Lawrence, and so we need more icebreakers. The Davie Shipyard was not asked to take this contract, and yet would have been ready to contribute. They would have been ready to convert these 4 icebreakers at a very low cost and very quickly, and the government of Quebec supported this request. We just learned this morning that because the government prevaricated for so long, it's the Russians who ended up getting precedence over the Davie Shipyard. So Davie's options are increasingly limited. Without the Davie Shipyard, Canada would lose 50% of its production capacity at the very time when we need, when we have critical operational needs, both for the Coast Guard and for the Navy. We need to take action now before it's too late, and that's why this debate cannot wait. We call on you to consider this request for an emergency debate by considering the fact that, again, 350 people will lose their jobs in the next 24 hours. This means that in the last week, 500 people will have lost their jobs. This is our only opportunity to study the layoffs at the Davie Shipyard, because this subject was not listed on the orders of the day in the House, and it will not be by the time these jobs are lost. This is not a question of privilege, Mr. Speaker. This is a question of a national emergency. As you know, the Bloc Québécois has no other opportunity to raise this issue. So I would ask you to authorize an emergency debate as of tonight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
First of all, I thank the honourable member for Repentigny for her remarks. I listened to her comments, and I rule that in this case, they do not comply with the criteria and requirements of the standing orders. Thank you.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement, Sénat, reprise du débat.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate on Bill S3, an act to amend the Indian Act, elimination of sex-based inequities in registration, consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I rise today to continue debate on Bill S3, a bill from the Senate titled An Act to Amend the Indian Act, the Elimination of Sex-Based Inequities. Prior to doing so, I would like for those that are watching at home on CPAC to translate what happened just prior to this debate, in which the House was engaged in a 3-hour, I think it was a 3-hour conversation about the problems facing immigrants to Canada and the consultants that sometimes prey on them. It was debating a report that came out of our committee in which there was unanimous support for recommendations. At the end of that 3-hour debate, we then watched the Liberals express their opposition to a unanimously accepted report to crack down on bad immigration consultants, and then force a vote later next week to then vote against a unanimous report of all parties on the need to crack down on bad immigration consultants. So if anyone watching can actually understand the Liberal motivation behind that particular maneuver, I'm sure many of my Liberal colleagues can't explain it, but maybe somebody else out there can. Returning to this bill, because this is some time in coming, I want to first acknowledge the incredible, and I don't use this word very often or lightly, the heroic work of my colleague from Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU, who for much of his life, being a First Nations person, has by his very birthright, but more so by his decision and inclination, fought for the rights of Indigenous peoples in this country, tirelessly, both in Quebec and at the United Nations and around the world. He is one of the leading voices in this country about the rights and responsibilities of government, about the tragedy and the multitude of errors and racist legislation and policy that has emanated from this exact place, from this room, for generations against the First Peoples of this country. My colleague has been determined, he has been incredibly articulate, and it is his opinion, along with the people who first brought this case, upon whom I will rely this afternoon in terms of my concerns for this bill. S3. Not only my colleague from Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavut EU is opposed to this legislation, so are the proponents, the women warriors lady warriors, who litigated this case for 4 decades, who remain opposed to this legislation. And I will quote their letter to the Minister of Justice. Our reading of the motion introduced by Senator Harder in the Senate on November 8th, 2017, that's this motion here, is that we and many other Indigenous women who are similarly situated will not be accorded 6-1A status when Bill S3 passes. I'll get into what accorded status of 6-1A means, but suffice it to say that the intention of this bill to remedy a racist and sexist policy of the federal government of Canada will not be remedied in full by the passage of this legislation. Nor has the consultation that was promised by this government in arriving here today been done, that the minister herself admitted embarrassment and shame at the lack of consultation that her government promised and her government failed to do. So you can understand why First Nations people, having been through so many experiences of hopes raised, false promises made, to return back to the same old saga again and again, where the federal government, Ottawa, says we're going to get things right, we're going to talk to you and make sure we get it right, and the next thing the government does is nothing. Doesn't talk to them at all, doesn't include them, doesn't bring in their wisdom, and then at the 11th hour, which is true in this case, bring forward a piece of legislation, admit that they didn't consult anybody, admit that that was bad, and then say we're out of time, we need to pass this now. And it's going to do the trick. It's not going to fix the problem in whole. And that's according to the people who first litigated the case. So I trust them more than I trust anybody else. Now, let's start with first principles. The Indian Act, a colonial, racist piece of legislation that was created at the founding of this country, which the Prime Minister himself admits is colonial and racist and sexist in design. That's what we're amending here today. We're amending a racist piece of legislation, a sexist piece of legislation, a colonial piece of legislation to make it slightly better. Not entirely better, not even better for all of the women and their descendants who were affected by its sexism, but just for some of them, only going back to 1951. And anybody who was affected prior to 1951 and their descendants are not touched by this bill at all, will not be deemed into a new status, will not be deemed to be Aboriginal when they are. Only a federal government who says we believe in nation-to-nation dialogue, only a federal government could say that self-determination is important to us. But then when it comes down to the question of who you are, who your identity is, remains in control of that decision and says Ottawa knows best. We'll decide who First Nations is, and we'll decide who isn't, which is a continuation here in this bill. So let's walk back, because I think important of how we got here. It wasn't some great government benevolence that said, hey, by the way, this terrible piece of legislation discriminates against First Nations women, which it did and does. Let's find out how. There's 2 classifications for status, and through the course of this discussion, Madam Speaker, it loathes me to use the words, but the words are applied in law, and these are the words that we have to use because we are talking about the Indian Act. And in the, quote, Indian Act, it describes Indian status. This name and this word that was applied by Europeans to this country, to the First Peoples here, because they thought they were in India. Because they thought that when they left Europe and arrived on our shores here, they were in India, looking for the secret passage to India to enable the spice trade and other things that Europeans at the time were interested in 350, 400 years ago. In 2017, we still use the term Indian in our legislation to describe the First Nations people of this country as Indians. Can you imagine how offensive this is to First Nations people listening to this debate? That First Nations people who continue to live under the Indian Act in the prescription of basic government services, that the rest of the country enjoys without the racist terminology being applied. Could you imagine if non-First Nations Canadians had legislation using racist terminology to describe them? Immigrants from my home country of Ireland and all the racist epithets that were used against my people for years, that was written into law, and that when I went to apply for medical or dental or education benefits, I had to apply under a terminology of law that was inherently racist against my people? And we continue it. This public secret, we continue to walk with this and say that we are evolving. We have evolved, and acts like this will make it better. And when we ask the government that if you want to do nation-to-nation relationship, if you want to do reconciliation, that when you listen to the current chief of the Assembly of First Nations says time and time again that the Indian Act is a colonial race-based legislation that we must end. We need an exit strategy, as he calls it. The government says, oh, there go the First Nations leaders again. There goes the NDP again saying get rid of the legislation. Of course get rid of the legislation. Who else would survive under this legislation happily? What other ethnic group, particularly a group that was here first since time immemorial, would happily live under legislation that was inherently racist in its design, in its application, and in its use? Would Polish Canadians happily suffer under that? Would Canadians from the Caribbean communities happily suffer under racist legislation in name and application? So, under the Indian Act, Section 6.1 determines that if both parents are of First Nation status, the child will be First Nations. Section 6.2 says that if one person is with status and they have a child by another person who is not First Nations, they will only continue to be First Nations, that child, if the parent was male, if he was the First Nations. But if it was a female, if it was a woman, First Nations, who had a child with a non-First Nations, that child is no longer First Nations, says Section 6.2. That is what is attempting to be addressed today. And that was true up until the 70s and the 80s, where children of First Nations parentage were denied their status under the law because their mom had the audacity to choose who would be her partner. The woman in the 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s had to make a decision that if she fell in love with somebody who happened to be non-native, that the decision she was actually making to have children by that person was to say that their children could never be First Nations again. They couldn't be a member of their local First Nations in voting. They couldn't be a member of the local First Nations in celebration. They couldn't be a member of the local First Nations in terms of the government programs that were applied to them, to their parents. So that's sexism. If you determine the progeny is determined by whether you're a woman or a man, it's discriminatory. And it wasn't the government that decided to make this change. It was the courts. In this case, the Quebec Superior Court said to the Government of Canada, 2015, all those many years ago, this is discriminatory. This is against the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in Canada, where you can't discriminate against somebody based on their sex. It took until 2015 for this to be resolved at court, but it wasn't resolved. All the court can do is say, this part of the law is wrong. This part of the law infringes on the rights of Canadians. You have to strike it down. You must replace it with something. That was 2015, August. What did the then federal government do under former Prime Minister Stephen Harper? He appealed. He said, we're going to appeal this. We disagree with the court's findings. We disagree with the idea that you can make a determination of somebody in this country based on their sex. We disagree that it is unconstitutional. We will appeal it. We are going to spend taxpayer money more, because they've spent hundreds of millions over the years fighting Aboriginal rights and title in court. We're going to spend more money from the taxpayers to fight for the principle, according to the former government, that the children of First Nations people should be First Nations or not, depending on the sex of the parent. Okay, so the Quebec court says you must change the law. Canada appeals under the former government. New government comes in, an election, they drop the appeal. The court gives the government of Canada, the courts don't care who the government of Canada is. They don't care which party's running Canada. They say the Crown. Always these terms come back from our past. Oh, the Crown. We are a colonial offshoot. The Crown must remedy this. You have 18 months. That seems reasonable to me. 18 months to go out and consult with people so that if you're going to make the changes to the Indian Act, make them in the most fulsome and proper way possible. Maybe a good idea in those 18 months is if the government of the day went and consulted with the women who first brought forward the case 40 years ago, who are still active. That would have been a good idea. 17 months later, we've got a month to go, and the government pops up with Bill S3. And amazingly, as they bring forward this legislation, they're challenged on it. Because fixes to this act are important, particularly to the people who might be affected. And when the minister who's in charge of this was first commenting on this, this is what she said. The government is also exploring various opportunities and approaches for engagement with First Nations and other Indigenous groups on necessary legislative change, and more information on this will be forthcoming. Sounds good. We're going to consult. A year later, at committee, she's asked, how did the consultations go? And here's the second quote. My department's failure to directly engage with the plaintiffs was not only unacceptable, but embarrassing for me as a minister. So, promise we're going to consult to fix this. A year later, they're embarrassed and call it unacceptable. To my mind, unacceptable means you do not accept something, but clearly it is acceptable because here's the legislation. And the plaintiffs, the women who fought for this over 4 decades, imagine this personal sacrifice, for 40 years without money and political support to fight for a principle, for a right, to not be treated unfairly under a racist piece of legislation. They didn't bother to talk to the women who were involved. And those women have come forward and said, as I started this speech with, Bill S3 does not remedy the problem that we first sought with the courts. So what's going to happen with this legislation? I suspect the Liberals will vote for it. It will get challenged. It will go back to court. It'll start at the lower court. It'll work its way up, probably to the Quebec Superior or the Supreme, with the government of the day spending more taxpayer dollars challenging their version of events. That this change should only go back to 1951, and that's good enough. Accept it. We're going to repeat the errors of history. Now, I can recall when we had an apology to First Nations in this place on behalf of the Government of Canada by then former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. And it's important to remember, Madam Speaker, with any of the apologies, the one we saw recently to the LGBTQ community, it's not the Prime Minister himself who's making the apology. It's the Government of Canada. It's the Parliament of Canada expressing regret and begging forgiveness in some cases for the mistakes made by previous governments, whatever their political stripe, because it doesn't matter who was in charge at the time, really. And the apology for the residential school travesty was warmly accepted by First Nations people in the riding that I represent in northwestern British Columbia. Despite years of oppression and oppressive legislation, there was an opening of the hearts of the people that I represent to say, of all the harm being done to us over the many years, we understand that the government now recognizes that as wrong. We accept your apology. And I thought that was broadly true until the then government who made the apology, 2 months later, canceled the Aboriginal Healing Foundation, which had been established to help the survivors of residential schools to deal with the trauma of residential schools. What does an apology mean if your next act is to continue the same thing that you were apologizing for? I was recently in a remarkable community in my riding, a place called Bella Coola, excuse me. In Bella Coola, the Heiltsuk people have lived there forever. It's an incredible valley, Madam Speaker. It's glaciers and mountains and a massive river that's causing all sorts of concerns with climate change. And the Heiltsuk have been living there and growing an incredible culture. And I was on the way into their local school with a local chief councillor and another councillor, and on the way in there's this plaque, beautiful plaque, great First Nations symbol on the front, and beside it many names. And the names are of all the residential school survivors from that community, all the children that were taken from their parents over decades, and their names are enshrined in the wall to remind the children as they come in, not taken from their parents, of what happened before. And this chief counselor went to the wall and he said, "There's my name right there. That's me. I was taken when I was 5. And he said, right above me is my mom. She was taken when she was 6. And he said, I only found out that she'd even been to residential school when this plaque was unveiled. And I said, what do you mean? He said, she never talked about it. We never talked about it as a community. The shame was so incredibly great that only when we had this ceremony honoring the victims did I find out my mom had been through the same horror I'd been through. And I said, well, when did you tell your kids? He said, when I was 53, when I was right enough to be able to talk to them. It's hard to understand what the impact is. I think of it as a father having my kids taken, right, by another culture and a government, beaten and raped and oppressed, and the emotions are powerful. When we look at opportunities like this to do away with the continued practice of racist and oppressive legislation, the bare minimum of decency requires that we talk to the people who have been oppressed. The bare minimum of intelligence is to use the wisdom and understanding of those most affected. Bill S3 didn't do that. The government chose not to do that. They admit embarrassment and shame now. It's not good enough. If you're going to do something and you want to rebuild a relationship, then do it. Do it with integrity. Don't keep issuing apologies and continuing to make things for which you're going to have to apologize again in the future. First Nations deserve better. This country deserves better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs and the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for his contribution in this debate. And I know that he, like many of us in this House, wishes that we were standing here today repealing the Indian Act and not amending it, because we all know the flawed legislation of which this country has dealt with its Indigenous people over many, many years. Mr. Speaker, one of the challenges, I guess, as a government is the fact that just repealing it in the absence of other legislation makes it very, very difficult. So I know the member likes to talk about this being great government benevolence, but realistically, court case after court case after court case in this country occurred without government acting, with the entire legislation being ignored. What we are doing is we are correcting sex-based inequities in this legislation, and we would ask the members to support the work of our government, work with us on this difficult road that we're on to ensure that all rights for Indigenous people are taken into consideration.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Baltic Valley.
So to be clear, any insinuation that the New Democrats are not willing with full heart and mind to work with the government to correct the terrible atrocities that have been committed in the past is incorrect. But what my colleague just said isn't true, because this legislation seeks to set a limit on correcting the sex-based discrimination of 1951. She shakes her head no, but it is true, because the women who advocated for this case, the warrior ladies who have said, if passed in its current form, will not apply to them, will not apply to their circumstances, should give the government some pause. Are they going to suggest to us that they know better than the women who for 40 years have been fighting this case, that Ottawa knows best against the women who have experienced and had to live with this racist legislation? Now ministers of the Crown are going to sit here and say they're wrong, We didn't consult with them, which the minister admitted, her embarrassment. We didn't consult. We should have. I'm embarrassed. They didn't consult. They wrote the legislation. They got it wrong, and the women are pointing it out. So for anyone to sit on that side of the House and say these women are wrong, I would dearly invite them to a conversation with these brave ladies who have fought so hard for basic and fundamental justice.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his great speech. I think I've addressed this topic before, and I talked about an old car that's well worn out, but it needs a new wheel bearing. Do you put the new wheel bearing in a really old car, or do you just go to town and you buy a new car? And that's really what it feels like with this, and he addressed that at the beginning of his speech. One of the other things that I noticed about this piece of legislation is the unique circumstances that have taken place with the passage of the bill. I know one of the things was there was messages sent from this place to the other place and then back again. That seems to be unique. I'm a new member. This is my first Parliament, Madam Speaker, that I get to participate in. I know that the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley has been around here before. I'm just wondering if you can comment on the process of the passage of this bill and if it's unique from his perspective as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't claim any great expertise in terms of parliamentary history as to where and when bills originate from and what the problems are, but I will say this, that there seemed to be a growing trend, particularly in the last Parliament, where clear government legislation was being written and sent from the Senate, drafted and put in there, but it was drafted by the government. It wasn't being drafted by the Senate. This clears, it seems, I don't know the intricacies of this particular bill and, as he says, messages back and forth, but when government needs to bring forward legislation, and this is court-ordered, by the way, right? Any government that wants to pat itself on the back and say, look how wonderful we are, the courts demanded this at the Supreme Court in Quebec, Superior Court in Quebec. The idea that the bills are coming through the Senate seems to me, as a Democrat, a problem, because you're pretending to originate your legislation with unelected and fundamentally unaccountable legislators, the senators, who aren't elected by anybody. They can't be fired by anybody, really, as it turns out. It's very hard. And I think it's the House's duty, it's the government's duty to author legislation of which they are responsible, not to pass the buck over to the Senate and have them do it for them.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. He talked about everything coming from Ottawa and Ottawa knowing best, and the paternalism that exists with that. Would the member not agree? I mean, I have the Mohawks of the Bay Quinte in my riding. The Mohawks themselves have expressed a deep concern around this bill in that they want to choose who the members are going to be of their community and are very concerned that Ottawa is actually, once again becoming paternalistic in trying to throw the doors wide open to include all members. So I would caution that the member, not take this too far, that we do need communities to define who their members are going to be, and to have them directly involved at every step of the way, and that this bill, as it's worded, and taking the time over the next number of years to ensure that we get this right so that the communities themselves are setting those priorities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
So I take my friend at his word, and the notion of nation to nation implies a certain respect and a capacity for self-determination. The self-determination of identity must be the most basic form of self-determination we have. My friend identifies himself as a sovereign person, not for me to impose on him who I think he is. And in his community, that is also true, but that is not true for First Nations people. The Department of Indian Affairs has done that since the inception of this country. You are First Nations, you're not. Your mother got together with a non-native guy. Not only are you not First Nations, but anybody who descends from you isn't as well. It doesn't matter if you're raised in the community, speak the language, enrich yourself with that deep culture. It doesn't matter. Ottawa is going to determine it. It continues today. It continues today. That this legislation goes back part of the way, but stops in the 50s. And anyone affected before that and who descended from those people, I'm sorry, Ottawa is going to continue to determine that you are not First Nations, regardless of who you think you are and who you know yourself to be. I just think the ability to define who we are as ourselves individually and within our communities lies at the heart of this, and why my friend used a broken car analogy. The Indian Act is so much worse than that. South Africa came here to study the reserve system when they were looking to establish apartheid in South Africa. That's not a coincidence, that's a disgrace. And it should highlight for us how bad and inherently rooted this is in this institution. And in order to get it out, it's going to take at least the amount of effort that was put in to oppress First Nations people for so many decades.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sud.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Skeena for his speech. But I want to give him an example that's even more egregious from Vancouver Island, where we have the 13 nations that make up the Nuu-chah-nulth Tribal Council, along with the Dididat and the Pachidat. They're cousins. Waukeshan speakers are Makah in Washington State. And when someone married someone who was a non-status Indian in Canada, but was a Waukeshan speaker in the United States, they're cousins. They lost their status. And the same is true in my riding of the Coast Salish people, from the Songhees, from the Esquimalt, from Skianu, and the Sauk Nation. They have cousins living on the other side of the border. And if they married into those, not literally cousins, but families, language families, they lost their status in Canada if they were a woman. So if they were a man, they didn't. So it doesn't even have to be a non-native. It was a non-status person. So we have people who are very, very concerned, but I have to differ with the other member. All the people that I have talked to in these nations have said, we will make those decisions. You change the law, and we will make those decisions ourselves.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley has about 50 seconds to respond.
So there's a lot of conversations that go around this issue that say, when are First Nations going to get their stuff together? And my answer back to those folks is, how about we work our side of the hyphen first between native, non-native relations? That when we still enforce racist, colonial, sexist legislation, it's a bit rich for us to turn to First Nations people and say, what's your problem exactly? And why can't you figure out? The cases he raised are similar in my part of the world, because the Haida, for example, were the Haida. And then suddenly, Russia sold Alaska, they dropped down a division, and the Haida of Canada became Canadians, and the Haida of Heidelberg became Americans. And if you married one way or the other, you were under threat of losing who you were as a person. How ridiculous and ignorant is that? You want to fix this? Let's fix it. But let's fix it right. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, the House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments that we've heard both today and the other day in regards to the importance of Bill S3. You know, when the Prime Minister was leader of the official opposition, leader of the third party, Liberal Party, back a number of years ago, I thought the Prime Minister made it very clear in terms of trying to establish a relationship of respect. And the idea of it being nation to nation is something in which the Prime Minister embodied and made a part of what it is that members of this caucus, of the government caucus, and my Liberal colleagues have really also embraced. Recognizing, you know, the many past historic tragedies and wrongs that have been put upon you know, people that really did not deserve that, Madam Speaker. And to that extent, you know, we have before us legislation that looks at making a significant change and making sure that there's a higher sense of equality. There is the broader issue that I believe needs to be addressed in good part, and that is talking about the relationship and the need for us to move forward. I represent, as members know, Winnipeg North. There's a very, and I have the honor and the privilege of representing many people of Indigenous background, Madam Speaker, and I'm very proud of that fact. I like to think that one of the strong characteristics of Winnipeg North is, in fact, when you take a drive down many of our community streets, you will see a very high sense of heritage, of Indigenous heritage. I suspect that we have some of the higher percentages of volunteerism coming out of the Indigenous community. There's one in particular, Mama Wichita, as an organization, has done so much for First Nations and Métis in particular over the year, advancing the many different causes that are there in a very real way. And what we want to be able to do is to try to address some of those needs. I have spoken inside this House on many occasions dealing with Indigenous issues, and I think that if there was a consistent thing that I have said in regards to that, is looking and encouraging us as government and all members at ways in which we can enable strong Indigenous leadership and support that in whatever way that we can, Madam Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, once it's all said and done, you know, the First Nations community in particular, and the acceptance of us as a whole should never be underestimated in terms of its importance and contributing in terms of who we are as a nation today. Earlier, I had the opportunity to talk about immigration, and I said that, you know, we are a country of immigrants. While we all know First Nations and Inuit were not immigrants. They were the individuals that have been farming and using this beautiful land that we call Canada as home for thousands of years, Madam Speaker. And through time, we are the ones that actually came to this land, and through many different initiatives and communities have built up to be a wonderful, wonderful, fantastic, many would argue the best country in the world. But having said that, we need to recognize our First Nations and Inuit and Métis for the fine work that has been done and will continue to be done. And we need to demonstrate respect. I think that we have, through the Prime Minister and his sense of commitment, saying that this is a priority issue, that we want to further this nation-to-nation relationship is fantastic to see and hear. But what we have is a government that has actually taken tangible action also, Madam Speaker. We have given historic amounts of money to attempt to address many of the issues. I was so impressed when the Prime Minister made the announcement that we were going to split the department into two, where we actually have our former Minister of Health now responsible for Indigenous services. And that is, I think, something that was exceptionally well received, because if we take a look at the needs and the desires to become more independent, the need to get a better understanding of the reality of Indigenous peoples and the daily life that is taking place, Madam Speaker, I think it's of critical importance that we act in a more expeditious way, and by designating a minister that has that responsibility in terms of looking at the services, I think is a positive, wonderful step forward. We have seen a government that has talked not only passionately about the importance of education, but has also invested in education for Indigenous people. And we need to equate, I believe, education to opportunities. We know if we invest in education and we provide better opportunities for individuals to grow within that education, whether it's elementary, secondary, post-secondary, that there will be more opportunities into the future, Madam Speaker. There are many wonderful initiatives that the government has already taken, and I take it my time is running out for now, Madam Speaker. I look forward to being able to continue my comments at the end of question period. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have 13 minutes the next time that this matters before the House after question period. Statements by members, déclaration de députés, l'honorable...
The honourable member for La Pointe de Lille. Madam Speaker, yesterday we learned that the use of French is continuing to decline in Canada and in Quebec as the main language used at work. Statistics Canada is trying to mask the decline by saying that the joint use of French and English at work is increasing. Well, that's like saying, heads I win, tails you lose. If French is declining, it's clearly because English is taking up more space, and eventually it will take up all the space, just like it does in the rest of Canada. Like all around the world, institutional bilingualism leads to the assimilation of minority languages. To ensure its growth, French needs to be a shared language in the territories where there's a critical mass of francophones, starting with Quebec. The Bloc Québécois will continue to pressure Canada to stop imposing institutional bilingualism in Quebec. And what Ottawa's refusal to do so shows...
Member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about Movember, and I am inspired by the member from Sudbury, as well as the thousands of youth that I've worked with throughout the years, and my son. Movember is an initiative that supports boys and men who are afflicted by prostate and testicular cancer, as well as those that face mental health challenges. And I want to offer my gratitude to all those that have supported this amazing initiative, one who sits beside me here on my right. Mental health stigmas are detrimental to young men who want to tough it out and not risk their masculinity by admitting this perceived weakness. My message to them, you're not weak for having a mental illness. You're strong for acknowledging it. To the boys and men who are silently suffering, I want you to know we care, we want you well, and we love you.
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, the Christmas season is upon us. Canadians everywhere are starting to race around to find the perfect gift this year. The best gift that we can give is the gift of life. Blood is always in short supply at this time of year, and many lives depend on a steady supply of blood donations. I am a blood donor, and I'm sponsoring a blood drive on Tuesday, December 19th at the Eau Claire Blood Donor Clinic in Calgary. Those able to donate to give the gift of life can call my Calgary office to book an appointment. I encourage all Canadians to take the time to donate blood this season. It is the perfect gift. It's the gift of life. Thank you.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Parkdale High Park have spoken to me repeatedly about housing. They've told me that after a 25-year absence, the federal government needs to re-engage. They've said to me that housing is foundational, that when you solve housing needs, you give Canadians a better chance at good health, at educational and at economic success. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we listened to our constituents and we responded with the National Housing Strategy. This is a strategy that targets the most vulnerable: veterans, seniors, Indigenous people, survivors of domestic violence, and those dealing with mental health and addiction issues.
It's a strategy, Mr. Speaker, that will inject $40 billion into housing, that will build 100,000 new units and repair 300,000 more. A strategy which will reduce homelessness by half in 10 years. Most importantly, it's a strategy that will entrench housing as a human right. That's the kind of protection that constituents in Parkdale High Park and indeed all Canadians deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Essex.
The Great Lakes are the largest surface freshwater system on the earth, and the health of the Great Lakes in my riding of Essex are in serious danger. Last September, Lake Erie saw a dangerous growth of algal bloom that landed on the shores of Colchester, closing it down for an entire week to the public. These harmful bacterial blooms produce a toxin which is extremely harmful to swimmers, boaters, and local wildlife. Because of this crisis, the member for Windsor West and I held a tri-level roundtable with researchers from the University of Windsor who expressed the need to work diligently to restore and protect the Great Lakes. And today, the International Joint Commission, in their first triennial assessment of progress under the 2012 Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, called on the government to set specific timelines and targets for making critical improvements. It is imperative that we take immediate action to avoid additional harm and contamination. That's why I've asked the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to initiate a long-term study and assessment plan to protect this fragile ecosystem. Essex is surrounded by Lake Erie and Lake St. Clair. The health and vitality of our Great Lakes are instrumental to our sustained growth, environmental stability, and safe drinking water in our region.
Honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, December 1st, marks World AIDS Day, a day to show support for individuals living with and affected by HIV and AIDS. Over many years, Canada has made great strides in the response to this public health challenge, and we have strengthened our frontline community and public health capacity to educate people about how to prevent infection. We've also worked to reduce stigma by supporting the establishment of more supportive environments to enable individuals to come forward for testing and improve the quality of life for those living with HIV. In 2015, Canada endorsed the global targets for the elimination of sexually transmitted and bloodborne infections by 2030. And the Government of Canada is working with provinces, territories, First Nations, Inuit and Métis communities and all stakeholders to develop a way forward that will help Canada achieve these global targets. This year alone, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is investing more than $87.8 million to reduce the impact of HIV and other sexually transmitted and bloodborne infections in Canada. And today, Mr. Speaker, I invite the members of this House to join me in wearing a red ribbon to recognize the important work of those dedicated to addressing the challenges of HIV and in honour of those who have lost their lives to AIDS.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to celebrate a deeply respected institution and to pay tribute to a man whose life is distinguished by sacrifice, selflessness, and service. Today is the feast of St. Andrew, the patron saint of the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople. The Patriarchate is the center and highest see of the Orthodox Church, led by His Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew. He is the spiritual leader of the world 300 million Orthodox Christians. Despite facing religious persecution, His Holiness perseveres to promote religious tolerance and peace coexistence between Jewish, Christians, and Muslims, or Islam. On behalf of the Conservative Party of Canada, I send warmest wishes to His Holiness Bartholomew and the hundreds of thousands of Orthodox Christians across Canada for the joyous feast of St. Andrew. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, today we commemorate Jewish Refugee Day. I specifically want to call everyone's attention to some forgotten refugees, the approximately 850,000 Jews who had to leave Arab countries and Iran due to religious persecution. Their families lived in these countries for many centuries, but in the years leading up to and following the establishment of Israel, anti-Jewish sentiment and violence dramatically increased.
In some of these countries, Jewish communities were the target of organized killings and systemic violence. In many countries, their possessions were confiscated and their citizenship revoked.
Jewish communities in the hundreds of thousands today only have a handful of Jewish residents, and willingly or unwillingly, their Jewish communities found refuge in Israel and in Western countries like Canada. I ask all of my fellow members to join with me in those Jewish Canadians who found refuge from Arab lands in Iran in commemorating the experiences that they lived. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to recognize an outstanding elder and community leader from Enoch First Nation in Alberta. Irene Morin has advocated tirelessly for important community causes for the past 56 years. Despite her official retirement in 2016, Irene still shares her considerable talents with organizations such as the Alberta Council of Women's Shelters and the 23rd Annual Aboriginal Role Models of Alberta Awards, which she chairs. Irene is in Ottawa this week to receive a Senate 150 medal from Senator Mitchell in recognition of her outstanding leadership and dedication to Indigenous peoples. She is joined by her granddaughter, Alyssa Morin-Arcand, who is already following in her Cookum's footsteps involved in her community. Mr. Speaker, please join me in thanking and congratulating Irene Morin Kimamitsitse Hinan.
Bravo. Honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud of the people that work in Alberta's energy sector who have made Canada's resources the most reliable and environmentally sustainable in the world. Right. Canada is a leader in energy, but the world currently has very limited access to our resources. Canadian companies have spent billions in trying to build new pipelines to Tidewater, but this government has held them back. This leaves us with only one choice, which is to sell our products to the United States at discounted prices. Energy East and the Northern Gateway pipelines, as well as the Pacific Northwest LNG project, have been cancelled under this government's watch. These projects would have created tens of thousands of new jobs, would have added hundreds of billions to Canada's GDP, and resulted in tens of billions in new government revenues that could have been used to build hospitals, schools, and roads in every community across this country. But all of that has been lost. It is time that this government quit attacking the energy sector and build prosperity in communities like mine.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to thank the Prime Minister and the Government of Canada for their leadership in delivering on a long overdue promise to bring closure to many other Indigenous people in Canada, and that is apologizing to the residents of Newfoundland and Labrador that were former residential school survivors. Most Canadians received this apology in 2008. However, those residential school survivors in Newfoundland and Labrador were left behind. Last week, on behalf of the Government of Canada, the Prime Minister apologized to these residential school survivors in our province. Both those members of Nunatsiavut, Nunatuavut, and the Innu Nation received what was a true apology as part of our real reconciliation process that is ongoing in Canada. For many of these people in that room that day and watching at home, this closed a dark chapter and finally began a healing process for many of them. I want to acknowledge and congratulate all of those who fought hard for this to happen.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the idea of a safe place was born in my community of Richmond Hill back in 1978. Within 24 hours, the yellow brick house, once attached to Dr. Crawford Rose's clinic, went up for sale, and a home was made for children and women in crisis. Frustration were turned into hope when passionate and dedicated friends and neighbors joined together to paint, clean, and gather furniture, appliances, books, toys, and clothes. Holding and nurturing those values, the Yellow Brick House non-for-profit organization has served and supported 5,581 abused women and children across York Region to date. On November 25th, I had the honor of launching the 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence alongside the Yellow Brick House staff, volunteers, and donors. I'm honored to have shared their story and shone light on their incredible work here today in this House. I encourage my colleagues in this House to take concrete steps toward taking questions, calling out, and speaking up against acts of violence today and every day. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, it's a historic day. November 30th marks the 530th anniversary since the German beer purity law was passed by Albert IV, Duke of Bavaria, stating beer must be brewed from only 3 ingredients: water, malt, and hops.
I agree.
It marks the 29th year since the Soviets stopped jamming Radio Liberty, which worked to counter communist propaganda directed at intellectuals in Europe and beyond.
Amazing.
93 years since the first photo facsimile was transmitted across the Atlantic by radio using a process developed by Winnipeg's own William Stevenson.
Amazing.
63 years since the first meteorite known to strike a person, hitting Elizabeth Hodges of Alabama on the hip.
Crazy.
8 years since Canada began its recovery from the depths of the global recession under the leadership of the previous government. And 2 years Since someone sold 680,000 shares in Morneau-Chapelle a week before new tax measures were introduced that deflated the stock market. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to know, who was it?
Honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, on December 1st, Muslims across Canada will celebrate Eid Milad an-Nabi, commemorating the birth, life and message of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, by sharing happiness, harmony and love with fellow neighbors. The Islamic Association of Western Canada, Jamia Masjid Aliya Allah, Fiji Islamic Centre, Naqshbandi Islamic Centre and many other local Surrey masjids and organizations will be holding prayers and celebrations. I am proud to represent one of the most diverse communities in Canada that brings together a mosaic of cultures, religions and languages. On behalf of the residents of Surrey Newton, I would like to extend my best wishes to all those celebrating Eid Milad an-Nabi.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
December 13th, 2017, events will be held on Ontario, Manitoba, Alberta, and BC to mark Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day. 80 years ago, Imperial Japanese Army forces raped an estimated 20 to 80,000 Chinese women and girls, and some 300,000 people were killed. Western eyewitnesses in Nanjing described the atrocities as, quote, hell on earth. After the Nanjing Massacre, the military sexual slavery system for the Japanese military expanded rapidly. Some 200,000 women from Korea, Philippines, China, Burma, Indonesia, and other Japanese-occupied territories were tricked, kidnapped, or coerced to work in brothels to serve as, quote, comfort women to the Imperial Japanese Army. Documents of the Nanjing Massacre were included in the UNESCO Memory of the World Registry. Tekka Lit from BC Alpha worked with the BC NDP government and developed a resource guide including the rape of Nanking. Thank you, Canada Alpha, for your dedication in ensuring that Canadians remember and learn from this history.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, today is Jewish Refugee Day, a day that is set aside to commemorate the 850,000 Jews across the Middle East who were displaced from their homes as a result of religious persecution during the 1940s to the 1970s. This year, B'nai B'rith has once again put together a campaign to commemorate these refugees in a bid to promote awareness of this great injustice. I'm proud to share with the House that this year, B'nai B'rith Canada has teamed up with Judy Feldkar, a Canadian activist who single-handedly and secretly helped 3,228 Jewish Syrians leave Syria over a period of 28 years. Mr. Speaker, B'nai B'rith is doing truly outstanding work in honouring and educating people on the horrors that Jewish families and individuals have faced. Mindful of the stories and memories of Jewish refugees on this day of commemoration, please allow me to assure the Canadian Jewish community, on behalf of my colleagues, that we will always fight against anti-Semitism and racism in any form and in any place in the world, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Monsieur le Président, last night the
Mr. Speaker.
Association of Canada hosted the Canadian Tourism Awards. Each year, these awards recognize the success, leadership, and innovation happening throughout Canada's tourism industry. I'd like to congratulate all the winners and the nominees. You are the people and the businesses that are Canada's welcoming face to the world. Tourism supports more than 200,000 businesses, 1.8 million jobs from coast to coast to coast. And these amazing people are at the heart of this great industry. Alors,
as we prepare for the Canada-China Year of Tourism, I am proud of the investments made by our government to further develop Canada's tourism sector and to create more middle-class jobs. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member for Carleton.
On December 7th, 2015, the Finance Minister introduced
tax changes on the floor of this House of Commons that led to a drop in the stock market and a 5% reduction in the value of Morneau Shepell shares, but not before someone got out selling their shares just 1 week earlier. Correction, it wasn't just someone. There was someone else. Who was it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we saw yesterday, the Conservatives find themselves in a bit of a jam. They are trying to make allegations here in this House, hidden behind parliamentary privilege, that they cannot repeat outside the House. Indeed, when challenged to repeat the allegations they had made on Monday, the Conservative House leader said, "I'm not going to say that. I don't want to get sued." Well, that, Mr. Speaker, is the proof that these are nothing but baseless allegations.
Honourable member, order for Carleton.
Let me quote something that is just now being said outside of the House of Commons and is on the Global News website. Global News has analyzed insider trading reports of the company Morneau Shepell and discovered that the finance minister's father sold a significant number of shares day before his son announced a major tax policy change. Is that, too, just a coincidence?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives find themselves in a difficult position because this finance minister has been responsible for extraordinary growth, the best growth in the G7, has been responsible for lowering taxes for the middle class, raising...
Order. We're early in question period, and we've already heard a lot from the member for Brant Ardrey, although he hasn't had the floor. The member for Edmonton Manning, I'd ask them and others to wait until it's their turn to speak, whether it's today or another day. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister has delivered time and time again for Canadians and for Canada. The members opposite cannot attack on the substance, on the impact, the positive impact of everything that this government and this Finance Minister has done, and therefore they resort not to substance but to slander.
Honourable member for Carleton.
I quote again David Akin. In its analysis of trading activity by all Morneau Shepell insiders, Global News has found that the minister's father is the only insider to have significant activity in the days before the finance minister's tax announcement, end quote. It turns out the minister's father sold $1.5 million worth of shares just 4 days before the tax announcement that dropped Morneau Shepell share prices. Is that just a coincidence?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, an easy rule of thumb for Canadians watching the goings-on in this House of Commons is to see whether or not the allegations made inside this House are repeated outside this House. As the Conservative House Leader herself said last night, they don't want to get sued. The fact is, the member opposite said things on Monday that he is very careful not to repeat outside this House, and that is demonstration that this is nothing but a slanderous smear job.
Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, since the start of the week we've been asking a very simple question of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. Who sold the 680,000 shares in Morneau Shepell a week before the change was made? A transaction that enabled that person to save thousands of dollars. And, oddly today, from Global News, we learned that another person sold 200,000 shares. The minister's father. Either he's really lucky or he's well informed. What is the Prime Minister waiting for to fire the Right Honourable Prime Minister? Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see that the Conservative Party is in a difficult situation. They can't repeat what they're saying here, what they said Monday, outside this House, because here they benefit from parliamentary privilege. So it's an easy way for Canadians to see that what they're doing is making personal, unfounded attacks because they can't criticize our economic performance, which is extraordinary. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I challenge the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance to answer the very simple question. Because, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are entitled to have a Minister of Finance with integrity, responsible, who takes his responsibilities seriously. Now we have the Minister of Finance who's not above or beyond reproach and leading by example. Mr. Speaker, the countdown is on. The question is not if we're going to be changing the Minister of Finance, it's when. When will the Prime Minister take responsibility and do what he must do? In other words, fire the Minister of Finance. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Things aren't going well for the opposition because we, over the past 2 years, have been showing economic growth. We've been leading the G7. We are helping Canadians in the middle class and people working hard to join it through the Canada Child Benefit, with a drop in taxes on the middle class, with higher taxes for the wealthiest 1%, by cutting taxes to 9% for small businesses. The opposition has nothing to attack us on, so they're simply making personal attacks. It's a smear campaign. They're baseless because they won't repeat them outside of this House. The Honourable Member for Mouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, Mr. Speaker, I feel bad for the Prime Minister. Now, we know that the Minister of Finance sold 680,000 Morneau Chapelle shares. He told us that. It's not the question we're asking here in the House. The question we're asking is, did he sell them on November 30th, 2015, a week before bringing in tax changes in the House? Now, he could deny it. He's had several opportunities to do so. He has not. So if he's refusing to set the record straight here, why doesn't the Prime Minister demand that he do so? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the NDP was the official opposition when the Conservative government had such poor economic growth and didn't help Canadians in need. For 2 years now, we've been delivering for Canadians in need. We've been helping the middle class and people working hard to join it. We are helping community organizations, small businesses. So they have nothing else to do but to continue to follow along the lines of the Conservatives with unfounded personal attacks. The Honourable Member.
The Prime Minister for this House is astounding. Mr. Speaker, perception is everything, especially when we're talking about things like conflict of interest. The fact is that the Finance Minister refuses to even deny that he sold those shares at that date looks bad. The fact that he refuses to clarify his father's transaction in this House looks bad. Can the Minister, or the Prime Minister for that effect, do the right thing, stop obfuscating, and clear the air in this House?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been answering these questions for a number of weeks, but the fact that we've been responding to this at all is because the members opposite find themselves in the difficult situation of not having much else or much of anything to attack us on, which is why they have to invent these unfounded, baseless allegations that not one of them from either party will repeat outside of this House because, to quote the opposition House Leader, they don't want to get sued.
Order.
The Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member for Mouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Asking questions to which he does not answer represent mudslinging. First, the Finance Minister refuses to even acknowledge a conflict of interest when he tables a bill that would benefit the firm he was working for. Then he consistently refuses to answer the simple question of when did he sell these shares in Morneau Chapelle. Then he refuses to clear the air about his father's transaction. So I'd like to know when he will understand that the only way for him to get out of this mess is to answer and give the truth right now in this House to Canadians.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is that we have the strongest economy in the G7 right now with the fastest growth. We have demonstrated that we are helping the middle class with a Canada Child Benefit, lowering taxes, and that is the hard work that the Finance Minister has been doing. The members opposite have so little to attack us on substance, they have to switch to slander, which is why they're not saying any of these allegations outside of this House because they don't want to get sued. I don't blame them. You get sued when you don't tell the truth.
Honourable Member for.
Order. 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 All members tell the truth, and I would ask members not to suggest otherwise.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski Nejet-Témiscouata Basque.
Jumping the shark, and there is jumping the Paul Calandra, and the Prime Minister has done it.
The Minister of Finance has refused to look reality in, and this mess is such he could have avoided, in fact, by putting his shares in a blind trust, but he didn't do so. He could have avoided this mess by denying in this House that he's the one who sold those shares on November 30th, 2015, but he didn't do that either. He could have avoided this mess by explaining to the House the coincidence in the transaction by his father with Morneau Shepell, but he didn't. When will he understand that the only way to get out of this mess is to tell the truth here and now in this House? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing to see this House reduced to personal attacks that are unfounded. It's the only approach that the members opposite have towards a Minister of Finance who has my full confidence, has the confidence of Canadians, because he is delivering for the middle class and for people who are working hard to join it. We are generating economic growth. It's the envy of the other G7 countries. We are delivering on the promises we made to Canadians. We'll continue to do so.
For Chilliwack Hope.
The Finance Minister and Prime Minister keep threatening MPs, telling them to go outside. Well, outside of this House, they've been given every advantage. They have family fortunes. I don't have a family fortune. They have teams of high-priced Bay Street lawyers. I don't have a fancy lawyer, but what I do have is a seat in the House of Commons, and whether they like it or not, in here we are equals, and I have the right to ask them questions no matter how much more money they have than I do. So why don't they stop threatening members of Parliament and just answer the question?
Order. 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 I remind members that each side gets to have its turn. And there'll be more turns coming ahead. And I would ask the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Neepawa not to be heckling quickly when I'm trying to ask members not to heckle. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, there are no secrets here. What has clearly been the case is that I have reported all of my assets. The sale of my shares, which I made when I came into office, has been reported in the newspapers. I presume the members of the opposition can read. So what we are talking about, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that I moved forward to sell some shares. And what we did, Mr. Speaker, is we then moved forward to make sure that we were following every one of the rules of the Ethics Commissioner. I will continue to work with her. I am disappointed that this House has gotten to this low level of discourse, but I will continue.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister's obviously gone his whole life without having anyone have the audacity to question him. Whenever he's had any problems, his money and his big city lawyers made them go away. And now he's threatening to use his family fortune once again to threaten members of Parliament who are asking him legitimate questions. So if he can't answer the simple question of when he sold his 680,000 Morneau Shepell shares, why doesn't he just do the right thing and resign?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Absolutely said that I sold some shares. That happened. What I can tell you, Mr. Speaker,
I have to ask the member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie and others to settle down. This is a hot topic, I realize, but we have to have each side have its turn. And his side will have a turn again, as he knows. So I'd ask my colleagues to remember that and remember where we are and what we owe Canadians in terms of this place and its image. Honourable Minister of Finance.
If the member opposite has something that he wants to say, if he has an allegation that he would like to make, I would ask him to grow some spine, stand up right here in this House, and say it in this House. Say what he means. If he really wants to say something, he should be then confident enough to walk outside this House and say it in the foyer. That is the way it works, Mr. Speaker. I would invite them to say whatever it is they want to say.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know all too well of guys like this minister who have a lot of money and use that money to make their problems go away. Right now, he's trying to make his problems go away by threatening members of this House of Commons with his high-priced lawyers. I've asked very clear questions of this minister. I'm going to ask one more. Is it just a coincidence that both he and his father sold millions of dollars worth of shares a week before he introduced tax increases that helped drop the value of those shares?
Yes or no? Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I have a level of disgust for what's going on the other side of the House. I actually did not know. I did not know, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Carleton could sink any lower. In fact, I didn't know that was possible. But he has actually taken efforts today to actually move for me to talk about my family. I can tell him that if he wants to ask me a question, if he wants to insinuate something about me, he should say it here, he should say it now, and he should say what he means, and then he should move it out in the foyer, because truth matters, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Order. The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, if truth matters to the minister, he has an opportunity to tell it. In the 10 days before he introduced tax changes on the floor of this House of Commons that led to the drop of Morneau Shepell shares by roughly 5%, the 10 days prior to introducing those measures, both he and his father sold millions of dollars of shares in Morneau Shepell. Either that was a coincidence or it was not. Which is it?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I will say it again and again. I did give a direction to sell shares when I came into office to arrange my affairs. That was something I did. So what I can say, though, right now is I will take absolutely no ethical lesson from somebody who actually had a report from the Ethics Commissioner on his desk when he was a minister and didn't act on it. I will take no ethical lesson from someone who has been called out by Elections Canada. I will take no ethical lesson from someone who puts his own party out front while he's out using government money. I will take no lessons from him. I will move forward doing the right thing, which I've always done.
Yeah. Member for Carleton.
Well, the right thing, Mr. Speaker, is to actually answer the question. The member is correct that he did reveal that he sold shares. He just didn't tell anybody when. I had to dig up the date of the transaction. It turns out it was November 30th, just 1 week before he introduced tax changes on the floor of this House of Commons, which were followed by a drop in the value of his shares. He and his father have sold their shares right before the introduction of those measures. Again, simple question. Is that simply a coincidence?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, simple answer, one that perhaps the member from Carleton won't understand. I did give direction to sell my shares, but the insinuation that he's making, I believe, is that something that we announced during the trading day somehow moved markets. He might not understand how markets move, but we did.
Order. Order. I would ask the Minister of Finance and other members of the House not to suggest that members in this House aren't able to understand things. I think that's inappropriate. I know that there is a lot of heat here. Order. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie will come to order, or he can go outside or be helped outside. Which would he prefer? Which would he prefer? I ask the Sergeant-at-Arms to remove Mr. Richards. There are 16 seconds remaining in the Minister of Finance's response. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps just a little sense of things that do and don't move markets. When you talk about something for 6 months, when you announce to 36 million Canadians that you're going to make a change on the top 1%, that would be something that we would describe as fully and completely disclosed. Mr. Speaker, much like all of my assets were fully and completely disclosed.
Order. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
If you read the Liberal platform, you would think that that measure was going to come into effect at the beginning of April. In fact, no revenue was projected in that platform until the beginning of April. Many tax changes do come in the middle of the calendar year. In fact, the Minister of Finance proposed one in the last summer that it would have come into effect on July 18th. So members of the market did not know exactly the timing of this measure until that member introduced it on the floor of this House of Commons. Right. Some people apparently did. Who were they?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, just a quick review of the facts. I did, as I've said, give an order to sell some of my shares. We did announce to 36 million Canadians that we were planning on raising taxes for 1%, which in fact we did. We know, Mr. Speaker, that in fact, over time, the markets have gone up. That's a clear fact, and it's a positive ramification of our economic actions. Mr. Speaker, if there is something that the member opposite would actually like to say, something that's worth saying in this House, he should say it. He should say it in the House. He should be willing to say it outside the House. We're looking forward to hearing it.
The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has challenged us for several days to reiterate the questions we're putting here outside. I will tell him that the question I'm about to ask him is one that I asked outside of this place about 5 minutes ago. We just learned that on November 23, 2015, the father of the minister sold shells at $15.20 per share. On December 3rd, the father of the Minister of Finance sold another 100,000 shares at a value of $15 per share. In December, a week later, the minister made a major announcement that caused a drop of 5% in the value of those shares, having enabled his father to save thousands of dollars. The question is very clear. Was anyone aware of the minister's announcement before it was made public? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, it's sad to see a question like that in this House. I know when we've gotten to the point of speaking about our families. If the member has a question for me, he can ask me. I will answer it. I have answered all questions in this House. If he has something to say, if he has an accusation, he can make it here. He must say what he means to say, and he must also say it and repeat it outside this place.
Bulkley Valley.
I'm not sure he's listening, so let's try again. Let me repeat inside the House what I just said outside the House. According to Global News, regulatory filings show that William Morneau Sr. sold 200,000 shares in Morneau Chapelle before December 3rd, 2015. 4 days later, the finance minister introduced tax changes that dropped the value of Morneau Chapelle shares by approximately 5%. My question for the finance minister is clear and important. Did anyone have knowledge of this tax change and its timing prior to it being made public?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have two responses. Number one, we told 36 million Canadians that we were planning on raising taxes. Number two, of course, no one outside of the closed circle within the Department of Finance and those that needed to know within our government would have known about our actions in advance of that date.
L'honorable député de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the minister has just said, in response to one of my colleagues, that the budgetary measures by the Minister of Finance have an impact on the stock exchange. And I believe him. He said that the stock exchange or the stock markets are going up following the budget they brought down. So if the measures, the budgetary measures, have an impact, then the Minister of Finance knew on December 7th, 2015, that the introduction of those measures would have an impact. So, in light of that, is he the one who sold shares in Morneau Shepell on November 30th to avoid the impact of those measures? The Honourable Minister. The answer is no. Mr. Speaker, I decided to sell some shares when I was elected, and we did exactly what we said we would do. We increased taxes for the wealthiest 1%. Those are two very important things to understand. There are other very important facts. Our measures are working well for Canadians, and we will continue to work for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Beauce. I would thank him. This is the first time in the House he has answered the question that we've been asking for several weeks as to whether or not he was the one who sold shares in Morneau Shepell on November 3rd, 2015. He said no. Is that accurate? Is that what you said? I would urge the member to direct his questions through the chair. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Right, Mr. Speaker, let me be absolutely clear. I gave direction to sell shares when I came into office to arrange my affairs. I don't know on what exact date those shares were sold. So what I can say, Mr. Speaker, is it might have been on the day suggested, it might have been on another day, and I don't know. But what I can say, most importantly, is we gave advance knowledge to 36 million Canadians about our party platform. We moved forward with that platform, and that platform has what's led to the kind of economic growth that all of us are pleased to see in our country.
Order. The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, we have learned that the finance minister's father sold shares at the same time as the minister. But the finance minister continues to avoid every opportunity to tell us when he sold 680,000 shares in Morneau Shepell. Instead, he has given non-answers and is trying to bully us with threats of dispatching his pricey Bay Street lawyers. If the finance minister won't come clean and answer the simple question, if he sold 680,000 shares in Morneau Shepell 2 years ago on this day, then he needs to resign.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I do hope that we will get to some questions that matter to Canadians. I have answered questions about this on numerous occasions. What I can say is that we put forth a platform, a very clear platform to Canadians. We said we were going to lower middle-class taxes. We said we were going to raise taxes on the 1%. Canadians understood that. That's why they elected us, and that's why they didn't elect the members opposite. So, Mr. Speaker, we've moved forward with that and other parts of our platform, which are leading to much better situations for middle-class Canadians and families across this country. We'll continue to work for them.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it now looks like we know what the dinner conversation in Rosedale was like around 2 years ago today between the finance minister and his father. 7 days later, the minister would introduce a sudden tax change that would take effect January 1st, 2016, a change moved up from the original start date of April 1st, 2016. So who knew that the goalposts were moving? Certainly the minister did, and it would appear so did his father. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister has refused to answer simple questions. How can Canadians have any confidence at all in this finance minister?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. There are no secrets here. This has been fully reported. All I can say is, what did we know for sure? We know we told 36 million Canadians we were going to raise taxes on the top 1%. That's what we know for sure. What we know for sure is we moved forward on that measure, Mr. Speaker, which is why they weren't elected. We know that this actually made a huge difference for Canadians. If they want to make an accusation, they should make it very clearly, they should say what they mean, and they should be willing to go outside in the foyer, as I know they have not done, to say it again right out there.
Honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
After much pressure, Liberals have a new fix to end legislated discrimination against Indigenous women, but only after consultations. This is not supported by the women who've been fighting this in court for 40 years. It proves again Liberals are breaking their promise on gender equality and respect for Indigenous people. Why does a so-called feminist government need to consult on whether Indigenous women have human rights? They do. So will the Prime Minister now remove all sex discrimination from the Indian Act?
Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to working with First Nations, parliamentarians, impacted individuals, and experts to ensure all sex-based discrimination is eliminated from registration under the Indian Act. Bill S3, as passed by the House of Commons, remedied all known sex-based discrimination in the Indian Act registration since the modern Indian Registry was created. We are now seeking to amend the legislation to also remedy sex-based inequities that existed between 1869 and 1951. With this amendment, Bill S3 will remove all sex-based inequities from...
The Honourable Member for Abitibi. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals accepted the proposed changes to remedy sex-based discrimination in the Indian Act, but they will act only after they hold consultations. Indigenous women have been clear from the beginning. Sex-based discrimination should have been eliminated a long time ago, Mr. Speaker. Although S3 does rectify some parts of the Indian Act, as ordered by the court, by the way, does the minister recognize that S3 does not eliminate all sex-based inequalities? The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Crown Relations. Our government is determined to work with parliamentarians, First Nations, and individuals and experts in order to make sure that all sex-based discrimination in the Indian Act is eliminated. Bill S3, as passed by the House of Commons, corrects all known sex-based discrimination when it comes to registration from the establishment of the registry in 1951. We now seek to amend the bill.
Mississauga, East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I was proud to stand with the Prime Minister and all my colleagues here who stood in solidarity and recognition of the horrible injustices done to the LGBTQ2 community. It was said then, as I say now, though that still more can and must be done. Can the Minister of Public Safety provide this House, and indeed all Canadians, on what additional steps are being taken?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week I was very proud to introduce Bill C-66, which will allow the expungement of convictions involving consensual sexual activity between same-sex and age-appropriate partners. People will be able to apply for themselves or for a loved one who has passed away. We've committed $4 million to run the process, which I hope will start very soon. I encourage all members to help us take this important step toward addressing historical injustices against the LGBTQ Canadians, and I would note, with unanimous consent, we could move it to committee this afternoon.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, a great deal of problems are happening for the Minister of Finance. Canadians' problems is that the institution of Minister of Finance is being attacked by his bad management. Global News informed us today that that 200,000 shares were sold before his tax policy was announced, but the minister says, I don't know when my shares were sold. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Canadians, why does the Minister of Finance have so much trouble being truthful with Canadians? The Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I have no secrets. We've read in newspapers and other publications about my decisions. I decided to sell some shares. But if there is a question for me, if there's really a question, if there's something that they want to say, they have to say it here in this House, exactly what they want to say. And at the same time, it's very important to consider if they want to say it in the foyer. There is nothing that I can't answer here, and I can answer them in the foyer as well. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. I will take the Minister at his word. What I want to know, it's Canadians who want to know. What they want to know is yes or no. Is he the one who sold those 680,000 shares? I said it here in this place. I'll repeat it. I've repeated it outside, and I'm sure his lawyers are looking into it. I'm not afraid to ask questions, and I will continue to ask them. Yes or no? Are you the one who sold those 680,000 shares? I've already indicated to a member today that comments must be directed to the Speaker. If one says you in this place, it means me, the Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, as I said, when I was elected, I sold shares from my family's company. It was in the newspapers. If there is something that the member wants to say, he can say it here. He can say what he wants to say. If he has any accusations, it's important to say them. If he has something important to say, it's important to say it here. At the same time, it's important to also say it in the foyer, because that way we can understand what he wants to say and if it's the truth.
Days before introducing tax rate changes that affected the value of many different stocks, did the Finance Minister sell 680,000 shares of Morneau Shepell shares on November 30th, 2015?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I do hope we will get to some questions that matter to Canadians about how the economy is doing. I have repeated on a number of occasions that, yes, I sold some shares when I came into office. What I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, is that what we did was we then moved forward with our platform. Our platform has made an enormous difference, with the fastest growth among G7 countries, with a huge difference for Canadian families. The opposition doesn't want to talk about what's going on with Canadians. What they want to do is talk about personal issues that have nothing to do with Canadians.
Order. I have to ask the member for Brant to try not to interrupt when someone else says the floor. The member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Days before introducing tax rate changes that affected the value of many different stocks, did the Finance Minister sell 680,000 Morneau Shepell shares on November 30th, 2015?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how many times we'll have the same question asked. As I've said, I gave direction to sell shares in my company when I was elected. What that did, Mr. Speaker, is it allowed me to work with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that I was free of conflict. What that did, Mr. Speaker, is allow me, like all my colleagues did, to work on the work that we promised to do for Canadians. That work is having a really important difference, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing a better situation for Canadian families, 300,000 fewer children who will live in poverty this year, a housing strategy to make a huge difference. This is sort of work that really matters to Canadians, and we do hope we can talk about it in this House.
Well done. The member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned the Liberal government appealed to the National Energy Board to fast-track Kinder Morgan's Trans Mountain pipeline by cutting out the people of Burnaby and British Columbia. This is unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. This is a very unusual and troubling attack on the city of Burnaby and the province of British Columbia's constitutional rights to do their own evaluations and deliver their own permits. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals respect the Constitution, withdraw their letter, and instead support the city and province's rights to enforce their own regulations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to report that today the Minister of Natural Resources is in British Columbia, clearly communicating and demonstrating our government's support for the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline. And earlier this week, the Attorney General of Canada filed a letter to the National Energy Board indicating the government's support for establishing a standing panel to determine ongoing compliance by Kinder Morgan for the project conditions of the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline. The government has taken an important step to ensure that if natural resource projects are approved, it proceeds in a timely fashion and continues to generate economic benefit.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
80 years ago, 20 to 80,000 Chinese women and girls were raped, and approximately 300,000 people were killed. Some 200,000 women, known as comfort women, became sexual slaves to the Imperial Japanese Army forces. Former MP Olivia Chow moved a motion to recognize this, and it was unanimously supported. Across the country, events will be held to mark December 13th as Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day. Will the Prime Minister honor the victims and ensure that Canadians learn from this history by proclaiming December 13th as Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day?
Honourable Minister of Heritage.
It would be a pleasure for me to have the chance to sit down with my colleague and further a discussion regarding this very important issue. And of course, I'm always available if she wants to discuss with her foreman.
Carleton.
Earlier in question period, the finance minister said, and I quote, "Of course, no one outside the closed circle within the Department of Finance and those that needed to know within our government would have known about our actions in advance of that date." The minister has just admitted that there were confidential measures included in the motion that he would table on the floor of the House of Commons. Did he have in his possession a list of those measures on the day that he sold his $10.2 million of shares?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we all keep cabinet confidences here. We, of course, are very careful to ensure that anything that we're working on that is government business is kept closely confidential to only those people that need to know and who are sworn into those decisions. That will be the continuing position of our government, as I'm sure it has been for previous governments. What I can say is that the actions that we took on the dates that are in question, they were actions that we campaigned on, that we told Canadians for months that we would do. We told them that we would raise taxes in the top 1%. Of course, what we saw over time is that the Canadian stock market performed very well.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister acknowledges that the document he tabled on the floor of the House of Commons was confidential. If it was confidential, then that means he had access to information that other participants in the marketplace did not. The details, the timing, none of that was certain until he actually introduced it here on the floor, something he has just now admitted. Did he have a draft copy of that motion when he sold his $10 million worth of shares?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I've announced, when I was elected, I gave direction to sell some shares. That was something that I decided to do to arrange my affairs when I came into this office, as I presume other members did as well. What we then moved forward with is the platform that we told Canadians that we would do. Of course, we keep that careful legislation confidential until it's actually announced, and we did that. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work for Canadians, keeping confidences when they're needed, proclaiming our platform as loudly and proudly as we can so that Canadians can understand what we're going to do in advance.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the finance minister told us just moments ago that he still doesn't know the date on which he sold $10.2 million worth of shares. That's after 3 days of questioning on the matter. He has not been able to go back and check his records and figure out when he sold shares of that enormous value. My question is for the Prime Minister. If the finance minister cannot figure out when he sold $10 million worth of shares, how can he possibly be trusted with the budget of the Government of Canada?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, if there is something the member from Carleton would like to say, specifically say it. If he is making a particular accusation, he should say it. It would be worth him saying exactly what he'd like to say. And if he wants to say that here in this chamber, I will answer that. Then what he should do is take any accusation, anything that he wants to say exactly what he means in the foyer. I believe there is some sort of accusation here. I can't quite discern what it is, so I'd like it if he said it clearly here and outside. That would be appropriate.
The member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, our government is fully implementing the Jordan's Principle using the definition and scope suggested by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. Earlier this year, the government sought judicial review of two aspects of the ruling to the amount of time allowed to process requests and the availability of case conferencing to ensure full and effective implementation of Jordan's Principle. Can the Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services please update this House as to the status of that review in order to protect the health and safety of Indigenous children? Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington for his question. Our government recognizes Jordan's Principle, which affirms that all First Nations children should get the care and services that they need, no matter where they live or when they need those services. I'm very pleased to report in this House that we have reached an agreement with the parties on two aspects of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ruling from May 2017, with which the government was seeking clarity. As a result, Canada will withdraw its application for a judicial review. Our goal is to move beyond legal proceedings and to work together in a collaborative way. 24,000 cases approved.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, the minister says that he gave direction to sell the shares in Morneau Shepell. But he would not have been giving that direction to a trustee of a blind trust, because we now know, contrary to his earlier suggestions, he had no blind trust. So to whom did he give those directions, and can he provide us with the precise details of those directions?
Good call. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, for weeks we've been asked a question in this House about whether or not I worked with the Ethics Commissioner. The answer is I worked with the Ethics Commissioner to show her all of my assets. That is the way that we work in this House. What I can say, Mr. Speaker, is I will continue to work with the Commissioner. That is appropriate. That is what allows us to move forward in the work that we're going to do. I decided, though, Mr. Speaker, that because of the perception of a potential for conflict, I would go farther than anyone's gone before and sell all the shares in my family company and give a donation to charity representing any potential gains, which I've done.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The crisis continues. 30 newspapers are shutting down, but the Minister of Heritage is not worried about it. But there are Liberal MPs who are very worried. La Presse reported today that dissidence is palpable and that Liberal MPs privately express their discontent with the government's inaction. They have trouble understanding the government's laissez-faire attitude towards big web-based companies. The member for Ottawa West said that if there are solutions, we should do what we can. The member for Vancouver Centre said that the minister said she would help newspapers to transition, but that's not what we're asking for. How many jobs have to be lost before she bestirs herself? How many MPs in her own caucus will it take for her to finally act? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. I want to be clear. We value the importance of journalism. Every year, we help print media through the Periodicals Fund with $75 million. In the context of our new vision for a creative Canada, we have said that we're going to continue to support local media, and we will also help local media who are not already on the web, those that are printed, to transition to digital, because that is how people are access content more and more. I want to assure you that our citizens in Canada have access to journalistic information. The honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, Canada is marking 16 days of activism against gender-based violence until December 10th because we know the awful toll that it takes on women, girls, and their families. It represents a significant barrier to equality. Women and girls must have the opportunity to participate fully in democratic and public life and in their communities to achieve equality. Can the Minister of Status of Women inform this House
how this government is supporting Indigenous women's empowerment and achieving gender equality? Thank you.
The Secretary.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for Vimy for the question.
Gender-based violence is critical to allowing women and girls to reach their full potential and to achieving gender equality. It is also why we are working to empower women in all aspects of Canadian life.
And that's why, Mr. Speaker, our government is pleased to announce $5 million for projects to empower Indigenous women to be leaders in their communities in order to address issues that affect them or hinder their advancement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Carleton.
I asked the finance minister whom he directed to dispose of his shares, and the only person he named was the ethics commissioner, but to my knowledge the ethics commissioner is not a licensed stockbroker and would not be the appropriate person to sell stocks on behalf of any member of the cabinet. So I presume that he had his own stockbroker, and I wonder if he could tell us, did he ever discuss the timing or price of the sale of his $10.2 million shares that he sold before introducing his tax measures?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
No.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister refuses to explain why $70,000 flowed into his riding's coffers and is hiding behind a shaky justification by his party. There was a fundraising event that happened in British Columbia at the end of June. But since when do fundraisers for Papineau happen 5,000 kilometers away from Montreal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, these assertions are entirely false, as confirmed by the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Not only that, but the Liberal Party has moved forward with the strongest standards in federal politics for openness, transparency, including facilitating media coverage, advanced postings, hosting in public accessible spaces, and timely reporting of event details and guest lists. Contrast that to opposition parties who continue to organize their fundraising events in secret, barring journalists, and so much more, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. The facts are that on May 19, 2016, the founder of the Wealth One Bank paid $1,500 for a private dinner with the Prime Minister. On July 7th, the founder's wish was granted and the bank became operational. What a coincidence. Within 48 hours of that authorization, the Liberal Party's bank account for Papineau went up by $70,000, and it came from wealthy Chinese individuals from Vancouver. If that's not an exchange for a favor, what is it for?
Mr. Speaker, the facts are the Liberal Party has moved forward with the strongest standards in federal politics, as I said, for openness, transparency, which includes facilitating media coverage, advancing postings, posting in public accessibilities, spaces, and timely reporting of event details and guest lists. Contrast that, Mr. Speaker, if you will, to the opposition parties who continue to organize their fundraising events in secret, barring journalists, and hiding details about who is attending their closed-door events, Mr. Speaker.
And now I believe the Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope has the usual Thursday question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Deputy House Leader of the Government what the business is for the rest of the week and for the week when we return.
Will Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we will continue the debate on Bill S3, Indigenous registration. Tomorrow, we will take up third reading debate on Bill C63, the budget legislation. On Monday, we will have the last opposition day in the supply cycle, meaning that we will also vote on supplementary estimates B and the respective appropriation bill at the end of the day. Tuesday, we hope to complete third reading debate on Bill C58 concerning access to information reforms. Wednesday afternoon, we will call Bill C61, the First Nations education legislation. We will round off the week with Bill C24, the Salaries Act, that is, at report stage. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to sincerely thank all honourable members in this House for coming together on the apology of the LGBTQ2 Canadians this week. And finally, Mr. Speaker, discussions have taken place between the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, when the House begins debate on second reading motion of Bill C-61, an act to give the effect to the Anishinaabe Nation Education Agreement and to make consequential amendments to the other acts, a member of each recognized party, a member of the Bloc Québécois, and a member of Sandwich Gulf Islands may speak to the said motion for not more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments, after which the bill shall be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to the Committee of the Whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member had the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Adopted. Carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming a debate of the Senate amendments regarding S3, an act to amend the Indian Act, elimination of sex-based inequities in registration.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has 13 minutes remaining in his speech and debate.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And prior to Standing Orders 31's being read, I was well engaged in terms of talking about what is a very important issue for the Government of Canada as we try to advance Bill S3 through the House of Commons. We recognize and continue to move forward, I believe, in a very tangible way in dealing with what is a nation-to-nation responsibility, as our Prime Minister has very clearly indicated that what I believe, genuine relationship between the national government and First Nations, Métis and Inuit, Mr. Speaker. And I want to pick up because in many ways what we're talking about within this legislation is the issue of gender equality and trying to see more of that within the legislation of the Indian Act. And we've had many people provide comment on the Act, and you will find that it is overwhelmingly, I suspect you might be challenged, in fact, Mr. Speaker, to find members stand in their place and say that the Indian Act is a good piece of law that we have today, that the drive to change, many would say to replace in its entirety or be gotten rid of, Mr. Speaker, is something that is in order, and I suspect in good time, because as the Parliamentary Secretary for Indigenous Affairs has clearly indicated, that you have to have something in its place. And as we work towards that, Mr. Speaker, there are many other things that we can do. And I want to pick up on what the Parliamentary Secretary to the Status of Women said today in question period when he was asked a question in regards to dealing with empowering and advancing Indigenous women through government programs. And, you know, if I were to quote the answer where he made it very clear that the government was pleased to announce $5 million that will ultimately go towards projects to empower Indigenous women to be leaders in their communities in order to address issues that affect them or that hinder their advancement. I started off my speech by talking about just how important it is that we recognize that we deal with Indigenous issues, this being one of them, this legislation that we have before us, but it goes beyond even legislation, that we need to look at financial ways in which we can also, or alternative ways. It's not just legislation. And that talks about the whole concept of consultations, working with our partners, working at that nation-to-nation level, and seeing what else that we can come up with. This was a significant commitment where we're taking in my area, in Winnipeg North, I suspect that we will see, and in fact, I've had opportunity to encourage at least one organization to look at this particular announcement and say, is there room in Winnipeg North and even beyond the borders of Winnipeg North where we could tap into some of that $5 million, because there are many different impediments, I should say, that prevent women, in particular Indigenous women, from being able to access certain things in which we might just take for granted, Mr. Speaker. And I am very happy to see this particular announcement that has taken place, and I think it complements what it is that the government is hoping to be able to achieve. I wanted to highlight some important messaging that I believe that the government is ultimately hoping to communicate out to people with respect to this particular bill. We understand that it is all about ensuring sex-based discrimination is eliminated from the registration under the Indian Act. I always find it amazing that here we are in 2017, and I think, with the support, encouragement, if I can put it lightly, of our courts, we have the legislation recognizing that aspect, but we also have what many people refer to a strong feminist Prime Minister, with a very proactive minister responsible for Indigenous affairs and the department that have ultimately recognized that this is, in fact, an issue that does need to be dealt with. So I'm very glad that within Bill S3 that we'll actually be doing just that. It also, through the bill, remedies all known sex-based discrimination in the Indian Act. Again, these are things in which, given that it's 2017, we wouldn't think are still within the legislation. And sometimes it needs to be moved forward, at least until we have that more comprehensive, holistic approach with respect to the Indian Act itself, Mr. Speaker, or at least until we've been able to fill that void that would be created by getting rid of the Indian Act. It also, through seeking to amend the legislation to also remedy sex-based inequities that existed, and it sets, Mr. Speaker, virtually from Confederation, or just prior to Confederation, 1969, all the way up to 1951. The government's amendment, if passed, which was actually passed, I must say, by the Senate, will remove all sex-based inequities from the registration provisions in the Act. And that is something, my colleague from the New Democratic Party spoke at length on that particular issue, Mr. Speaker. And I must say, I do agree with the member across the way at times, and this is one of those areas in which I do. It's hard to imagine why it is or how it is that we could justify. We know you could never justify it in 2017, but where there was a time in which there was gender discrimination to the degree in which a male from a reserve could actually have a child, and there was never any question in terms of the heritage of that child or the entitlements of that child. Contrast that to a female, Mr. Speaker, and it was questioned whether or not or what is the heritage of the child if she had chosen to marry someone that was not from Indigenous background, Mr. Speaker. And I think that most Canadians as a whole would recognize just how unfair that is. Even back then, we had very strong feminists that no doubt would have recognized that sense of unjust policy or legislation. I, for one, am surprised that it's still in legislation today, and that's one of the reasons why I think that this is legislation that members should seriously look at. And I understand and appreciate that we will be voting the legislation hopefully through before the end of next Monday. We recognize that the government amendment was passed by the Senate, as I indicated, is the best way to achieve the stated goal, which is in essence to get rid of that sex-based inequities, Mr. Speaker, in launching consultations early next year, which will look at a broader range with the Indian Act registration and membership issues. Mr. Speaker, I think that is really important. You know, I sat for many years in the opposition benches, and we had legislation that impacted our Indigenous communities, and I would often talk about the importance of consultations. This is something in which I believe that there is always room for improvement. Even under this administration, we can always strive to improve or be better at working with people and trying to ensure that we are consulting in a very thorough fashion. What I have found personally is that there is no shortage of thoughts or ideas related to issues such as what we're talking about today, Mr. Speaker. I often have individuals that will come by my local restaurant, which I go to on a weekly basis, every Saturday from 10 to 2. I won't say which restaurant, but Mr. Speaker, it is a restaurant that I'm committed to going to so that constituents know that they can visit me to share their thoughts and their ideas. And I can tell members, you know, in the last number of months, I've had a half dozen or more individuals want to come to me and talk about the United Nations or Bill, I believe it's 262 from one of our NDP colleagues that is advanced for debate inside this chamber. And I've received postcards on it. I've had phone call discussions. And even in groups, group meetings, there is always a great deal of interest in having that dialogue. I can only imagine at the macro picture to the degree in which we need to be sensitive to the need for consultations. And on that note, I would really like to extend my recognition and congratulations both to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs and the Parliamentary Secretary to Indigenous Affairs, because they have done an absolutely outstanding job in terms of reaching into the Indigenous or working with Indigenous community members and leadership from within there in ensuring that the government is moving on what are some absolutely critical issues in terms of advancing forward, Mr. Speaker. And I think that as a general rule, we will see more legislation. We will see more budgetary measures. And a good example of that was the recent announcement of the housing strategy. You know, that record historic housing announcement that the Minister of Finance or Minister of Housing has just put forward to this House. And there was a comment in regards to as much as we have this wonderful plan that's going to provide housing for literally hundreds of thousands of Canadians into the future, there still is a very important component that needs to be expanded upon, and that is the Indigenous factor, Mr. Speaker, and working with the Indigenous leaders to ensure that when we talk about housing and housing standards, that is something that is also put on the table. And that's why I say, you know, today many would see this as just legislation that is long overdue, and then they're in good part, they're right, it is long overdue, but it will pass through. But I don't want people to think, given whether it's the Prime Minister's or others' remarks in regards to this very important relationship, that this is all we are doing. There are other pieces of legislation. There are budgetary measures. There is a very high sense of willingness to cooperate, to continue to develop and promote that nation-to-nation relationship, Mr. Speaker. I see that my time has virtually expired. I appreciate the opportunity to share a few thoughts on what is such an important issue, not only to my
Yes, I must say to the Honourable Parliament Secretary, there's nothing virtual about it, as a matter of fact. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board is rising on a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I would like to inform the House that Monday, December 4th, 2017, shall be an allotted day.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I did listen to my colleague's speech with great interest, and he talked, I'll use the word talked with an exclamation mark, about the importance of a nation-to-nation relationship and the consultation. Mr. Speaker, I would like him to perhaps talk to the Premier of the Northwest Territories, who had 45 minutes warning of an announcement where they were going to put a moratorium on offshore drilling, where $3.2 billion of investment is flowing out of the territories. I would like to tell him to talk about consultation and what they did when they announced the moratorium, the ban on tankers, which actually crippled a number of First Nations communities in terms of their opportunity to have economic development, economic opportunity. So he spent 20 minutes talking about the importance of consultation and how they're going to have a consultation process with S3. Well, if their consultation process with S3 is anything like their consultation process with the moratorium or with the tanker pipe ban, where they have absolutely destroyed First Nations communities and their opportunities, then I think he needs to justify how their consultation process is anything but a sham.
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm somewhat disappointed in the question. The member across the way was actually in the House when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, and I'm very much aware in terms of the lack of consultation that was done with respect to Indigenous communities. And ultimately, yes, it was nice that there was that formal apology, but I think with that formal apology also came a higher expectations in terms of the relationship between the Government of Canada and First Nations, for example. And that's one of the reasons why, and I made mention of this earlier, even before our Prime Minister had assumed the office of Prime Minister, when he was just the leader of the Liberal Party in third-party status, often would refer to the importance of Indigenous issues and the nation-to-nation relationship. And a big part of nation-to-nation relationship means that you need to work together and do the consulting. Now, the member makes reference to a specific issue in which all I can really indicate is I had indicated in my speech is that there is always room for improvement, and we could always do better. And at the end of the day, we will strive to do just that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments. And, you know, I think in light of the fact that the federal government has made a commitment to reconciliation, to a nation-to-nation relationship, to implementing UNDRIP, to implementing all the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, and to work very differently. And I want to see the government doing that sooner rather than later. So, you know, for a very long time, for decades, Indigenous people have been asking for new, more honourable legislation, and I'm just wondering why the government did put their time and effort and skills and expertise in actually drafting substantial legislation that would actually get rid of all discrimination. Like, why just kind of work with a flawed bill and tinker it? Why not spend the time, if you're actually moving into something different, actually bring forward legislation that will be transformative, that will really give an indication that the things I mentioned earlier are the way the government is going to work now and into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there is so many things in which the government could be doing, and at the end of the day, once everything's all said and done, I believe that we've got it right in terms of as we move forward. There will be a legislative component to it. There will be a budgetary component to it. There is a most significant consultation working with Indigenous people, in particular leadership, at making sure that we move forward in such a way that we make significant progress over the coming years. And I think that that is something in which we should strive for. We need to recognize that many of the issues that are there today, and there are many of them, Mr. Speaker, took decades to get there. I can give you a specific example. For me personally, a big, huge issue is the issue of foster care. The number of children that are apprehended and living in homes, Mr. Speaker, or under foster care. I am really concerned about that issue. And I suspect that there are many different issues that are raised with the ministry, and you know, it's a very complicated thing to do, to have to work with a wide variety of stakeholders, and we look for Indigenous leaders to enable good, solid government decisions, nation-to-nation building, dealing with those very many issues. I don't think it's something in which we can say, well, here is the plan and let's implement it today. This is something that's going to take a number of years, and it needs to evolve. It's taken decades to get it where we are today. It's going to take a number of years to get it right. And as long as we are moving forward, we're advancing in a forward fashion, Mr. Speaker, I think that that's something in which we should recognize, but also acknowledge that we can still strive to do so much more.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
My honourable colleague for his comments. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to go back to a question that was asked during question period around the consultative process. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could really speak to why these consultations and building a comprehensive plan for this piece of legislation is particularly important, and especially in light of when we're looking to build and strengthen a nation-to-nation relationship and move past a colonial approach to how we work with our Indigenous partners.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from my colleague. And working and consulting ultimately allows for individuals to build bridges. And let me give you an example with Mama Wichita from Winnipeg. As an organization that literally helps hundreds of Indigenous women. We had the more recent $5 million announcement that will assist women to advance themselves and hopefully take down barriers. By establishing those contacts, it enables us to hopefully empower or request or suggest that these monies that are available are tapped into and used to the benefit of Indigenous people, Mr. Speaker. So when we talk about consultations, yes, it's really, really important. One of the things that I like to highlight is when you think of consultations, think of the building of bridges between nations that takes place, and how it is that we can have a positive impact if we recognize by doing that that we will have more people addressing those very important problems that are in our communities and ultimately advancing. And I'll give that final plug in regards to my personal example of childcare, something in which I take very, very personal and want to see more done on that particular file. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peace River Westlock. 30-second question, a 30-second answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And earlier in his responses, the member from Winnipeg talked a little bit about nation to nation. Now, I put in an order paper question asking the government what they meant when they said nation to nation, and I got a response back saying that they did not know what that meant, nation to nation. That's what they sent me back. So I'm just wondering if the member could outline what he thinks that nation to nation is. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, when I sat in opposition, I saw the Stephen Harper government, and when I think of nation to nation, I think of a great deal more respect. I think of a great deal more cooperation. I think of two levels of government that can sit at a table and work through problems so that all of society here and people that call Canada their home can be better off.
We did a question and answer in under a minute. I'm very impressed. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak to Bill S3 today. I'm going to be splitting my time with the honourable member for Peace River Westlock. Mr. Speaker, as in my previous role as chair of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, we carried out a number of studies that included the concept of gender equality. Gender equality is based on a number of aspects, but seeks to ensure that men and women are treated as equal in all aspects of life. An irregularity like the one raised in this bill is a simple and obvious step to progress towards true gender equality. I am proud to be supporting Bill S3, and I appreciate having been given the opportunity to speak in favor of this bill today. An individual's status should not depend on their gender. It should be a matter of history and culture. And addressing this wrong is a logical step.
To talk about S3. Now, for those who are not familiar with this bill amends the Indian Act seeking to remedy gender inequality for those born after 1951. The changes to the Act specifically are to replace the long title, to delete a clause that has been quite controversial, and there has been certainly some discussion about the 6-1 all the way clause today, to delete that from the bill, and then to add the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People to the list of documents that the Minister of the Crown and of Indigenous and Northern Relations has to consider during promised forthcoming consultation on those issues, etc. So those are really the changes to the bill, and of course I'm definitely in support of gender equality. I talked about my experience on the Status of Women Committee. Certainly I would also mention that I have 2 non-status Métis daughters, and so gender equality when it comes to status I think is very important, and I'm glad to see that this bill is making steps in that direction. Now, if we think about the record of the party that I represent, we did a lot of things when it came to gender equality for First Nations women. You may recall the Family Homes on Reserves and Matrimonial Interests or Rights Act, which was brought forward to address, differences in the way women were treated with respect to matrimonial property over men. Now, it's notable that the Minister of Indigenous Affairs actually voted against that measure. So, I see that there's a change of tune now when it comes to gender equality on the other side. Now, in addition to that, we reintroduced legislation to guarantee people living on reserve the same protection that other Canadians enjoy under the Human Rights Act. So that was another thing that the Conservative Party was proud to bring in. We also addressed under the Bill C3, the Gender Equity and Indian Registration Act in 2010, we responded to a McIver versus Canada case that we brought legislation in to allow for eligible grandchildren of women who lost their status as a result of marrying a non-Indian man to be entitled to registration. So you can see that the party has a history of taking steps to try to restore gender equality into our First Nations and Inuit society. And so with that, I certainly am glad to see this bill moving along. That said, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about how botched this legislation already is. You know, it's bad enough that the Supreme Court has to order you to do something, but then to have to get 2 court extensions just shows, a lack of planning and a lack of an ability to execute. I noted that there were, lots of struggles on the way to getting this bill here, and it doesn't seem like it's just this bill. It seems like this government has a great difficulty executing any number of things when it comes to First Nations people. We know that there was a big push on to spend $8.4 billion to eliminate all of the problems with not having clean water on First Nations places across the country. And we see now 120 more boiled water advisories than we had at the beginning, and we're 2 years into it. So it really shows a lack of ability to execute there. If I look to other examples that, would show what I'm trying to say here, I think the other one would be the murdered and missing Aboriginal women effort. Now, I've got quite a number of things to say about that one. First of all, in the 15 months, actually it's more than that now, it's almost 2 years, 20 people have resigned or been fired from that initiative. Now, this government talks about their nation-to-nation relationship and they're going to consult broadly and everything else. Here's an example of a consultation where they've actually talked to very few victims. They've spent a huge amount of money, and it's 2 years up the road. I think there's been lots of press on this issue to say that people are dissatisfied, there's no plan, there's no schedule, inadequate computers, internet access, limited aftercare plans for the family members that are trying to participate, 8 months delay in opening offices, 4 months delay in hiring staff. There's a whole just shopping list here of things that are wrong with the murdered and missing Aboriginal women inquiry. And so it doesn't inspire confidence that the government will really be able to execute properly in the go forward. And I think they really need to not be all talk and no action, but learn how to execute and actually say the things that they mean and then follow up and do the things that they mean. Now, I think if we want to talk about the examples of places where they say we want a nation-to-nation relationship, but then they don't actually follow through on that, we can look at a number of examples. We see that, for example, the Indigenous children that the court said they're being discriminated against with respect to welfare. And yet the government was ordered to pay the $150 million and drag their feet and drag their feet and drag their feet on that. How can you have a nation-to-nation relationship when you won't even do what the courts are ordering you to do to give restitution to children? It's ridiculous. And then we can talk about the oral health of Indigenous people. We see that the government would rather spend $110,000 fighting in court than pay $6,000 for the dental work for an Indigenous child. That, again, does not say to the Indigenous people that really the government wants a nation-to-nation relationship. It's pretty much hypocrisy when you talk about it. And so those are the kinds of things that that I'm concerned about when I look at S3 and I see that, it's well-intentioned, but then I think in the execution of it, it could become a little more problematic. Now, the other thing I want to say is that there were amendments in the Senate, and I'm glad to see that some of them were taken along, because we see that doesn't always happen. A lot of times when there are bills and as the Senate has brought amendments, they're refused here. And that, to me, is a total waste of the taxpayers' money in terms of the Senate, because if the Senate's doing all this work to bring amendments and they're being rejected here, it seems a little bit pointless to me on that one. So the fact that there are so many Senate bills coming forward is also a bit problematic. We have a limited amount of time in this House, and the government's running on promises that they're certainly having trouble keeping, but there are a lot of promises, and you know, it's getting late in their mandate to start delivering on some of those things. And every one of these Senate bills that comes sort of disrupts the agenda of the day, and so there is that as well. So although, you know, I'm in favor of S3 and certainly of gender equality and the restoration of that to First Nations people, I just wanted to point out a few of those things that I see.
In conclusion, I'd like to once again underscore my support for this bill, even though the Liberal government seems to be incapable of fulfilling one single promise from their election platform. I'm pleased that they do want to restore gender equity in conferring status. Once again, I'd like to thank my colleagues from all parties for their work today, as well as the Senate for their hard work since the very beginning. The Liberal government has already put off the deadline twice. The court does not seem to be willing to put off that date again, and so it is time that we pass this legislation so that we can resolve an issue that is long-standing.
Time is up, and I would be happy. Oh, I have 10 minutes. Oh, I'm on a 20-minute. No, I'm sharing my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments by my colleague, and I want to highlight something that I thought she talked about quite well. And in actual fact, on the Aboriginal People's Television Network this morning, we were asked the same thing. It's 2 years into the mandate of this government, and they said, really, how do you think they're doing in terms of their commitments to Indigenous people in Canada, and they asked actually for a letter grade. So I said, okay, I'll give them an A+ for talk, but I'm going to give them a C- for action. And I think S3 is just one example of a botched piece of legislation that has been botched from the very beginning. We are a year from when it was first introduced in the Senate. They've had to have deadlines extended twice by the courts. And of course, we're now up against a time frame. We found many flaws in this legislation when it first came for pre-study at committee. So I would perhaps invite some more comments in terms of the current government's actual execution on the issues that they perhaps speak so well about, but really fail to execute on.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for a great question. Certainly, the broken promises that have come out of this Liberal government are unbelievable. Just to list a few to remind you, it was going to be a $10 billion deficit, remember? No, now it's 20. We're going to balance the budget within the mandate? No. Home mail delivery? No. Electoral reform, last election under first past the post? No. And so on and on, when we look at the promises that are made, and we've seen the mandate tracker and the promise trackers that are out on the web, it just shows this government really doesn't do a good job of keeping its promises, first of all. And secondly, even when they're well-intentioned, the murdered and missing Aboriginal effort, I talked about the people that have been fired. We're 2 years into it. There's nothing happening. There's been very few people that have been interviewed, and there's been a lot of complaints from the Indigenous folks. Same thing on the water initiative. I think the water initiative is great, $8.4 billion. We should solve that. As an engineer that was in construction for 32 years, if you gave me that project, in 2 years, we would be making progress, not have 120 more boiled water advisories. And so I think that's just typical of the great ideals and lots of talk that goes on, but the poor execution.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I tell you what's really ironic about all of this. The member opposite of you gave us those initiatives and he gave us that time we would have all of this fixed. They had 10 years and they fixed absolutely nothing. And if I had the time, I could go on with the litany of things that they even failed to attempt to fix, Mr. Speaker. But what we're doing today is we are remedying sex-based inequities in the Indian Act going back to 1869. The government opposite, over the 10-year period that they were here, had 4 court cases demanding the Government of Canada to take action on fixing these inequities within the Indian Act, and they failed to do so. I would like to ask the member this question. Why is it that your government failed so terribly in responding to Indigenous people in this country and remained to govern under an act that was flawed, racist, discriminatory against Indigenous women in this country, and you stood to do absolutely zero about it?
Just want to remind the honourable members to put their questions through the Speaker, not directly. I'm sure she didn't mean my government, the honourable member. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question. You know, unfortunately, the party didn't have the benefit of having me for the past decades. So now I'm here. You can't change the past, Mr. Speaker. You can only change the future. But that said, I'm happy to talk about the record of the Conservative Party with respect to Indigenous rights. Because don't forget that we were the ones that brought forward the Family Homes on Reserves and Matrimonial Interests or Rights Act, which most of the Liberals voted against, a measure to restore equality, gender equality, in the way matrimonial property was treated. You know, we also put people living on reserve with the same protections that other Canadians enjoy as part of the Canadian Human Rights Act. We also did Bill C-3, Gender Equity in the Indian Registration Act, allowing eligible grandchildren of women that lost their status as a result of marrying non-Indian men to be entitled to registration. So I think our record is clear. We are moving in a positive and good direction, and now that I'm on board, even better.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was a great speech by my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton. I know that she's always a very passionate speaker, and I really much appreciated her speech. I'm proud to stand up today to speak about this as well. Even though my voice is a little bit crackly today, I'm happy to do so. Mr. Speaker, we are here. It's kind of a little bit of a misnomer, the title of this bill, to get rid of sex-based inequities in the Indian Act. That is an attempt to, it should probably say an attempt to. That is what we are dealing with today. Mr. Speaker, this particular bill has had a very tumultuous passage through the parliamentary system of Canada. I know that between the Senate, it started out in the Senate, it came to the House, it started out in the other place, it came to the House, then it's gone back, and there's been messages sent back and forth. This particular bill, there's been extensions given by the courts in regards to this particular bill. So this particular bill it has been interesting to follow, Mr. Speaker. I must say that even very experienced members are saying, Arnold, that's an interesting way of using or an interesting way of trying to pass a bill. There's no doubt about it. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the roles of the government, I would say the role of the government of Canada, is to ensure that there is justice. That is the one thing that I'm all in favor of limited government, but the role of the government is justice. And in this particular case, that is what we are looking at. We need to ensure that justice is done. Now, the government is trying to walk a fine line when it comes to this particular bill. They're saying we cannot eliminate all the sex or the gender-based discrimination without imposing upon our First Nations some sort of band membership. That is continuing to be a problem. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have in my writing Mrs. Catherine Twin. She is the wife of former Senator Walter Twin, and her stepdaughter Deborah does not have status nor band membership. And this particular bill does nothing to rectify the situation for Deborah. Deborah Sarah Finchon is her name. She has DNA proof, DNA evidence showing that she is the daughter of Walter Twin, the former chief of Sawridge First Nation, and yet is unable to get status, let alone band membership. And so when we're dealing with this particular bill, it would be great that if we were getting rid of all the gender-based inequities. However, in fact, Mr. Speaker, when Deborah came to committee on this particular bill, she noted that she was Indian enough to be discriminated against, but not Indian enough to get status. That's how she put it, and that went quite viral on the Facebook. I know that for sure. So we are dealing with this particular case. We are dealing with what is the truth of the situation, what is just in this situation, and so we're seeing that the government is bringing forward this particular bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, what this comes down to, is that the government is being, they were dictated by the courts to bring forward this particular legislation. Now, the one thing that they seem to fail to take into consideration is that do individual bands, are they under the same rules as the government of Canada? We like to talk lots about this nation to nation and their self-determination and all these kinds of things, but fundamentally the question is are bands under the same requirements as the government of Canada when it comes to being within the compliance with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? And that's what Deborah, when she came to committee, that is what she was saying, is that their particular, even if she would get status, her particular band may not allow her band membership. And so she was saying that we need to ensure that she could get, on the basis of her DNA evidence, she could get status, and on that basis as well, she could get band membership. So we're looking for some sort of mechanism within perhaps S3, but we're particularly looking to the government for some sort of mechanism, some sort of appeal process, some sort of due process that individual band members can use to ensure that they are getting their status if they are entitled to status, and also their band membership if they're entitled to band membership. Now, this is the discussion that this current government is not interested in having. They don't want to talk about it. In fact, the member from the Bay of Quinte likes to talk more often about how we must give all the First Nations that are entitled to status, we must give them status, and yet we have to be careful that we don't annoy particular bands who want to limit their band list. And this is going to be the kind of the cut and thrust of this particular bill. Deborah has been consistent saying that S3 will not solve her problems. It will not give her status. It will not give her band membership. And so she is continuing to call on this government to fix S3 so that she can get her status and eventually her band membership. Now, Mr. Speaker, to some degree, the truth of the situation is what I think is the most pertinent to this. She has DNA evidence. She has DNA evidence that she is the daughter of Walter Twin, a renowned chief from the Sawridge Band, a former senator, in fact. She has proof of that, and yet she is unable, through any system that we currently have, she is unable to get status, even though her father has status. She's unable to get band membership, even though her father was the chief of the band for a very long time. This is the truth of the situation, and yet we have no system whatsoever, including the changes that are made by S3, no system in which she has an appeal process in order to be able to say to the government of Canada, please help me in my search for justice, and help me stand up to ensure that I get status and ensure that I can get band membership without taking my band to court. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you that Deborah is a woman of very limited means. She doesn't have any high-priced lawyers at her disposal. She has only a DNA evidence, which she is unable to hire a lawyer to take this to court. She's prepared to take it to court, but she purely doesn't have the funds to do that. Why can there not be a system of appeals, a system of due process that her word, something that she can appeal to say, this is the case for me, why can't I have status, why can't I have band membership? That is what we're looking for that is particularly what Deborah is looking for when it comes to S3. That is what she said when she came to the committee, and we are looking for it. All that said, Mr. Speaker, one of the very interesting things about this is that the Liberal government continues to say consultations. They say, well, we're going to implement phase 1 of S3, and then we're going to consult on how to implement the other phases of S3. I just want to talk a little bit about consultations. It seems very much like when this government wants to delay something, when they want to postpone something, when they want to push something that they don't want to deal with off, they say, "Oh, we're going to consult on that. We're going to do some consultations, and we'll get back to you. We'll get back to you on that." Well, Mr. Speaker, somebody that should be consulted on this would be Deborah, for example. She's perhaps an anomaly, but she is somebody that has a definite impact, is definitely impacted by S3. Has she been consulted, Mr. Speaker? No. No contact whatsoever. She had to come to committee on her own accord. She had to reach out to me and ask to get to committee. That has been the only consultation that she has had. That we look to other places as well. We see the imposition of a drilling moratorium in the north of Canada. We see that brought in without any consultation. When this government wants to do something, they can do something very quickly, and they don't seem to really need to do a consultation on it. This particular bill, S3, when it first came to committee, Mr. Speaker, when it first came to committee, we had the very people that had taken the government to court in order to force this bill to come into place. They said that they weren't even consulted, and when they seen the bill, the first time they seen the bill was the same time that we seen the bill for the first time. It was the first time they'd been consulted when we asked them to come to committee to see what they had to say about it. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't have any confidence that this government knows how to manage anything. I will be supporting this particular bill from this point forward, but there is still a great deal of work that needs to be done on this, and I look forward to the government doing something, although I'm not confident that they can manage this whatsoever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good job.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech on this very important bill. He's heard the NDP amendments that we have been bringing forward because we believe that the government has been really dragging its heels on something that is fundamentally important in eliminating discrimination that exists right now in the Indian Act, and looking, of course, Mr. Speaker, as well, to eliminating the colonialism that we find in the current government's approach to improve the situation. We've brought forward amendments, but it's very clear the government is not willing to do the important move of finalizing legislation. There are a lot of holes. All they've committed to is further consultation. Does he believe that it is actually important for the government to act rather than to only repair some of the issues that are in the Act and not address others, and then hold out on a faint promise that someday the government will act on the other clauses?
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you, my colleague, for his question. This government, he asked the question: is it imperative that the government act? One of my great critiques of this government is that they say a lot of nice things. They say the most amazing things, but they've word crafted and they've made it just right. They've got the terms just right. You know, the nation, we're gonna have a renewed nation to nation relationship, but that's the extent of it. It's the nice words. We're going to put a tanker ban on the West Coast. This is some nice words, but it doesn't affect. It doesn't. There's the desired result is never achieved by this government. The marijuana legislation. We're going to keep it out of the hands of children, but we're going to legalize it at the same time. Again, it doesn't. They say really nice things. They say this is what we're going to do, but they never ever achieve it. This is because, Mr. Speaker, they are incapable of managing anything. That is what this comes down to. And Canadians have given them the keys to the car of Canada, and they're unable to get it figured out how to start it. They're unable to put a gas in the tank, and they're unable to get it going. That is what this is all about. And this particular bill, C3, comes right back to that. They say, oh, we're gonna fix gender-based inequities in the Indian Act, and they come up with this piece of legislation that says some really nice words, but does not give Deborah, in my riding, does not give her any satisfaction whatsoever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've listened intently to the member describing his questioning of the integrity of other members of the House in terms of whether or not they're going to deliver on their promises. But I ask, in respect of the bill before us, does he intend to support the bill?
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did at the very end of my speech, I said I'm prepared to support this bill. The whole point and the whole thrust of my speech was that a particular constituent of mine is not being helped whatsoever by this bill, even though it's essentially the same scenario that we're being told is being fixed by this bill. She is still continuing, even though she has DNA evidence proving that she is the daughter of a prominent chief from the Sawridge First Nation. She is unable to get status, let alone band membership, and that is what I'm raising with this particular bill. I'm happy to support this bill. I think that if you are First Nation, you should have status. There's no doubt about that. I'm fairly frustrated with the fact that we are here in Ottawa discussing this, but I know that it is important to many people, and I know that my own heritage is something that I value, and I know that First Nations peoples need status in order to be considered part of their particular cultural and social groups. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Winnipeg Centre. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand today on Bill S3 and would like to acknowledge first and foremost that I do so on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. The government has always been clear that it is committed to removing all sex-based discrimination from registration provisions of the Indian Act. With the government amendment which was passed by the Senate, Bill S3 will remove all sex-based inequities from the registration provisions of the Act. The government is also committed to doing this in a way that is the right way, and as such, it will be launching broad-based consultations next year on Indian Act registration and membership reform. This will include extensive consultations on identifying any unintended consequences of the 1951 Cutoff Amendment and working in partnership to develop solutions to eliminate or mitigate any concerns by First Nations peoples. While the balance of the bill will be brought into force immediately, the proposed clause regarding 1951 cutoff will be brought into force after those consultations and once a comprehensive plan to address the identified issues is developed in partnership so that it can be implemented simultaneously. Senator Christmas, a senator of Mi'kmaq heritage from Nova Scotia, summarized the issue during his speech in the other place on November 8th, and let me quote, "Throughout the consultation that is to occur, the government will need to be attendant to the voices of these communities. There will be a myriad of factors impacting the communities, flowing from the numbers of those who will receive status, dealing with issues going beyond the matter of gender. I recall the last time efforts were made to address gender discrimination in the Indian Act in 1985. I can tell you with absolute certainty that my community experienced confusion, felt concerned, and had a great deal of questions about the process and its impacts, both short-term and long-term. It's a complicated matter for First Nations bands. It will take time, cooperation, and assistance in enhancing capacity to make the significant transition both manageable and sustainable. Effective consultation in this regard is critical. The government needs to be certain it is prepared to go before our First Nation band councils to explain this bill's provisions to leadership, to band members, and to those who will ultimately receive status as a consequence of the bill's passage." End quote. The government is absolutely committed to dealing with all sex-based discriminations in Indian Act registration, including circumstances that date before 1951. By convention, a government does not put into any provision, into any act or law, any provision they do not intend in good faith to implement, and as such, this amendment is a clear and unequivocal statement of the government's commitment to remove the 1951 cutoff. Consultations will be focused on identifying additional measures or resources required to do this right and working in partnership to develop a comprehensive plan which can be implemented simultaneously. As Senator Sinclair, chair of the Indian Residential Schools Truth and Reconciliation Commission, noted in his speech in the other place on November 8th, and I quote, "I want to point out that this bill attempts to reconcile two different constitutional obligations that the government has.
One is, of course, to comply with the Charter when it comes to gender discrimination, and the other is to comply with its constitutional obligation to consult with Indigenous peoples." End quote. He went on to say later in his speech, and I quote, "So while it is with reluctance that I see us delaying the implementation of a charter right, I can also see the need to do so because of that competing constitutional obligation to consult. And so I'm prepared to support this legislation because it enshrines the right." End quote. And in a way, it enshrines both rights, both the right to be consulted and, of course, their charter rights to not be discriminated on the basis of gender. Given the government's commitment to co-designing consultations with First Nations, it will not accept the addition of a specific coming into force date to the proposed 1951 cutoff clause. That would be counterproductive to the nation-to-nation relationship. Senator Christmas also spoke in the Senate on November 9th, saying, and I quote, "For those who might suggest the lack of a firm date for coming into force provisions is a weakness or flaw in this undertaking, I would assert otherwise. The reporting to Parliament provisions in the bill more than adequately deal with this in my mind. I believe it is also essential to recognize that the consultation with First Nation communities that will flow from the bill's requirements on consultation and reporting back to Parliament reflect the basis of the principles respecting the Government of Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples announced in July of 2017. End quote. The bill contains numerous clauses holding the government accountable to Parliament regarding the implementation of this legislation. Bill S3 requires consultations on implementation of the clause in question, as well as broader Indian Act registration and membership reform to commence within 6 months of royal assent. I understand these consultations are actually expected to commence early in 2018, and the co-design of these consultations with First Nations is already underway. Within 5 months of royal assent, the government is required to report to Parliament on the design of the consultations and how they are progressing, and provide a further update to Parliament within 12 months of royal assent. There is also now a 3-year review clause in the bill. Parliament will have numerous enshrined opportunities to hold the government to account on its progress towards removing the 1951 cutoff. In terms of how long consultations will take, the government will not prejudge the co-design process, but it is committed to working with its process to move forward in an expeditious manner. If we do not have legislation passed before December 22nd, which addresses the Deschanel decision, the section struck down by the court will be inoperative in Quebec, and based on the most recent extension decision of the Court of Appeal, it is unlikely the courts will grant a further extension. The registrar has stated that she would not be in a position to register people under provision found to be non-charter compliant in Quebec, and would also not register individuals under those provisions in the rest of Canada. 90% of status Indians are registered under provisions struck down by the Deschanel decision. We must not lose sight of the thousands of individuals who will not be able to register if the court deadline passes and the provisions noted above become inoperable. I urge members of the House to support Bill S3. I'm glad to hear members of the opposition are in support of it in the form that was referred to the House by the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River Westlaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that my honourable colleague there started off with talking about the consultations that are going to be taking place for the next phases of this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, I was just wondering a little bit about the principle behind these consultations. I know that it seems really like if the government wants to drag its feet on something, if the government's trying to delay something or prevent something from happening, they go into consultations. But if they're adamant about getting something done, if they want to make a big flashy announcement in New York, for example, they have no problem making these announcements with zero consultation. I'm referencing in particular the northern drilling ban, of which the Nunavut Premier and the Northwest Territories Premier were both given less than 45 minutes notice that this announcement was coming down. Then when the government discovers that, lo and behold, they have forgotten to do the consultation on this particular announcement, they've said, oh, we've made the announcement and now we're going to do the consultation. So I was just wondering if the member could outline for us the principles behind their desires to do consultations and whether it is just a stalling tactic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. John East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I hear the member and hear his concerns regarding this, but When I look at the legislation, when I look at our honest, good faith efforts to consult with Indigenous peoples to ensure that their rights are respected, not only in their charter rights, but also in the manner and the process by which their charter rights are invoked and protected, the manner by which people will be registered into their bands and any unintended consequences that may result as a result of those changes in registration, I feel that the government is moving in the right direction. The Senate amendments, which have the support of Senator Sinclair as well as Senator Christmas, give me great comfort that this is being going about in the right way. But I do understand that if there's a delay in the process, it will affect thousands of individuals who have a right to be registered. And this is why I'm also so pleased to see in the legislation defined timelines by which Parliament is going to be told about what is happening, that there will be metrics in place to make sure that the bill is reviewed at 5, 6, 12, and 3 months and 3 years. So that gives me great confidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his great speech. He quoted Senator Christmas, and he said that the government will need to pay close attention to Indigenous communities. And I just wanted to ask the honourable member about the importance of consulting and how that process needs to be done efficiently and effectively, and how we can, after the consultations, make great efforts to ensure that we have proper policies put forward.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
I thank my good colleague here sitting next to me on this side of the House. I think it's important to remember that the very design of the consultation process needs to be done in connection with Indigenous people, and that's why the process itself is co-designed. Without this, I think people would rightly feel that the process was being dictated, that people's views were not appropriately being taken into account, and that a true nation-to-nation relationship did not exist. So the co-design is a very important feature. What comes into the co-design is not for me to decide. It's something that First Nations people and the government will negotiate. I look forward to seeing a robust process that allows voices to be heard, all possible implementation issues and unintended consequences to be vetted, and then a strong process with respect to everyone's charter rights being implemented as soon as possible so that Indigenous people can be registered without sex and gender discrimination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. It'll be a 30-second question and a 30-second answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm hoping that the member, representative of the Liberal government, can square his government's commitment to hear all voices with the fact that last week the Liberal majority at the Indigenous Affairs Committee blocked a motion to hear from Privy Council office witnesses on how they're handling money for the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women's Committee or inquiry. And then today in Status of Women Committee, we learned that INAC has declined our request to participate in Status of Women Committee's study on Indigenous women's experience in the justice system. Can you please reconcile those hypocrisies?
The honourable member for St. John's East, but I just want to remind the honourable members to direct their questions through the Speaker, not directly to the other Member of Parliament. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate that all committees are masters of their own domain and can determine whether or not or how or when they will receive witnesses, but I am confident that the process being proposed under this legislation will allow Indigenous communities and the government to work together to co-design a process that will allow the people that both groups agree can come before their respective committee or within their process to be heard, and so that good decisions can be made. But obviously it wouldn't be up to the committee, either INAC or any other. It's going to be something that's decided between First Nations and the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Ni wako vakante ktanse, ni mayatani awapam tikok. How we have progressed over the course of the summer. We have had the time to talk and discuss, or as we used to say, or we say now, consult. This is a very traditional Indigenous way of doing things, is taking the time to talk and discuss in the summertime. And over the course of this summer, it's great to see that the government has had the conversation around the ideals of justice, because justice in this bill are perhaps the most fundamental element to it. I think about my family story. about who is Indian and who is not Indian under the law. My grandmother met a fine young man named James Ouellette from Battleford. His family had come from Batoche, and they fell in love around 1939. His September 3rd, they had a son named James Ouellette. But then the war started just a week later, and James signed up and was sent to Europe to fight. Went to England and fought his way through the Dutch territory, or the Dutch lands, and into Germany. This is a story of many Indigenous men, but it's also a story about an Indigenous woman. For James was what they called at that time a half-breed, or a Métis person. My grandmother, though, was a status Indian who had the full rights, responsibilities, and the disadvantages of being a status Indian. But because she married my grandfather, she lost her status upon her marriage. She did not know that great course of events in Europe would ensure that her husband would not be there for 5 years, that he would be away, that she would have to raise their son alone. My father remembers as a young boy, because they had no food and no money, having to go into farmers' fields in the Battleford area to dig up potatoes from the farmers' fields while they were not looking in the dead of night, to go there and to steal those potatoes so that he and his mother could eat. Even at the age of 4, he remembers doing this. They could not return home to the reserve at Red Pheasant because they were not allowed, for she was not a status Indian and he was called a half-breed. That is the story of thousands and thousands in this country. And this is what this bill is about. It is about the ideal of justice so that that never ever happens again, that someone can always go home to their lands, home to their traditional territory, home to their people, home to their family and community, to not be denied their birthright of who they are, who their people are. Now, the bill as it was originally presented only went so far, and this has been throughout the Canadian history for 150 years, Mr. Speaker, where people have been denied their rights because they married someone out of love. They were denied who their identity and who they were. But there have been people who have been brave enough in the Senate to continue this fight. Senators like Lillian Dick, Mary Lou McPhedran, Senator Christmas, Senator Sinclair, Senator Watts, Senator Peterson, Senator Joyal, and Senator Sandra Lovelace. These senators have led the fight to ensure that this discrimination no longer occurs. For this is a fight not about today, it is about a fight for tomorrow. About who has status today will determine who will have status tomorrow. And when we go forward with the ideals of a nation-to-nation relationship, as we start to take the Indian Act and dismantle it and try to reform these nations of what constitutes Indigenous peoples and what constitutes an Indigenous nation, as we try to take and put together what was broken 139 years ago, it's going to take time, but as I said, if you have status today, you will have status or citizenship in these Indigenous nations tomorrow. And so it's very important. In the Indigenous tradition, there are many who would continue, I'll rephrase that, Mr. Speaker, there are many even today who would continue to deny people's right to return. No matter what this bill may do, there will be some communities who will say, you are not part of this community, you do not have a right to come here. But that is not our tradition. That is not our tradition, because in ages past, people could marry on or into a community, they could become part of a community. There are many occasions when people who were not even Cree or Blackfoot or Anishinaabe could change nations. They could become something different. They could learn a language, be adopted into a new family. In fact, I was just at the reserve in Battleford region, where I had the opportunity of being not only in Mosquito, but in Poundmaker. And Poundmaker had been adopted by a Blackfoot chief, even though he was Cree, and it was for peaceful purposes. And that is a very powerful relationship. So what we did before is not what we do today. Even today, it is not always right what we do to each other. We hear stories from near the Montreal territory of people who marry for love and who are not allowed to stay in their community. But this was not our way. In my house, I have an adopted daughter. She is not of my blood, but she is of my heart. She is half First Nations from Saskatchewan, but she is also half Jamaican. We did not go through the court system in order to accomplish the adoption. We used elders. And they worked very hard to make sure that we did it in a good way, that we did it in a traditional, spiritual way, that it was according to our custom and our customary law. And we love her very, very much. But that does not make her any less of who I am or any less connected to the territory in which I am from. In fact, I even have a greater responsibility to her. And this is what this bill is about. This bill is about the future, about how we treat each other as Indigenous peoples. For why it may be decided here in this Parliament, which has not always been friendly towards Indigenous peoples, it will offer us an opportunity to repair the damage of the past, to welcome home those who have been turned away for too long, to welcome home the great returning to their traditional territories, to community, to the nations, so that we may rebuild and build a nation that we have, the vision that was laid out before us by leaders like Poundmaker, like Big Bear, like Louis Riel. People who had at heart the long-term future of our children. We are told to think 7 generations into the future. Think 7 generations from now, what the implications will be of what we decide today. And so I'm very proud of the stance our government has taken. And even though some may say it's not enough, it is certainly a step in the right direction. And maybe it's not just one step. Maybe it's a giant leap. So I lay my faith in the hands of the Prime Minister, in the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs, or Crown Relations, to actually accomplish what we set out to do the talking during the summer periods in the year to come, to do the discussion in the summer period when Indigenous peoples gather across the traditional lands, to do what we call consultation, to make sure that we come up with something that truly represents what 7 generations will look back upon this time and say, we are proud of the decisions that were made by the parliamentarians of both the Senate and the House of Commons. We are proud of what the government did, of what the opposition did, of what the third opposition did, what all parties did together, that we pushed forward to create a better Canada that was more inclusive, but allowed people to reach their full potential. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Tapoyaki kitwam, hey, hi.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for his great speech on this as well. I was just wondering if he could respond to the fact that I'm just wondering what his opinion is, probably more so, on whether First Nations exist. Is it the nation-to-nation piece that everyone continues to talk about? Does he think that is beyond Canada, or does he think that First Nations do exist underneath the Constitution of Canada, underneath the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
What a very interesting question, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to answer it as truthfully as I possibly can. So Indigenous sovereignty always existed before. These nations existed for a very long period of time. various groupings. They moved around, semi-nomadic in some cases, using a traditional place because often it's much easier to know a territory and always stay within that territory in order to conduct hunting and other activities. Also, your spirituality is often related to the land. But we also live in the world today. So as we exist in this world under these laws, I think we've all come to recognize that Indigenous peoples have a lot to benefit from the Canadian Constitution, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which are also related to many other international laws like the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Man or Human, or the rights or even the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It's not to say that they can't be complementary to each other. It's just, I think the state has to ensure to not get in the way of people so they can craft a life for themselves. Government shouldn't be about imposing things on people, but allowing to create a framework so people can be successful and have good interactions with each other, to allow people, nations, and communities to reach their full potential. Because if they can't reach their full potential, there are costs. There are costs to us not only financially, but emotionally, spiritually, and for all our relations, the land and who we are.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for his speech today. You know, it goes without saying the tremendous passion that he has for promoting Indigenous rights and Indigenous people in Canada. And he certainly comes from a long line of advocates towards these principles. I'd like to ask him, you know, he knows that together we have all worked hard to do what is right in building on reconciliation with Indigenous people in Canada. I'd like to ask him, one, what his thoughts are about the amendments that are happening today under S3, and again, most importantly, to ask him what is one of the most important pieces that we have to continue to work towards to have full reconciliation with Indigenous people.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
So I think there's two things that need to occur. I think we're doing it as a Canadian society, trying to work towards reconciliation. But I think there's also greater, profound conversations that need to happen among Indigenous peoples about what type of nation that we'd like to have. What does it look like? And I don't think we're often very advanced in that. I think we're kind of held up too much in our own construct or a prison of the mind that we have had created for us surrounding the Indian Act. There are too many First Nations peoples in this country, and even Métis peoples, that only see themselves through the prison of the Indian Act. And I think we need to take the time to adequately say, what should we actually be doing? Where do we wish to go, and how are we going to get there? Because it's wonderful that people have extended that hand of nationhood and said, we are willing to be partners with you. But we have to be able to grasp that hand. And I don't think we have, at this time, done that necessary work. Though I do salute the work of the Chiefs and the Assembly of First Nations, the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, the Native Women's Organizations, the Native NWAC, as well as the National Métis Council. But we're not there yet. Even there's still work to be done concerning S3 about what constitutes an Indigenous person. As the Métis, will they now become Indigenous under these consultations? These are profound conversations that must be had among First Nations and with Métis people about what that means. How are they going to work together? Because we do not exist in isolation, and we should not exist as opposed to each other. That way.
Alors, conformément à l'article 38.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Public Service and Procurement. The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, Taxation. L'Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga, Indigenous Affairs.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Saskatoon, Grasswood. Just actually to build on, or attempt to build on some of the comments that my colleague just made in his question and answer period. I think that anyone in this place would be hard-pressed to argue that the Indian Act is anything other than deeply flawed. Passed in 1867, among its many flaws is that it's based upon archaic gender systems. Further, it could be argued that the Act was, in its design, never meant to be anything more than a way to entrench paternalism and to assimilate First Nations while simultaneously reducing the number of people who could claim status. The Indian Act paternalistically lumped together a diverse population of people and forbade First Nations peoples and communities from expressing their identities through governance and culture. Subsequent amendments to the Act made things worse, not better, for First Nations by more deeply entrenching colonial practices into law. Amendments made in 1884 required First Nations children to attend residential schools and made it illegal for First Nation peoples to practice religious ceremonies such as the potlatch. An amendment in 1914 outlawed dancing off reserve, and in 1925 dancing was outlawed entirely. Amendments to the Act in 1927 made it illegal for First Nations peoples and communities to hire lawyers or bring about land claims against government without government's consent. Putting it mildly, these issues demonstrate a dark past in terms of the actions of legislators and Canadian officials against First Nation people. The 1996 report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples stated that recognition as an Indian in Canadian law often had nothing to do with whether a person was actually of Indian ancestry. Instead, status was used as a tool of assimilation and cultural destruction. For example, a First Nation person could lose status if they graduated university, became a Christian minister, or achieved professional designation as a lawyer or doctor. In 1961, the government finally removed Section 112, the so-called compulsory enfranchisement section, to end this and other assimilatory practices. But the damage had been done. For nearly a century, First Nation people were given an impossible choice: try to live traditionally in spite of the outlawing of many cultural and religious practices, or attempt to interact with non-Indigenous society and risk losing status. All of this is in addition to the patriarchal system that the Indian Act imposed. The patriarchal system of the Indian Act is the crux of our debate today. Bill S3 was tabled in response to a Superior Court of Quebec decision, Deschenaux contre Canada, and other clearly defined issues. The court found that several aspects of Indian registration under the Indian Act violate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms because there were differences between how status was passed down from First Nation women compared to First Nations men. These provisions were struck down by the courts, and Parliament was given a limited time to pass alternatives. This new deadline to pass legislative changes after 2 extensions is December 22nd, 2017, a date that is quickly approaching. Aspects of the bill that directly respond to the Deschenaux decision should come into effect upon the bill receiving royal assent. Essentially, these amendments seek to remedy gender inequity in the Indian Act for those born after 1951. This Liberal government added new amendments to Bill S3 on November 7, 2017. Now embedded in the legislation is a consultation period to discern how to best remedy gender inequity for those born between 1869 and 1951. No date has yet been given of when these consultations will begin or when changes will come into force. There has been 2 court extensions and 3 different deadlines to get this passed. But I note that the court has indicated that they have no interest in giving the Liberal government another extension. The clock has run out, and it's unfortunate to see that this was not properly planned to encompass consultations ahead of the passing of the legislation. In a failed attempt to meet the original court-imposed deadline of February 3, 2017, the government engaged in very little consultation prior to tabling. In November 2016, a member of the Indigenous Northern Affairs Committee heard from numerous witnesses that consultation was inadequate, that Indigenous organizations had little time or opportunity to submit their reflections. Additionally, I would note that the plaintiffs were not even consulted or contacted in any way by the department or the minister's office. The litigant said that the first time he knew about the bill was when he was called to committee to testify. He said, this is Mr. Stéphane Deschenaux, "We've never been called or asked which way we saw that stuff. I was thinking that they would come to the band and meet us and say that they were going to go that way or that they're looking to go this way." And Chief Rick Obamsawin, and my apologies if I'm mispronouncing this, they told us that we were consulted. They consulted with chiefs last summer. I have not found one chief that they consulted. They've never contacted me, and it was our case. They've never even called us. This is problematic, and while I agree with the spirit of this bill and its attempts to correct its wrongs, while Lord knows, Mr. Speaker, we've across political stripes and different governments have tried to attempt to correct wrongs. It's clear that the Liberal government needs to own up to the fact that their consultations with First Nations on this particular legislation have been poorly planned. Furthermore, the Indigenous Bar Association testified that the bill was riddled with technical flaws and in no way did what the title suggested, quote, eliminate all sex-based inequities in registration. After a great deal of pressure from opposition senators and Indigenous organizations across the country, including the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, the Liberals withdrew the legislation from consideration by the Senate Aboriginal Peoples Committee, went back to the court to ask for an extension, and returned the bill to the drawing board. The bill we are debating today is the end result of this process. And as I've noted with past examples, there's a real human cost to getting this wrong. That said, the legacy of getting this wrong will have future costs as well. Lalana Paul, a consultant with the Native Council of PEI, said that says that in the Indian Act, quote, you see so much sexual discrimination. It's appalling that it's still in there. Lisa Cooper, President and Chief of the Native Council of PEI, said, quote, I have the right to live a traditional and cultural life that I should be able to pass on to my kids. Lynn Gell, a 55-year-old writer whose grandmother belonged to a First Nation, fought a 22-year-old long legal battle and was finally able to win partial status. But thanks to the Indian Act, she remained unable to pass her status down to her children. This meant that she was deprived of the chance to vote for her Indigenous government and live on land reserves, as well as access to tax breaks and expanded health coverage that she would have otherwise been entitled to receive. She said, I should be able to pass on my status, but I can't because of gender discrimination. Sharon McIver said that because of the Indian Act, Aboriginal women and their descendants have been separated from their families and communities, treated as less worthy, less human, less Indian, and not full members of their cultures and community. What these stories tell is of the deep human impact of the choices that Canada's legislators make on First Nations. Given the history of ongoing discrimination, it is imperative that we get this one right. I know that this government has made a commitment to restoring relationships with First Nations. I could read the list of accomplishments that my previous government attempted to do in this regard as well, too. But Mr. Speaker, I just think we need to do better. It's not. I haven't spoken on this topic very often in the House of Commons, but it's the quiet meetings that I have in my office with chiefs and leaders and members of First Nations communities that really impart to me that all of us in this place need to have a different look at how we're approaching these relationships. When I look at the process on how this bill has gone back and forth and, the consultation process going forward, it's concerning. Again, I know my colleagues in my party, and I want to commend the work of my colleague who's the opposition critic in this area, have made it clear that we support the spirit of this bill. I think it does build upon previous attempts to clarify and remedy some of the wrongs in this regard. But I would implore the government that they really need to be clear on what this consultation process means. They need to be transparent with affected members of First Nations communities so that we can actually get this relationship thing right. I just really want to acknowledge the comments that my colleague who previously spoke here from Winnipeg made. We're going somewhere. I'd like to be going in the right direction. And I just encourage all members of this House that perhaps we can do a little bit better than this. Thanks.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for her comments. I think it's fair to say that she was part of the previous government that continued to govern under this very racist and discriminatory legislation and chose to ignore it, even though there was 3 court cases at that particular time that was saying that the government needed to amend the Indian Act. So what we're doing today is we are making those amendments. We would prefer to be repealing the Act, but unfortunately, in good, prudent governance, we need to replace that with something else. However, there is no reason for us to delay, as the former governments did for the last 150 years, making the right changes. Changes that will ensure that there is sex-based inequities that are eliminated in this Act and that women are being treated fairly. And I would say to the member opposite in asking this question, why is it that the concern you have now is that it's not going far enough, fast enough? However, for 10 years, your government did nothing, only complete inaction, no amendments to this Act that corrected sex-based gender inequities for that full period of time.
Once again, I want to remind the honourable members to direct their questions through the chair and not directly to other members. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I just find it unfortunate that my colleague, who I have great respect for, rather than listen to my speech, just read a bunch of stuff off a talking point paper rather than listen to the content of it and what I was trying to say to her. So since she has taken a partisan attack here, which I wasn't trying to do in my speech, I will make 3 points. First of all, she said that we did nothing. That's just wrong. I mean, I'm looking at gender inequity in the Indian Registry Act of 2010 in response to McIver versus Canada. I was so proud to stand in the House of Commons and support the Family on Home Reserves and Matrimonial Interest Rights of 2013 that gave rights to First Nations women that were long overdue, 25 years overdue. This is the problem, Mr. Speaker. We stand in here on these topics and we make them partisan, and then we go out during campaigns and we sell these promises that we never follow through on instead of talking about how we can get this right. And it's just disgusting. It's so difficult to stand and talk on these topics because we have all gotten it wrong. We've all made attempts, we've all tried to do things right, but we continue to fail. So when this government stands up and points fingers on stuff like this, rather than saying, you know, what is this consultation process going to look like? How are we going to remedy this? We've kind of, you know, really not done a super fantastic job on it, but hey, Stephen Harper, talking point, that is not creating a new relationship with First Nations, and I think we all just have to completely reject that and move forward with a different line of thought. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, thank the member for her speech, recognizing that the Bill S3 before us does nothing to remedy gender equality rights for the Indigenous women Sharon McIver, Jeanette Corbière-Lavelle, and Lynn Gell. These 3 women collectively have been fighting this in court for 40 years before now. And also Chief Obamsawin, who's the tribe responsible or elected to represent the members of the Deschanel case. They all oppose this. And next week, Sharon McIver is going to Washington to address the Inter-American Human Rights Commission to testify that the time delay in this government's version of S3, the time delay for the elimination of discrimination against Indigenous women, returns us back to what we were debating on June 21st. This is a flawed bill, and I'd like to hear my colleagues' views on that.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I share my colleagues' concerns on how we're eventually going. How do we, as Canada, eventually get this right? But in the interim, we're staring down the barrel of a court deadline that is not going to go away. We have to pass some legislation, and that's why I stood in this place and say I agree with the spirit of the legislation in terms of even as it being an interim measure that's going to keep incrementally moving us forward. I want to commend the women that she's mentioned for their advocacy and their fight on this regard, because, you know, without those voices, things don't change. This is why, you know, one of the things that I wanted to focus on in my speech was the fact that no date has been given on the consultation element that's now been added on November the 7th. I think that the government during debate here today could have provided a lot more information on that. Perhaps that would have remedied some of my colleagues' concerns. But no, this isn't perfect. It isn't. We need to continue to fix it. But, you know, in spirit, it's an incremental step. that needs to proceed.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill for her passionate speech. Well, here we are again on the 11th hour attempting to send this bill, S3, back to the Senate for royal assent prior to the December 22nd, 2017 deadline. I guess we call this flying by the seat of our pants legislation. There is a court-imposed deadline, so just get it done regardless. We have talked about that in the House most of the day. So Bill S3 was tabled in response to a Superior Court of Quebec decision, Deschanel against Canada, 2015, and other clearly identified issues. The court found that several aspects of Indian registration under the Indian Act violate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms because there was differences between how status was passed down from First Nation women compared to First Nation men. These provisions were struck down, and Parliament was given a limited time to pass the alternatives. The new deadline to pass legislative changes, as we've talked about, after 2 extensions is next month, December 22nd. The court has indicated they have no interest at all, and we've talked about this, in giving the Liberal government even a 3rd extension. So when Bill S3 was first brought to the Senate about a year ago, in fact, exactly a year ago this month, the government sought to remedy the situation to bring it back to 1951. However, several independent senators proposed adding what is known as the 6-1A all-the-way approach. This amendment would have all Indians registered as 6-1A with equal rights and entitlements regardless of matrilineal or patrilineal descendants back to 1869. The government, though, rejected those proposals. So after rejecting it, mid-June, June 21st of this year, the Liberal government undertook behind-the-scenes consultations with senators over the summer months to seek consensus around an alternate proposal. Resulting proposal changes were tabled in the Senate just earlier this month, November 7th, and would come into force in 2 stages. The first one we've talked about. The aspects of the bill passed by the House of Commons in June would come into effect by the court-imposed deadline of December 22nd. Secondly, newly added clauses which would extend the proposed remedies of sex-based inequities in the Indian Act back to 1869 would not be enforced until after a consultation process with Indigenous peoples on how to proceed. That is the million-dollar question. There's no date has been given when the process would begin or even conclude. Let's go back now. We've talked a lot about this bill, but what the previous Conservative government did. A long history of supporting gender equity for First Nation women. As a government, we introduced the Family Homes on Reserves and Matrimonial Interests, or Rights Act from 2013, which offers a balanced and effective solution to a long-standing injustice and legislative gap that affects people living on reserves, particularly, Mr. Speaker, women and children. As a result, many of the legal rights and the remedies relating to matrimonial interests in the family home that are available off reserves in the context of relationship breakdown or a death of a spouse or even a common law partner or family violence are now available to individuals living on reserve. The former Conservative government also reintroduced legislation to guarantee to people living on reserve the same protections that other Canadians enjoy under the Canadian Human Rights Act, which came into law June 18th of 2008. We also passed Bill C3, Gender Equality in Indian Registration Act from 2010, in response to Vicar versus Canada 2009. Bill C3 allowed for the eligible grandchildren or women who lost status as a result of marrying non-Indian men be entitled to registration if they or their siblings were born on or after September 4th of 1951. It should be noted that the Liberals, including the current Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, actually voted against the Family Homes on Reserves and Matrimonial Interests or Rights Act from 2013, which was introduced and, by the way, passed by the former Conservative government. It should also be noted that the legislation that made the Human Rights Act apply on reserve, Conservatives tabled this legislation, and then all parties worked together to pass this legislation. So essentially, prior to the Bill C-3, the Gender Equity in Indian Registration Act of 2010 and the proposed changes in Bill S-3, Indian status was passed down to the next generation from the father, but not through the mother. Therefore, if a First Nation male had children with a non-First Nation female, his status would be passed down, but not vice versa. And that's why we're talking about here today in the House, Mr. Speaker. As we continue on, not long ago, I had a call this week from a friend in Saskatchewan, and we were talking. He's a Cree First Nation. He is unequivocally in favor of this bill, S-3. He has a status Indian niece who is married to a man from Honduras. And not long ago, Mr. Speaker, they celebrated the birth of their first child. My friend said he is the cutest little Honduran Indian that you've ever seen. Well, perhaps with this passage of the bill S-3, that description should change to he is the cutest little Indian Honduran you have ever seen, and wouldn't that be nice? And I think that's what we're headed for after December 22nd. My friend, though, also had a very good idea that he passed along with me earlier this week, and it's regarding the 6-1A all the way approach back to 1869. He suggested giving non-status Indigenous people up to 10 years to get their genealogy sorted out. Now, that seems like a long time. I know 10 years is. However, it could be a gradual process. Some people will have their family trees available now, while others will have to dig around and find the right roots to them and the proof to them. I think this is a pretty excellent idea that he came up with, though. It will also give the department an opportunity to work through these changes and prepare for the financial implications that they will entail. At this point, it is exactly unknown how many Canadians would become eligible or even apply to register, and what financial implications would be on the Canadian taxpayer. We have no idea whatsoever. Could be 200,000, could be 400,000. We don't know. It depends how far back people go in the tree. So I think we need some time to figure this out. I don't know if it would have any implications for roughly 1/2 of my province's Indigenous population. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we, the official opposition, as we've stated all day here in the House, support this Bill S-3 at second and third readings because it does contain several necessary changes to the Indian Act toward greater gender equality and are the next steps beyond amendments made by the former Conservative government with this Bill C-3 back in 2010. What I do not agree with is this flying by the seat of your pants method of legislating by this government. They've had more than enough time to table a good, clean piece of legislation that everyone could get on board with and get it passed. Instead, they have chose a path that they knew would encounter resistance and delays, especially in the Senate. I do not believe we can please all of the people all of the time, but we as legislators, we have an obligation to please as many Canadians as possible all of the time. And that is our duty, Mr. Speaker, and it really shouldn't be muddied. But we're going to support this bill, S-3. And Mr. Speaker, my time has run out. I just wanted to say on behalf of the people of Saskatchewan, they're excited about this bill. They're hoping it does pass, and then we can move forward as of December 22nd. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
I want to thank my colleague for his speech and certainly articulating both some of the positives and, of course, some of the concerns in this particular piece of legislation. The positives, of course, is it responds to not only the court decision but some additional issues that were identified. The concerns is it's still, we're not at perfect yet, absolutely, and I'll be the first to acknowledge we're not at perfect, but given the court deadline, given the fact that decisions profoundly impact communities in terms of their membership, and I think as one of the senators indicated, this is a really important issue between obviously charter rights but also duty to consult that the federal government clearly has. So I guess I would like him to speak to the issue of it's been a long haul to get here, but the implications if we wait to get it perfect in terms of the people that have been waiting so patiently for so long.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Kamloops. Yes, I mean, we've debated this in the House now for a little more than a day. It's good to get this legislation moving. We've talked about it here in the House. We sent it to the Senate. They've had to deal with it, and many of the independents didn't like the first look at it, and now we're bringing it back here. And we have to move forward. Time is of the essence. We're talking from 1951 onward. Many family trees don't exist before 1951. We know that. There's documentation needed on reserves and in the province and the territories in this country, but it's a good start that we're moving forward on this Bill S3 right now.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that discrimination have existed for a very long time, nearly 150 years under the Indian Act in this country. In fact, when I look back through it and see that these inequities go back to 1869, it's almost, it's actually shocking. I look at this and I say, well, it's nearly 100 years before I was born. And since then, we've not been able to make the corrections that have been needed to be made. So I'm very pleased and proud, in fact, that the government is moving forward at this stage with remedying some of these sex-based inequities that are in the bill. I'm happy that the time frame from 1951 onward will come into effect immediately. And I think that we all have a responsibility to ensure that those that occurred prior to that period, going back to 1869, need to get done as soon as we possibly can. And I asked the member, does he agree that there needs to be proper and fair consultation with Indigenous governments over as short a period as possible to get this right and to ensure that all of these inequities can be corrected for the benefit of all Indigenous Canadians.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Newfoundland. Shorter the better. We've been dealing with this for a long time. But it was interesting when I was talking to my friend from Saskatchewan earlier this year, or this week rather, they were talking about they need time to find their family trees. The internet in northern Saskatchewan and, in fact, northern Canada is very poor. And a lot of people want to do proper research on their family tree if we're going to go back to 1869, which is the wish of many of them. So I think that's why they wanted a little more timeline. Yes, consult right away, get involved. Let's get the process moving. This is a good start. We're 85% there. We need to be 100%, and that means shorter consultation. Moving this Bill S3 along would certainly help.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honored to be standing on Algonquin territory. I'll be splitting my time with the Member of Parliament for Burnaby South. So after much pressure, Liberals have a new Bill S3 fix to end legislated discrimination against Indigenous women, but only after consultations. This is not supported by the women who have been fighting this inequality in court for 40 years. It shows again that Liberals are not upholding their promise to respect Indigenous people and to bring full gender equality. I don't understand why a government that calls itself a feminist government needs to consult on whether Indigenous women should have human rights. Because they do. And we want the Prime Minister and his government right now to remove all sex discrimination from the Indian Act. Since its inception, the Indian Act has accorded privilege to male Indians and their descendants and disregarded female Indians as second class. To sum up where we are right now, despite unprecedented government promises of Indigenous reconciliation and respect, Liberals are trading off human rights based on budget lines. Indigenous women who've been fighting 40 years in court for gender equality watched in dismay June 21st, Aboriginal Peoples' Day of all days, as the Liberals gutted reforms that would have made the Indian Act less vile. These were moved by my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Abitibi-Baie-James EU, and others. Canada's laws still say that Indigenous people with a university degree, with military service, white husband, lose their Indian status. And would one not think that a government pledged to a new nation-to-nation relationship built on respect would want to remove all of those? Quote, Indigenous women deserve the equality the Charter is intended to ensure and protect. So said litigant Lynn Gell. And they do. There's much support for the government ending all sex discrimination in the Indian Act. Canada has endorsed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which clarifies state obligations on self-determination, including the right to determine membership. UNDRIP already has application in Canadian law. Also, the United Nations Commission to End Discrimination Against Women just a year ago called out this government for the need to act on this file. It said, quote, the committee remains concerned about the continued discrimination against Indigenous women, in particular regarding the transmission of Indian status, preventing them and their descendants from enjoying all the benefits related to such status. The committee recommends that the state party remove all remaining discriminatory provisions of the Indian Act that affect Indigenous women and their descendants, and ensure that Indigenous women enjoy the same rights as men to transmit their status to their children and grandchildren, end quote. It did not say, set out a very long timeline or an indeterminate timeline. It did not say consult on it. It said Canada must, to uphold its international commitments on human rights, it must remove all gender discriminations against Indigenous women. So the government has failed, and it has given this House, again, a flawed bill. After 40 years of litigation by Indigenous women, many of whom are still alive, and Indigenous lawyers have been fighting alongside them, the government failed to ask them what they thought and have them inform this legislation now before the House. Here are two Indigenous women lawyers who I'm paying attention to their words. Pam Palmater, chair of Ryerson University's Centre for the Study of Indigenous Governance, says, quote, this bill does not address all gender discrimination. According to the numbers, it will actually only remedy about 10% of the known gender discrimination under the Indian Act, and that by far is not a bill that's acceptable, end quote. Another Indigenous lawyer, the Liberal Justice Minister, who's now the Liberal Justice Minister, she was BC Regional Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, when she told the House Standing Committee in 2010 on Harper's version of Bill S3, quote, what this bill does not do is address the other Indian Act gender inequities that go beyond the specific circumstance of Sharon McIver and Sharon McIver's grandchildren, end quote. This year, the Ontario Native Women's Association says, quote, by rejecting the S1A all the way amendment to Bill S3, the federal government has betrayed its promise to Indigenous women. The amendment would have reinstated our sisters and removed all sex-based discrimination from the Indian Act, end quote. The warriors that we are still informed by, these powerful Indigenous women who litigated starting 40 years ago against both Conservative and Liberal governments repeatedly. Jeanette Corbière-Laval, for 40 years litigated. She is not helped by S3. Sharon McIver, litigant and now defense lawyer, she asked, why would they consult on whether they can continue to be discriminated against. And Lynn Gell, also a longtime challenger of this discrimination in court, said that the Minister of Indian and Northern Affairs is using consultation as a weapon. That is no way to move forward. Another flaw identified in Bill S3, many Indigenous women's groups have called attention to the provisions of Clause 10. With this clause, the government is justifying past discrimination and past violations of human rights. It acts as an incentive to allow the government to continue to discriminate with impunity until they choose to address it or are forced to address it. It underscores the sense of colonial entitlement. It undermines rule of law. The government cannot be given immunity for its conduct. Now, my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Abitibi Bay, James EU, moved 2 times at committee and in this House for the government to remove Clause 10. On that basis, the government twice has voted it down. So, I'm close to the end here. In the names of some of the up-and-coming women leaders, Shania Pruden of Pinay Mutang in Manitoba, Tiana Ducharme, also known as Aya Gadam Majagali. She's a Nishka woman. They both were part of the Daughters of the Vote, is taking their seats in this House just 6 months ago. And both testified at Status of Women Committee, strong, powerful, young Indigenous women speakers. The late Shannon Kustachin, who informs the work of this House so often, and Helen Knott, Treaty 8 activist on ending violence against women associated with mega projects such as the Site C Dam, which again this government is letting Indigenous women down on. In their names, our responsibility as parliamentarians is to say again, we cannot afford half measures in this country anymore. Gender equality and First Nations respect is a solemn promise of the government and of me and my New Democrat colleagues, and we're going to keep working hard to keep those promises. And so, Mr. Speaker, I move that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that, and substituting the following, quote, a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that, comma, in relation to Bill S3, comma, an act to amend the Indian Act, bracket, elimination of sex-based inequities in registration, and bracket, the House, 1, agrees with Amendments 1 to 8 and 9A made by the Senate. 2, proposes that Amendment 9B be amended by replacing the words, quote, on a day to be fixed by order of the Governor and Council, comma, but that day must be after the day fixed under subsection 1, end quote, with the words, quote, 18 months after the day on which the order referred to in subsection 1 is made, end quote. Thank you. From Saskatoon West.
Moved by Ms. Malcolmson, seconded by Ms. Benson, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. A message to be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that in relation to Bill S3, an act to amend the Indian Act, elimination of sex-based inequities in registration, the House, 1, agree with Amendments 1 to 8 and 9A made by the Senate, 2, propose that Amendments 9B be amended by replacing the words on a day to be fixed by order of the Governor in Council, but that day must be after the day fixed under subsection 1 with the words 18 months after the day on which the order referred to in subsection 1 is made. The amendment seems to be in order, and we'll let it stand. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for her comments today and for her invested interest in what's happening with this bill, and certainly more importantly what's happening with sex-based inequities that exist within the Indian Act right now. I've said before, and I'll say again in this House, I think if it was the preference of all of us, we would be repealing this act and replacing it with something else. Unfortunately, government has a responsibility to ensure that we are doing proper duties in terms of having a legislative framework, and until we can bring that forward, we are in a situation where we have to make appropriate amendments in as quick and accurate time as possible to try and rid this act of some of the terrible racial and discriminatory clauses that is enacted upon people. And that's basically where we are today in this debate. In this debate, what government is doing is it is remedying all sex-based inequities that exist in this act going back to 1869. Where this clause becomes effective is from 1951 onward. It will be enacted immediately. What the Government of Canada is saying, it is our full intent, it is our full commitment to ensure that they are also corrected back to 1869, but there is a process that we must engage with First Nations governments and with chiefs to ensure that this is done appropriately. The government is also outlined in this act that they will provide timeframes, they will provide full and open reports to Parliament, and I asked the member opposite, in 150 years it has taken us to get where we are today, and surely she can support the spirit and the intent of what this bill is doing to help so many Indigenous women in Canada, and be a champion to ensure that this work gets implemented sooner rather than later, so that all of these people that should be captured under this act will be captured in as short a time as possible.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With respect to my colleague, who I enjoy and appreciate very much, I will say in the strongest way I can, I will not be a champion for incremental equality. It's not the work of parliamentarians. 150 years is absolutely too long. My member opposite sets up really a bit of a red herring. We're not here today talking about repealing the Indian Act. I mean, that'll be a good day when that's what we're debating. What we're debating is the implementation of repeated court rulings that both the Liberal and Conservative governments have received to remove gender discrimination. The bill that we had before us in this House that this government introduced, that we debated and voted on June 21st, that was a very short stage. Just the 1951 cutoff. It didn't have this commitment to go backward. And that's what we're pushing for, a complete gender equality. It's not something that needs to be consulted on. Now the government, having been pushed back against by the Senate and having had their bill refused, then now we're back with another half measure. But it still is not supported by the Indigenous women affected. It's not supported by the Indigenous women lawyers who have been fighting this all these decades. And neither should we as parliamentarians accept a bill that is a half-hearted measure and incremental equality. We've waited too long for Indigenous women to have fairness in our country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, and it's again always a privilege to stand in this place and speak to such an important issue. And I do have to recognize the incredible work my colleagues have done on this and will continue to do until we repeal the Indian Act and we have full justice and equality in our country, which is sadly lacking. Mr. Speaker, I just take you a little bit about how I've kind of come to understand the issue of that we're debating here today. Is I grew up in rural Nova Scotia in the Annapolis Valley, and through my entire early childhood years, I can never remember really much discussion of my Indigenous neighbours except to hear about Glooskap's legend and a few other quaint stories, important to local people at the time, but really no context, because in Nova Scotia, like all the way across this country, there have been great discrimination against First Nations, the Mi'kmaq people from that area. I remember when I was a kid and I went to a drive-in movie, and it was just the sun was just setting, and I was sitting there in the car. I remember looking over, and there's all these kids that were looking across the drive-in movie theater fence. And I said to my mom, I said, "Oh, who are those folks?" And she said, "Well, they live on the local reserve." And until that time, I'd never really realized that there were Indigenous people living in my community. We'd always had debates about, of course, the Acadians, which the British had pushed off the land, and in fact, the land on where my parents' house actually was at that point was on Acadian land. You can still see some of the old structures that were there. But of course, we never had a conversation about the Mi'kmaq. It never really came into our conversations in our household. It never came into the conversations about in our school. It was never taught, except a few local legends on which were always capitalized on by the colonizers, which is, it starts to kind of eat away at you. You're not quite sure as a young person about how to deal with this stuff, but it was kind of present. And I'm happy to say, Mr. Speaker, that when I was driving along a Nova Scotia highway the other day, or I don't know, 6 months ago or something, I started to notice that they were actually putting the reserves, they were naming the reserves on the highway signs. So you could actually know going down the highway that there's a reserve, there's a community here that was never named in the past. That is a very small step toward reconciliation, about bringing equality, but it shows you just, I'm 50 years old. That's taken decades and decades for just that small thing to get done. I remember, Mr. Speaker, the first time I ever said the word genocide about Indigenous people in Canada. I was a young lecturer at Simon Fraser University, and I was teaching about the administration of justice. My colleague, Patty Smith, a great mentor of mine, we decided that the course had never had a full lecture about Aboriginal rights in Canada, so we decided that this would be a good time to start. And when you actually start to research about the history of the administration of justice in Canada, you realize that there should, of course, there's not just one lecture, not one course, and not one degree. There needs to be entire institutions that look at this sad, sad history. And I remember standing in front of this class of 200 people for the first time saying the word Canadians had committed genocide. When I talked about the Beothuk people, about how they were wiped off the face of the earth by our ancestors, it made me realize with shame that how this whole history had been hidden, and that at least I can say that those first-year students had some sense, somewhere to start to say, well, how do we get to reconciliation? Again, this is probably 15 years ago, Mr. Speaker. Did work on a program, some research with the Department of Justice, looking at on-reserve voting during that period as well. But it starts to get overwhelming. It starts to get overwhelming about the amount of damage, where you know, again, coming from Nova Scotia, where you had the original Europeans coming over, there was some, it's reported anyway, historically, that there was some cooperation there, but we went from this cooperation to oppression, you know, to cultural genocide. You think about the residential schools that were right across this country. You know, my colleague earlier today from Skeena Buckley Valley was talking about how from South Africa they used to come over and look at the reserve systems to say, this is how you do it, let's do it back home. You know, and then I come to this place, this House of Commons, where all these decisions were made. People just like me, just like us in the House, put act after act after act forward in this House of Commons, and then it went to the Senate. Perhaps it was before Canada had a legislature as well. I mean, the British are definitely, you know, to blame for this. But in this House of Commons, there was act after act after act that reinforced, that made worse all this terrible, terrible treatment of people that I didn't even know were my neighbors growing up. And so we owe it. We owe it to our future generations, to the past generations, that those that suffered, to do the right thing here. And, you know, I don't think we are. I don't think, what I'm hearing in this debate is that there's some administrative inconveniences that are stopping us from doing, to make sure we're doing the just thing. And that doesn't seem to balance out, especially after the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, after we looked at the, you know, we looked at all the damage that was done to our neighbors, to the people that we should love as much as we love ourselves, how much damage was done there. And then we get to a debate like this that goes back and forth between the Senate and the other place, and this place. And to me, when I'm listening to this, it's an administrative inconvenience. And that seems to be holding up justice, which just doesn't make any sense to me. So I have a constituent in my riding that she's, I won't say her age, but she's in her 70s, and she has been trying for 20 years to get her status. She has hired her own lawyers. She's been helped by MPs in Burnaby and elsewhere. She came to my office and she said, look, I've tried this over and over and over again, but I want to try it one more time. And so we're trying to help her get her status, not for herself. Her husband has recently passed away. She's Indigenous. He was not Indigenous. And she said, this is for my future generations. She said, I've had to hide from my culture for so long that I really want to be proud, and this seems to be the time to do it. But look at what she has to go through. She has to hire her own lawyers. She has to go to members of parliament. She has to revisit what her family members have gone through in the past. And this seems totally unnecessary, especially when, in many cases, her male family members don't have to do the same thing. So, I mean, we can talk about dotting the I's and crossing the T's and all that kind of stuff, but really, when we get down to people, it doesn't matter. This should be done right away. It seems to be that this could be done very simply, despite all the administrative inconvenience. And all we're doing is amending an act that should be repealed in the first place. It really seems, if you're looking at this from the perspective of somebody who's suffered, it must just be inconceivable that we're doing this. And I'm deeply ashamed of it, Mr. Speaker. I really think that we can do much, much better. When we go from one day talking about genocide to the next day to saying, oh, well, this clause has to go where, it doesn't make any sense to me. So I really would hope that, okay, after we get through this debate, we can actually get on with the real work, Mr. Speaker. So thank you very much for my time here today.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions on the motion are deemed to have been put and recorded, division deemed requested, and deferred until Monday, December 4th, 2017, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. It being 5:30, La Chambre abordera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business, according to the order indicated on today's notice paper.
Private members' business. Consideration and second reading of Bill C-373, Federal Framework on Distracted Driving Act, standing in the name of Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson, seconded by Mr. Fergus, moves that Bill C-373, an act respecting a federal framework on distracted driving, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to stand before you and before my colleagues to debate my bill, an act respecting a federal framework on distracted driving. Before I go into the detail about my bill, I want to take a moment to share a personal story. Amrita was a 17-year-old sister of a friend. In 2010, Amrita went to a Halloween party. That night, after the festivities wound down, she got into a Pontiac Sunfire with 4 other friends to go home. They were all responsible that night. They didn't drink, and they made sure they had a designated driver to take them home safely. Across the city, a young woman got behind the wheel of a Chevy Cavalier. At 2:55 in the morning, the driver of that Cavalier drove through a red light at the intersection of St. Mary's Road and Bishop Grandin Boulevard and collided with the Pontiac Sunfire Amrita and her friends were traveling in. The driver of the Cavalier was speeding, had been drinking, and at the moment of impact was texting. Amrita Senhit, a friend of hers, died almost immediately, and 2 other passengers sustained life-altering injuries. This event forever changed the lives of the families and friends of those 5 people who were in that car on that fateful night. I shared this story because today we are going to be debating and discussing ideas, concepts, and statistics. And I don't want Amrita, Senhit, and their friends to be just more statistics. They had hopes and dreams. They had aspirations about what they could do in their lives, and their presence brought joy to their family and friends. It would be a disservice to them and to their families if we lose sight of that. Sadly, this story isn't unique. It's an experience that many families share. During my time in the emergency room, I provided care to patients who, through no fault of their own, were victims of distracted driving. And tragically, some of these patients died as a result of their injuries. So, Mr. Speaker, when I tell you that last year, 29 people died as a result of distracted driving in my home province of Manitoba, I want you to remember that the number 29 is not just a statistic and not just a number. It represents the families who will never see their loved ones again, the lives who suddenly stopped aspiring to help make our communities a better place, and the sons and daughters who will not have a parental figure to guide them through life. And while we have made great strides in changing dangerous behaviors like impaired driving and speeding, work still needs to be done on distracted driving. This is why I introduced this bill, and this is why I stand here before you today. Today we have the opportunity for the federal government to take a lead and address the issue. Mr. Speaker, this bill calls upon the Minister of Justice, in collaboration with the Minister of Transport, to work with the provincial and territorial governments to develop a framework to coordinate and promote efforts to deter and prevent distracted driving involving the use of handheld electronic devices. The framework would include 6 provisions. The collection of information relating to incidents involving the use of handheld electronic devices. The administration and enforcement of laws respecting distracted driving. The creation and implementation of public education programs. The role of driver assistance technology in reducing the number of collisions and fatalities. The sharing of best practices among jurisdictions. And recommendations regarding possible amendments to federal laws, policies, and programs. In order to fully understand and properly address this issue, we need to have the correct information to properly measure the effectiveness of any measures that are introduced. At the moment, we do not have that. A report prepared on request by the Library of Parliament states, there are several data limitations related to the compilation of statistics on the number of collisions and fatalities associated with distracted driving in Canada. In particular, there is neither a uniform definition of distracted driving nor a uniform data collection survey that is used across jurisdictions that would provide comparable cross-jurisdictional data. Additionally, the Traffic Injury Foundation of Canada states, while many jurisdictions have sought to improve data that are collected in relation to this important issue in recent years, at present it is limited for a variety of reasons. First, the role of distraction in crashes is difficult to determine at roadside, since drivers are unlikely to admit to engaging in distracted behaviors behind the wheel, particularly in the event of a crash. Without direct observation by police or reports from witnesses or rare conditions being present, such as a phone in hand, distraction may not be recorded as a factor. Second, while some distraction data are collected, it is often not possible to analyze these data in terms of individual or specific distraction-related factors simply because of the breadth of factors that may play a role. Finally, data comparisons across jurisdictions are also difficult, as each may utilize a slightly different definition of distraction, perhaps in accordance with legislation. These jurisdictions also collect different levels of detail, categorize distractions using different groupings, or have different types of charges that police may apply based on the Highway Traffic Act. The report concludes, to date, measures of distraction or effectiveness of strategies are fairly limited and not comparable across jurisdictions. Often, measures are process-oriented, and outcome measures such as crashes cannot be directly linked to results of specific initiatives in order to gauge effectiveness. A federal framework can help create a means for cross-jurisdictional data collection with information definitions on distracted driving, and can be an important tool in measuring the effectiveness of current provincial and territorial legislation and programs. One of the criticisms I have heard regarding this legislation is that using a handheld communication or electronic device while driving is already illegal. This statement is true in most of Canada. In Nunavut, there is no law prohibiting the use of a handheld electronic device while driving. There is legislation prohibiting careless driving, but none specifically addressing this issue. Additionally, there are a range of penalties across Canada with varying degrees of severity between jurisdictions. A federal framework can help jurisdictions create a degree of consistency, but most importantly, a federal framework can determine the effectiveness of the administration and enforcement of these laws. The World Health Organization, in their 2015 Global Status Report on Road Safety, states, to date, there is little information on the effectiveness of interventions to reduce mobile phone use while driving. As a result, a number of countries are following an approach that has been known to be successful in addressing other key risk factors for road traffic injuries. Legislation prohibiting the use of handheld mobile phones while driving exists in 138 countries, and a further 31 countries prohibit both handheld and hands-free phones. However, due perhaps to difficulties in enforcing this legislation, there remains little evidence of the effectiveness of such measures. In the Netherlands, mobile phone use has been banned since 2002, but there is mixed evidence about the impact of this measure. The health and safety of Canadians is of the utmost importance to all levels of government in Canada. And if the laws that are in place are not properly protecting Canadians, then we need leadership at the federal level to address this issue. I would like to reinforce that this bill does not make any activity illegal. It asks the federal government to take a leadership role in ensuring the efficacy of our country's laws. Informing the public of the dangers associated with distracted driving is paramount to reducing incidents of collisions and fatalities. Just like with impaired driving, people need to be informed of the serious consequences of their actions if they take their eyes off the road to check a message or send a text. And I bring up impaired driving because this is a similar behavior that we've been able to change because of education and awareness campaigns. It was not too long ago that the words, "one more for the road," could be heard at a party or a bar before someone left for the night. Right now, it is socially unacceptable for someone to encourage another person to have another drink before they get into a car. And I am certain that there are members here today that have stopped someone from getting behind the wheel if they've had too much to drink. We need to treat distracted driving as though it were the new drunk driving. We can do that by changing behaviours and educating Canadians. According to the Traffic Injury Research Foundation report on distracted driving in Canada, there have been examples of successful campaigns involving multiple levels of government with law enforcement and stakeholder participation that have been able to reach a wide audience. But there were limitations. The report states, it was also recognized that more active methods of engagement in terms of emotional appeals, social norming, and tailored messages to specific audiences were needed. Additionally, there are still troubling behaviours in drivers. For example, according to the Canadian Automobile Association, 69% of Canadians think it is unacceptable to text at a red light, but 33% still admit to doing it. A federal framework can help establish parameters for what's needed to implement a successful awareness and education campaign from coast to coast to coast. The issue of distracted driving involving the use of handheld communication devices is a result of new technologies, and there will always be new advances, but now comes the opportunity to determine if these new technologies can be adapted to reduce the number of collisions and fatalities. In Transport Canada's report, Transportation in Canada 2011, a comprehensive review, it states that Transport Canada has an ongoing driver distraction research program to better understand the safety implications of new technologies and to identify distraction countermeasures. I am glad that this ministry is treating this seriously. Measures are being considered for special features. For example, a phone app that would divert calls to an inbox while driving above 10 kilometers an hour. But it would be important to determine what recommendations can be gathered from stakeholders and the provinces for a federal framework. Additionally, the Manitoba Provincial Road Safety Committee announced a road safety plan with strategic recommendations that included considering the need for a coordinated approach and legislative amendments to guide the use of autonomous vehicle technologies as a measure to reduce traffic collisions as a result of distracted driving. The same report also recommended collaborating with other provincial, municipal, and territorial partners on road safety research initiatives, including comprehensive data collection and consistency. This recommendation aims to strengthen consistency and consensus for data collection, address potential data gaps, and enable better interjurisdictional data comparison and evaluation. This is why I have also included a provision for a federal framework to include the sharing of best practices among jurisdictions in my bill. Mr. Speaker, addressing distracted driving is not a partisan issue. It's a Canadian issue, and one that has undoubtedly impacted all of us here in this House in one way or another. As a runner and a motorcyclist, I have lost count of the close calls I myself have had with distracted drivers. In fact, only 1 week ago, within an hour of discussing this bill with my colleagues, I was about to cross the street in front of Parliament when a white SUV ran a red light, nearly hitting me. The driver was oblivious that he ran a red light because he was deep in conversation with someone on his mobile phone. There is a pressing need for a response and a leadership role that needs to be taken by the federal government. This is why I am asking for support on all sides. If a framework to prevent distracted driving can save one life, then, Mr. Speaker, we would have done our duty for Canadians. I look forward to the questions from my colleagues and for a fruitful and thoughtful debate on this issue.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for not Souris Moose Mountain, I'm sorry. You are Souris. Okay, sorry. For some straight, it's the beard. It threw me off.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing that it is going there. Tomorrow I will be in totally different array. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much, and I thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I've had the pleasure with working with him on the Veteran Affairs Committee for the last 2 years, and he and I have had many conversations about his role as an emergency doctor, and for him to be on the front lines of seeing some of the devastating effects that happen. So I truly appreciate his honourable intention here. As he is aware, I was a victim of one of those, of a hit and run, and the reality was this person was distracted. Why? Because he was drugged and impaired, as well as other things. And we see that there are many ways where people can be impaired as they drive in the vehicles. And I'm just wondering if the honourable member could comment on a little bit more on not just people on their cell phones, but maybe other issues that may be important that people need to be aware of, and we need to educate Canadians about those issues of distracted driving.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member for his kind words and for his excellent question. I would agree there are many forms of distracted driving. This is merely one of them. It would take too long to enumerate all the different forms. There are people who are looking at their instrument consoles, changing radio stations. We have all probably seen people putting on makeup or combing their hair, or in one case where I saw someone shaving behind the wheel. And the member is right. We need to educate the public on all sorts of distracted driving and on distracted driving in general. However, the need for this bill is that this new technology has taken off very quickly over the last few years. We've actually reached a point globally where more people have mobile phones on Earth than don't. And with this, this has also led to a sharp increase in the number or the amount of distracted driving due to this particular factor. So I've identified this as a factor that we could perhaps intervene in to prevent further injuries and fatalities.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to reassure you, contrary to my colleague, I'll still be wearing a beard tomorrow, so you'll be able to recognize me. Anyway, joking aside, if there's one thing I agree with in my colleague's bill, it's that a subject like this, as serious as this one, cannot be a partisan one. I'm going to be speaking on this bill in a few minutes, and I think it's very important to take the right path with this bill. We know that when it comes to automobile safety, we're in a shared jurisdiction. So roads, transport is a provincial jurisdiction, but we are responsible for vehicle safety through Transport Canada and through the criminal code. But here's my question. When I look at the bill that we have before us today and its purpose, I'd like my colleague to tell me what the difference is between this bill and the work that is being done right now in terms of Road Safety 2025 that was started in 2016. I think the idea was the same, that is to say, to prevent distracted driving.
James Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that very good question. This would complement that work. There is one of the things we've noticed is that there's very little data collection, and that's one of the key parts of this. Is that right now the provinces of Manitoba and Ontario are the only provinces that are collecting detailed data regarding this particular issue. So this would help to complement this work of this measure that the honourable member is speaking of to further address this problem and increase road safety.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-373, introduced by the Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. And it is a bill that aims to deal with an important national issue, and that is distracted driving. And it proposes to deal with the issue of distracted driving by requiring the Minister of Justice, in collaboration with the Minister of Transport, to establish a framework around distracted driving in conjunction with the provinces, territories, law enforcement, and other stakeholders. Let me say, Mr. Speaker, that there is no question that distracted driving is a serious issue. There's no question that distracted driving is extremely dangerous. Indeed, a study from Virginia Tech's Transportation Institute, which was cited by the Canadian Automobile Association, reported that a motorist who is on their cell phone is 4 times more likely to be involved in a collision. Even more alarmingly, a motorist who is texting is 23 times more likely to be involved in a collision. And the same study from Virginia Tech reports that a distracted driver, on average, will be unable to notice or observe 50% of the information in their driving environment. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is no wonder that each and every day in Canada there are dozens and dozens and dozens of collisions as a result of distracted driving. I saw, Mr. Speaker, some statistics that were quite recent from ICBC that show that 27% of collisions in the province of British Columbia are attributable to distracted driving. Ontario police statistics show that collisions arising from distracted driving are greater in number than speeding and impaired driving combined. And many of those collisions are fatal. Just this year in the province of Ontario, more than 50 people have lost their lives as a result of distracted driving. Now, despite the collisions, despite the injuries, despite the deaths on our roads, the fact is that far too many Canadians make the choice each and every day to get behind the wheel and then engage in an activity that impairs and distracts their ability to safely operate a motor vehicle. Without more, Mr. Speaker, distracted driving is a commonplace, everyday occurrence on our roads, and that fact is borne out by the statistics. I was looking, Mr. Speaker, at some of the statistics in my province of Alberta, and I believe it was 2014 or 2015, that somewhere in the neighborhood of 30,000 motorists were convicted of distracted driving offenses in 1 year in Alberta. In the province of Quebec, I saw in 2012 somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 or 65,000 motorists in that province were convicted of distracted driving offenses. What seems to, if you look at the statistics, there seems to be an increase in the number of convictions across the board in various provinces, and I guess one could say that that is a good thing to the degree that that increased number is a result of new laws that have been passed at the provincial level, to the degree that it is a result of increased enforcement efforts. But nonetheless, I point to 30,000 and 60,000 to say that if that is the number of people that are being convicted of distracted driving offenses, then I would beg to suggest that those numbers barely scratch the surface of the number of people that each and every day are getting behind the wheel and engaging in an activity that distracts from their ability to safely operate a motor vehicle. And so, Mr. Speaker, what we have is truly a national issue, a national problem. It's a problem that exists in each and every province and territory. And yet, today, what we have is a patchwork from province to province and territory to territory, a patchwork in terms of laws, a patchwork in terms of penalties, a patchwork in terms of enforcement, a patchwork in terms of public awareness efforts, a patchwork in terms of data collection and statistics, Mr. Speaker. What is lacking is a truly national, coordinated approach to tackle this very serious issue of distracted driving. And so, Mr. Speaker, having regard for the serious issue of distracted driving, having regard for the very real and very serious costs, both human costs and financial costs, I believe that the time has come to have a truly national conversation around the issue of distracted driving. A national conversation that would involve the federal government, that would involve the provinces and territories, that would involve law enforcement and stakeholders, with the goal of better coordinating on a national level issues around laws, enforcement, penalties, public safety awareness efforts, the coordination and collection of data, among other things. And so, Mr. Speaker, given that I do believe it is time to have a national conversation, I believe that Bill C-373 on its face moves in that direction. The framework that is proposed in Bill C-373 would tackle those issues and other issues. And so, Mr. Speaker, I commend the member for Charleswood St. James Assiniboia Headingley for the timeliness of bringing this bill forward. I think it is a meritorious bill, one that is worthy of further study and review, and the way to ensure that that study and review of what I think is a good idea needs to happen at committee, and to make sure that that happens, what I would urge members to do in this place is to pass Bill C-373 at this stage. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If we didn't have so little time, I think I would begin with a moment of silence in the memory of all those who have lost their lives or have been permanently injured because of distracted driving, caused by a driver who probably felt perfectly safe enough to do this without trying to take the moral high ground. I'd just like to say that we all have these cell phones that are all very dear to us and that we use hundreds of times a day, according to the studies. How many times have we not been tempted to take a look at a text, a quick look at a text, because we were stopped at a red light and we felt it was safe enough, or because we were driving on an empty driveway like the 417, for example, that I drive on every week? I mean, it's easy to think that nothing will ever happen and that you're just alone in the world. But if it's dangerous to others, it's dangerous to oneself as well. And it's very important that we reflect on this. Now, I have many questions about this specific bill. However, I would like to underscore how relevant it is and also talk about the background to this bill, because the member moving it has known people who have lost their lives because of a distracted driving accident, and I would like to express all my sympathy.
However, I would say that in light of this problem of alcoholism that we have been fighting against for so many decades, it's very unlikely that we'll find a magic bullet that will let us get rid of it, completely get rid of that problem by tomorrow morning. We have to raise awareness, first of all, not just young people, but all of those who have a cell phone in their hands, and that includes me as well. And now it's so important to raise awareness because, as I was saying earlier, well, the efforts that we can make are limited. Alcohol is criminal. That's something that, and drinking and driving is a criminal offense. That's something that everybody has understood, a message that over the years we've been able to drum into people's heads. But this is not the case for all the new technologies related to cell phones, for example. Technology is evolving so quickly. If I would have a wish, it would be that the next step of auto technology would be that it would fix some of the problems we've seen, for example, distractions and drunk driving. If we were in self-driving cars, we would be able to check our emails and so on because the car would be doing all the driving, but that's not where we are at. And it's not going to happen overnight either. I would say also that this is a private member's bill. I don't want to be partisan on this, but I find it very difficult to see a member during a debate on a private member's bill put forward such an important bill while his government, which is also our government as Canadians, makes questionable choices. Between 2015 and 2017, 20% of federal transfers for road safety was cut. We have to be consistent in our actions if we want to remain consistent and have the public's credibility with the public to make sure our message is heard. It's very important to think about distracted driving, but I can only think of July 1st when, as a government of this country, we will have legalized cannabis when the police forces have no way of monitoring this substance. We have great measures in place for drunk driving, and we still have not gotten rid of this problem. So I don't see how it will solve the problem for cannabis. I ask the government that this member belongs to, could they give us some help to provide some consistent measures? I'm not saying we have to go backwards and get rid of legalizing cannabis, but we need to make sure we have the appropriate tools in place. We have to ensure as well that the measures in the bill can really be used in real life. As I was saying, we share our jurisdiction over this. Everything that goes with road safety is in under provincial and territorial jurisdiction. We saw the government of Quebec, which is quite aware of the same problem and which values the lives of the citizens as well, tabled a bill to review some of the proposals, in part a proposal to triple fines for people who are texting while driving. It's great to see that all levels of government are aware of this problem and they wish to work together while not crossing over others' jurisdiction. But what we're faced with here in Ottawa is the criminal code. But what we have to think about, what we have to look at together is when distracted driving becomes a criminal offense that should be covered by the criminal code. The examples raised by my colleague were quite obvious ones. Everybody is talking about cell phones. But it's true that we've heard that some people, combed their hair, put on makeup, looked at themselves in the mirrors. All of that is distracted driving that can lead to the same tragic results. We will also have to think about this issue. Why is the Government of Canada cutting funding to Transport Canada in terms of road safety? We are looking for all measures that we could implement to get rid of collisions, but we have to ensure that the cars we drive are as safe as possible when collisions do occur, despite our best efforts. What we've seen over the past few years is cuts to the funding for collision testing. That's something we could reinstate, but for now, it's not being done. I have little time left, but I do also want to talk about this Canadian Council of Motor Transport Administrators. In 2016, it adopted 2025 road strategy, and I want to bring up the main points of that strategy. It shows how the intent expressed in this bill can find concrete form and tangible form, and that is the work we're going to be doing in committee. That's why I'm announcing right away that I will support this bill at second reading, because I think it's important that we send this bill to committee so that we can find tangible ways of improving it. The 2025 road safety strategy is aimed at improving road practices throughout the country by looking at best practices, for example, raising awareness and getting them involved in road safety issues, improving communication and cooperation and collaboration between all stakeholders, strengthen the legislative framework and law enforcement, improve the quality of information on road safety, and support research and assessments. And there is much more, but I have little time left, so I'll stop there. All of that work has already been done by this council, which brings together stakeholders from all the provinces, the governments, the federal governments, the municipal level. So we have to ensure that this bill will really lead to tangible results that will add to this, instead of simply adding to or doing the same work that has been done already. So once again, to conclude, I will repeat that I will support this bill at second reading so that it can be reviewed in depth at committee. I really hope that this bill will have a real impact after it is adopted, and I will stop there because I have little time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be here to speak today about Bill C-373, an act respecting a federal framework on distracted driving. Canadians across the country use the road transportation network every day. They travel to work, attend social events, take their kids to school and hockey practice. At the same time, motor vehicle collisions are one of the leading causes of death, injuries, and hospital admissions in Canada. For example, in 2015, 1,858 Canadians were killed, and 161,000 Canadians were injured in motor vehicle collisions. In addition to these personal tragedies for families, motor vehicle collisions cost the Canadian economy and the healthcare system an estimated $36 billion per year. I'm pleased to say that in Canada, road traffic collisions have substantially declined over the past 3 decades. To illustrate, between 1980 and 2015, the number of road collisions involving an injury or fatality decreased by 36%. This trend has occurred despite significant increases in the number of licensed drivers, in the number of registered vehicles, and the total kilometers driven by Canadians. Canadians are also more likely to survive a motor vehicle collision. Between 1980 and 2015, the overall number of persons fatally injured has decreased by more than 60%. These decreases are the result of several positive changes, such as improved highway and vehicle design. Of significant importance is the dramatic change in public opinion, recognizing that collisions are preventable and that drivers must make safer choices, such as using seat belts and avoiding risks associated with speeding, distractions, and fatigue. Mr. Speaker, at the same time as these positive trends have been happening, we're also facing new and evolving challenges. For example, driving while impaired by alcohol or drugs is a growing concern, which is being addressed by my honourable colleague, the Minister of Justice, through Bill C-46. Currently before the Senate, this bill will help address the issue of alcohol and drug-impaired driving while protecting the right of the accused to a fair and impartial hearing. Mr. Speaker, recent increases in tragic accidents involving distracted driving have garnered the attentions of all levels of government and of the Canadian public. Driving a motor vehicle is a complex task that requires the full attention of the driver at all times. Research has shown that drivers who are distracted do not fully scan the environment looking for potential issues. They're slow to identify risk, and then they're slow to react appropriately. In the last 5 years, of a reported 20% of motor vehicle accident fatalities occurred in collisions where one of the drivers had been distracted or inattentive. Over the same period, 33% of reported motor vehicle injuries occurred in collisions where distraction or inattentiveness was found to be a contributing cause of the crash. The issue of distracted driving is evolving with the pace of technology or faster. For example, smartphones are increasingly popular. Vehicles have also become more sophisticated, providing drivers with real-time data from driver assistance programs, other vehicles, and the surrounding infrastructure. In short, life is moving at a faster pace and placing greater demands on our attention, including when we're driving. This is why the Minister of Transport wrote to his provincial and territorial counterparts last winter to seek nationally consistent enforcement measures and penalties to combat the rapidly rising rate of accidents involving distracted drivers. Mr. Speaker, in Canada, as my honourable colleague mentioned, road safety is a shared responsibility among federal, provincial, and territorial jurisdictions, and any actions taken to curb distracted driving cannot be taken in isolation solely by the federal government. Jurisdictions need to work together within their scope of authority to improve road safety in Canada. Transport Canada is responsible safety standards for new and imported vehicles, new tires and child restraints. Justice Canada is responsible for the Criminal Code of Canada, dealing with impaired and dangerous operations of motor vehicles. Provinces and territories are responsible for driver licensing, vehicle registration, and the Highway Traffic Acts, which include laws regarding distracted driving, as well as the administration of justice. To deliver a coordinated approach, the federal government works closely with provincial and territorial counterparts through the Council of Ministers responsible for transportation and highway safety and its associated organization, including the Canadian Council of Motor Transport Administrators. Collectively, we have developed and implemented a number of road safety initiatives that have contributed to the significant reductions of deaths and fatalities. For example, Canada's newest safety plan, Canada's Road Safety Strategy 2025 Towards Zero, the safest roads in the world. It was launched by this Council of Ministers responsible for transportation and highway safety in January of 2016. It builds on previous accomplishments by raising public awareness of road safety issues, improving communication, cooperation, and collaboration among road safety agencies, enhancing enforcement measures, and improving national road safety data quality and collection. The strategy outlines various measures over a 10-year time frame to support our vision of moving towards zero deaths and injuries. Road Safety Strategy 2025 contains a number of promising and proven countermeasures related to distracted driving. For example, education and awareness measures are being used to change public attitudes towards distracted driving. Such change has happened before with alcohol-impaired driving. For example, What was once a common and acceptable behavior has now become far less common and socially unacceptable, and our roads are safety because of it. Governments are also working together to identify international best practices to address distracted driving. At the same time, Transport Canada is working with the provinces and territories and other key stakeholders to develop guidelines related to in-vehicle displays. This initiative responds to a Transportation Safety Board Canada recommendation. Transport Canada also co-chairs a federal, provincial, territorial working group on distracted driving with British Columbia. Among the various initiatives taken on by this working group, Transport Canada officials are working every day with their provincial and territorial counterparts to assess the implementation of new vehicle technologies that could mitigate the risks and impacts of distracted driving. In addition, Transport Canada is leading a working group with provinces and territories to improve statistics related to how frequently mobile devices are implicated in distracted driving collisions. Mr. Speaker, the federal government needs to continue to work closely with the provinces and territories on distracted driving initiatives. Our best successes have occurred when we have worked collaboratively, when we have worked together to support policy development, new programs, and efficient and effective enforcement. These initiatives will help Canada change public attitudes towards distracted driving and ensure that more Canadians will get to where they're going safely. Thank you.
Well said. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to note that I'm rising for my maiden speech, but I will be addressing Bill C-373. To start off with, I'd just like to thank my family for standing behind me with love and support as I underwent this 6-month campaign to be the next Member of Parliament for Sturgeon River Parkland. I'd like to name my mother, Rebecca Hyde, and my stepfather, Doug Mishaniak. I'd also like to particularly mention my maternal grandparents, Cindy Lou and Graham Hyde, who've always stood behind me. I'd also like to mention my aunt and uncle, Mark and Melissa Harsma, who are also celebrating their 30th wedding anniversary this week, so I'd like to recognize them for that. You know, campaigns, aren't successful unless you have a team behind you. You can have a leader, you can have a member of parliament, somebody who wants to be it, but without the right people standing up with you, you can never get to where you want to go. And so I'd like to thank a few key players from my campaign team, from my extended family. I'd like to thank Murray and Susie Kulak of Stony Plain for their strong support for me. I'd like to thank Fran and Andrew Wolthius, Tim and Julie Milligan, Bill and Deanie Prinz, who just received her Canadian citizenship 2 years ago. She moved here from Holland at the age of 4 years old and just became a citizen 2 years ago, raised her family on a farm outside of Edmonton, and a proud Canadian all the way. I'd like to thank my campaign manager, Phil Joannou, who came out in the ending days of my nomination and stayed on to run my campaign, did an excellent job, getting us a strong 78% voter support for the Conservatives in Sturgeon River Parkland. And I wouldn't have run if I didn't have the support of my mentors, the member for Abbotsford, former Minister of International Trade, who I had the pleasure of and the honor of working for 2 years, and my mentor, the Member of Parliament for St. Albert Edmonton, who also strongly supported and urged me to run in this campaign. And I'd also like to thank the former member for Edmonton St. Albert, John Williams, former Member of Parliament, for being a strong mentor to me and supporting me throughout this campaign. I'd also like to thank some other members, Imelda McLaren for serving as my volunteer coordinator, Scott Merrifield and Andrew Bankovich, who helped out putting the signs up that were needed to win the campaign. And I'd also like to thank a dear mentor of mine, Yvonne Brochu, legend of Spruce Grove, who was a warhorse in the days of Don Getty in Alberta and was there for me to provide the sage advice that's necessary to win a campaign. And finally, just a short story about how I started getting to run. I was interested in running for the seat of Sturgeon River Parkland, but I didn't know when the previous member would resign her seat. And unfortunately, I was on a military exercise in Gagetown, New Brunswick, and I hadn't had access to a phone for 2 weeks, but finally I snuck it out inside of a sleeping bag at 4 a.m. in the morning. And it was July 13th. I remember that day very particularly. And I saw a tweet that indeed the previous member for Sturgeon River Parkland had resigned. And the next morning I talked to my warrant officer, who I'd like to recognize today, Matt Christensen. I said, "Warrant, I want to run to be a member of Parliament." And to his credit, he took me completely seriously. He put it up the chain of command, and I had the complete support of my commanding officer, my corps staff, Captain Hugh Perdon, my commanding officer here with the Governor General's Foot Guards, Lieutenant Colonel Lynham, and my mentor, Major Gray Shanahan. And without that moral support, I don't think I could have done it. Well, with that, I'd like to start into my remarks on the bill in question. Far too often in the news, we hear about another incident or fatality because a driver made a terrible decision to reach for their phone or other device instead of focusing on the road. Distracted driving is a serious problem in my riding and across Canada. The RCMP identifies distracted driving as, I quote, "a form of impaired driving as a driver's judgment is compromised when they are not fully focused on the road," end quote. Talking on the phone, texting, reading, watching videos, and driving fatigued can all be forms of distracted driving. Discussion on this topic is particularly timely, as last week was National Impaired Driving Prevention Week. Distracted driving is similar to impaired driving. Both kill thousands of Canadians, and both require a coordinated social and governmental response. This bill in question would create a national framework to help deter and prevent distracted driving. It also sets out consultation and review and reporting requirements in relation to the frameworks. I'm supportive of this bill, and my Conservative colleagues and I recommend that we make an amendment to include the territories in the wording of the bill, and I think that will make it much stronger. Distraction is a factor in about 4 million vehicle collisions in North America. Every year, including 10% of fatal crashes, 18% of injury-related crashes, and 16% of all police-recorded motor vehicle traffic crashes. Almost half of all people killed in collisions where a teenager was distracted were the teenagers themselves. No text, no tweet, no call, and no Facebook post is worth a life, and we need to hammer this message home. Currently, the provinces and territories are responsible for administering their own driving laws and penalties related to distracted driving. This bill would assist the provinces and territories by constructing a framework to prevent distracted driving. The framework will include information and statistics, creating and implementing public education programs, better understanding the role of driver assistance technology, and sharing best practices between provinces, municipalities, and the federal government. This provides support to Canadians on the front line who are tackling this problem. You know, this is a problem that's particularly egregious amongst teen drivers, although they're not alone to blame. Distraction was a factor in over half of moderate to severe crashes, and almost half of all people killed in those crashes were teens. And part of what makes this so tragic is that this is so avoidable. According to stats from Alberta Transportation, the number of convictions for distracted driving has risen significantly. In Edmonton alone, distracted driving infractions were up 60% in the first quarter of this year. Nearly 90% of these convictions are related to using handheld devices while driving, and about 26% of all collisions involved the use of a phone. This problem can't be solved only by increasing penalties and by increasing law enforcement resources. Ending distracted driving requires a cultural shift. We need to learn to put the device down and drive. Earlier this month, I had the opportunity to participate with Parkland County's chapter of Mothers Against Drunk Driving to announce their 2017 Project Red Ribbon campaign. The campaign provides education on impaired driving and risks. Organizations like MAD exemplify the success in combating the similar problem of impaired driving. Stats suggest that efforts made in the fight against impaired driving have saved over 30,000 Canadian lives. But despite this number, Transport Canada estimates that in the last 30 years, nearly 40,000 alcohol-related fatalities have occurred. Through the work of schools, governments, police forces, and nonprofit organizations, people are hearing the message of the consequences in getting behind the wheel while impaired on drugs and alcohol. It is my hope that this bill will help promote more awareness for the serious issue of distracted driving. We must continue to ensure that the authorities have the adequate tools to stop distracted driving. And more than that, however, as I said, we need to change the culture of constant communication and connectivity. It is acceptable to put the phone down for a while. And in fact, when you're driving, it's the law. More Canadians need to understand that this is a grave issue. Distracted driving can kill. It rips families apart and ruins lives. It's time to stop, think, put the phone down. To conclude, my Conservative colleagues and I support these measures that prevent and deter distracted driving. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. I want to indicate that he'll have about 4 minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a wonderful issue to be able to talk about, and I applaud my colleague from Charleswood, who has actually done an outstanding job in terms of recognizing an issue that is really important to all of us. You know, at times we get legislation, and many people that might be watching it might say, well, you know, what's that kind of about? How does it relate to me? And so forth. With this particular piece of legislation, people can easily identify why it's an important debate that we should be having inside the chamber. You know, a month or so ago, I was driving down on Erin Street in Winnipeg between Notre Dame and Portage Avenue. And on the right-hand side, I saw this car that was all crunched up. You could tell it was in a fairly significant accident. Hopefully no fatalities, but it was definitely a significant accident, Mr. Speaker. And on the window, it had the message of, "I was texting." Or something of that nature. And it has somewhat of a profound impact when you see that visual. I know Manitoba Public Insurance has done an outstanding job in terms of just promoting the hazards of texting or being preoccupied with some sort of an electronic device that usually will take attention away from driving. You know, when cell phones first came out in Manitoba, I think we're a little bit more progressive in trying to deal with this particular problem. But when cell phones really started to become prevalent, you know, and it wasn't that long ago, you know, mid-90s, let's say, there's often individuals, they'd be talking on the telephone and driving. And I must admit, Mr. Speaker, I too had the cell phone and I would be driving, and all of a sudden, you know, 10, 15 minutes goes by and you wonder, well, what is it? How did you get to this particular point? I don't think that is something that's new or surprises a large number of people, because I think a lot of people can understand and relate to that sort of a situation. And I know that firsthand. I first started talking about the dangers of texting and driving. I guess it would have probably been in the late 90s, Mr. Speaker, and going in the turn of the century, we recognize more and more just how hazardous they are. There are many car depots where there's been damage or accidents, accidents have included fatalities, individuals that have been paralyzed, you name it, all sorts of horrific accidents that have occurred. And if you look back, you'll find more and more of those accidents were recalled because the driver was distracted. And here we have legislation that's talking about, let's see how we can collect the data. We need to look at ways in which the national government might be able to provide some leadership to provincial and territorial jurisdictions. You're saying my time is out, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'll continue on when it comes up next. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll have 6 minutes and 30 seconds when we take up this private member's bill again. La période prévue pour les études.
Period provided for the study of a private member's business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the notice paper.
Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, the Auditor General reported that the Phoenix pay system would continue to plague our public servants for years to come. Earlier this week, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement told the Government Operations Committee that the government should mostly have fixed the Phoenix pay system by the end of 2018. Therefore, our public servants are going to have to rely on emergency pay for months, if not years, to come. The Liberal government has also come to rely on emergency pay as a political explanation for its inaction on Phoenix. For about a year and a half, I've been asking the government why it does not empower managers in departments and agencies to write checks to employees that they know are not being paid. The government's answer is that, well, those employees can apply for emergency pay. For about 8 months, I've been asking the government to establish a hotline for MP offices so that we can assist constituents that are having problems with Phoenix. The government's answer is that those people who are under stress can apply for emergency pay. So I would like to really focus this evening's adjournment debate on the question of emergency pay, how it works, what the problems are, and what a solution could be. I think at the outset we need to recognize that the existing emergency pay system is not working. When we hear about federal public servants who lose their homes because of Phoenix, or federal public servants who are applying for provincial social assistance because of Phoenix, it's obvious that those people were not able to access emergency pay. And one of the reasons for that are glitches within the Phoenix system itself. So, for example, Mr. Speaker, someone who is identified within Phoenix as having received an overpayment, whether or not they actually got the money, is automatically ineligible to apply for emergency pay. Mr. Speaker, even public servants who might qualify for emergency pay are very reluctant to seek it because they know that it is just a loan that has to be repaid. And often, public servants are asked to repay the gross amount of that emergency pay rather than the net amount that they were actually advanced. So a consequence of receiving emergency pay is often being trapped in a cycle of having to apply for more emergency pay in order to repay the initial emergency payment. Public servants shouldn't be locked into that cycle, and it's quite understandable that they don't want to be. It strikes me that a very simple solution is, instead of treating emergency pay as a loan that needs to be repaid, to start treating it as an advance on the pay that public servants are owed. So rather than expecting public servants to actually write the government a check to repay those emergency amounts, we should simply debit emergency pay from the future salary that our public servants are owed. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this would actually make emergency pay a far more effective safety net for public servants caught up in the Phoenix boondoggle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank once again my honourable colleague from Regina, who once again is bringing a very constructive perspective to the debate. But I would like to correct him on something he said. I don't think that he realizes that the government has taken action with regard to the Phoenix pay system. He knows very well that the government has done everything in its power and established a very clear action plan in order to rectify the problems associated with the pay system that were handed down to us by the previous government. This pay system that was poorly designed, that was botched from the outset, and that unfortunately is still affecting far too many of our public servants who work very hard.
That has characterized our work, again, as the member would well know, is our constructive relationship and our proactivity and transparency in working with our partners in public sector unions, public employee unions, and those, of course, that have been most affected. And we have worked with them very, very hard in order to establish clear priorities in terms of processing some of the backlog. This includes categories of pay transactions such as disability and acting payments and maternity or paternity or parental leaves, and we've made great progress on those. It's included our emphasis now on an employee-centric approach where we clean up an entire file or an employee pay situation which may have 2 or 3 or 4 or more transactions that are outstanding or in error and need to be corrected. And with respect to emergency pay, we've worked very, very hard, and this is actually something I'm very, very proud of. We've worked very hard from the clerk of the Privy Council on down throughout all of the government to make sure that all departments, deputy ministers on down, are under absolutely no there's no misunderstanding that departments must respond and respond quickly to emergency pay situations, situations of hardship or duress. These situations are escalated very quickly. Emergency pay is issued. Indeed, this emergency pay must be repaid, but only when the employee and their pay situation is resolved and they are able to do essentially a one-for-one exchange in terms of emergency pay. I think we've shown great sensitivity in working with employees along these lines. I do stress, as the Deputy Minister said the other day, that we do send out over 300,000 bi-weekly paychecks in every pay period, and we do so with great precision. The problems associated with the Phoenix pay system often come when employees have other circumstances, overtime, shift work, and I won't go through all of the categories because my time is expiring, Mr. Speaker, but emergency pay and ensuring that employees are not left in situations of hardship is something we take very, very seriously. We approach with great compassion and are happy to do.
Well, member for Regina Louvain.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary tried to suggest that the existing emergency pay system is working properly, and there are blatant examples that it is not working properly, of people losing their homes, of people applying for welfare. So I think we need to kind of get those facts clearly on the record. But the question I would ask, even if the emergency pay system were working well, why do we expect public servants to repay that money to the government? Why are we not content to accept that money as an advance on pay that public servants are in fact owed. I'd be very interested in hearing from the parliamentary secretary what his objection would be to simply debiting the emergency pay from the salary that public servants receive if and when they actually receive it. It seems to me this would make the system work much more smoothly for public servants who are in need.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I think we're actually saying the same thing, Mr. Speaker, that emergency pay obviously has to be repaid, but it is only expected when the employee's pay file or pay transactions are properly executed. I would end on this, that I think we have demonstrated that situations of catastrophe, people who are in a very bad way with respect to their personal situation because of problems associated with the Phoenix pay system, I would encourage the member, as I would encourage all colleagues in this House, to, if they are aware of such circumstances, to make us aware of them. And I think we've shown that we rapidly escalate those issues and rapidly resolve them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In October, I asked the Minister of Finance how he could justify taxing the passive investment income of Daryl and Kathy, farmers in my riding, at a rate a third higher than he would tax the millionaire owners of Morneau Chapelle. Well, apparently he couldn't. For all his talk of tax fairness, it took the voices of thousands of Canadian farmers, doctors, and small business owners to convince him to not take 73% of their passive investments. The Finance Minister and the Prime Minister claim that they are only raising taxes on the wealthy, but we know this simply isn't true. Under the Liberals, over 80% of hardworking middle-class Canadians are paying on average $800 more per family. The Finance Minister claimed he wouldn't raise taxes on small businesses, but later admitted that his tax plan would do just that. Time and time again, the Liberals have been caught trying to take more money out of the pockets of hardworking Canadians. Whether it's raising taxes on local businesses, going after health and dental benefits, or even trying to tax the fast food worker for their discounted burger, these Liberals are not to be trusted. And there is a reason for this. This is the way they think. They believe that success is to be frowned upon, to be discouraged. When the Liberals say rich, what they actually mean is taxpayer. A small business owner is not to simply jet off to a previously forgotten French villa, unlike some members on the other side. This government would rather see a small business owner scrape by or even close up shop than make a decent profit for the hours of hard, honest work they put into keeping their business open. The results of their policies are clear to anyone who has had to live under them for any considerable length of time. As small businesses are taxed at ever higher rates, they begin to close up shop, and in the process, their employees lose their jobs. Their policies ensure those struggling to make ends meet struggle even more, and it seems they are fine with that. To paraphrase the Right Honourable Margaret Thatcher, they would rather the poor be poorer, provided the rich cease to be rich. And this is why Canadians don't trust them. This is why our Conservative caucus has called for the resignation of the Minister of Finance. It isn't just that he can't be trusted to be open and transparent with his own finances. He can't be trusted to be open and transparent with the finances of millions of Canadians. The Liberals will claim that they are for the middle class. If this is so, Mr. Speaker, then when will they stop trying to tax them into poverty?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the first word that comes to my mind is wow. You know, the member across the way sure knows how to read off the Conservative speaking points, and who cares if they're true or not, Mr. Speaker? And that seems to be the attitude of the speech that we just heard. Nothing could be further from the truth. We have a government that understands and appreciates the value of small business. We have a government that understands and appreciates the importance of our middle class and those aspiring to be a part of that middle class, and those that are trying very hard to make it, Mr. Speaker. And our policies reflect that. And it's only the Conservative Party that consistently rejects it. You know, we've had tax decreases on the small business tax. We've made a further commitment to decrease the small business tax. We put literally hundreds of millions of dollars back in disposable income for 9 million Canadians plus. We increased the Child Canada benefit, putting millions of dollars into the pockets of individuals that need it the most, our children and those providing care for those children, which enables them, in essence, to lift literally thousands of children out of poverty. We've invested in seniors, all of which, all that disposable income, what do you think that they're doing with it, Mr. Speaker? They're spending it. And by spending it, they're creating jobs. This government has created close to 500,000, 500,000 jobs in 2 years. That is half of what Harper, Harper did what, 1.2 or close to 1.2, most of part-time jobs, Mr. Speaker, in 10 years. In 2 years, look what we've done. And that's when we had projections going during the last federal election that the economy was not going to do well. We disagree, and we have a different approach, and that approach is supporting Canada's small businesses. And that's the type of policies that we have actually seen. We have Conservative spin, which I refer to the unholy alliance between the Conservatives and the NDP, and they choose to try to turn it into a negative, when in fact this is good news. We have jobs that are being created. We have an economy that's moving forward, unlike to the degree of which is far greater than most other countries, Mr. Speaker, and we're talking about the Western world. These are the types of policies that we are seeing. And what do we have as a direct result? We have the official opposition working with the New Democrats, and they persist at the character assassination of the Minister of Finance. It doesn't matter what the Minister of Finance does, whether it's the special tax on Canada's wealthiest, whether it's the tax break for Canada's middle class, it don't matter. The Conservatives and the NDP constantly criticize the Minister of Finance. And now they're giving up because they know just how well our policies are being received by Canadians, so now they're in the gutter. They're in the gutter taking personal shots at the Minister of Finance, even though, much like every member of this chamber, we all have an obligation to go to the Commissioner of Ethics and report our assets, and that's exactly what the Minister of Finance has done. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, you will find that there's more individuals on both sides of the House in which the Commissioner actually looks into. But they rather stay in the gutter and take the personal shots, the character assassination, which I say, shame on them. They should be focusing on providing constructive criticism towards the government in terms of ideas that they believe would help Canada's economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said before, the Liberals care more about the success of some than they do about helping everyone. The Liberals will always engage in the politics of division. Meanwhile, the Conservatives on this side of the House will fight for fair treatment for everyone. And while the Liberals like to take credit for the positives of the economy, as we've just heard, are they willing to take responsibility for the negatives as well? When their $19 billion deficit has to be paid off by our children, will they take responsibility for that? How about the deficit after that? Will they take responsibility when small businesses close up shop due to this minister's ill-conceived and ever-increasing taxes? Somehow, I doubt it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, has the opposition, Conservative opposition, taken responsibility for their $150 billion that they contribute, the Stephen Harper contribution to Canada's debt? The Conservatives like to think that they understand economic finances and how to get an economy moving forward and the management of government books. But when you take a look at the previous 10 years of the Harper administration, I would challenge members opposite on that point, and that's why I don't think that we need to take the advice from the Conservatives in regards to a deficit. What I want to see is opposite to what the member has just finished saying. She finished saying that, the success of some. Well, the success of some is fairly large. All Canadians have benefited by the policy implementation on a wide variety of things, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to move forward to give more strength to our Canada's middle class.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the 2016 census announced a few weeks ago, the Indigenous population of the country increased by 42.5% since 2006. That is 4 times more than that of the non-Indigenous population, which makes it the highest population with the highest growth in Canada. We already knew that housing needs amongst Indigenous peoples were huge, but the 2016 census shows that these housing conditions are still unacceptable. 1 Indigenous person out of 5, that is 325,000 people, live in housing that required major repairs in 2016. For comparison's sake, that's about 4 times more than the non-Indigenous population. Despite a slight decrease in needs for repairs, there is still a lot of work to do. In Inuit Nunangat, the traditional territory where 73% of Inuit in Canada live, 1 person out of 3 lives in housing requiring major repairs. This situation is even more unacceptable given that the climate where Inuit live requires very specific types of housing. In terms of First Nations, 44.2% of people living in on-reserve housing required major repairs to their homes. That's more than 2011. For First Nations members living off reserve, 14.2% were living in housing that required major repairs compared to 6% for the non-Indigenous population. That's double. This situation is no better when you look at overcrowding. According to the 2016 census, 18% of the Indigenous population live in housing that is too small for the size of the family, according to national standards set by the CMHC. For comparison's sake, 8% of the non-Indigenous population live in similar conditions. A quarter of First Nations members live in overcrowded homes, whereas 2 Inuit out of 5 also face those conditions. No need to look much further to understand that the government who is responsible for Indigenous housing has to do a lot more so that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis in this country are no longer treated as second-class citizens. The numbers speak for themselves. But it's not as if I was telling the minister anything new today. In the beginning of 2016, the Department for Indian and Northern Affairs was fully aware of this reality. But it's one thing to acknowledge a reality, it's another thing to act. In response to a question on the order paper placed by my colleague from Timmins Bay James at the beginning of 2016, the department acknowledged that the lack of housing on reserves would represent 115,000 units by 2031. That's before we got the real numbers on the increase in the Indigenous population. In terms of overcrowding, the department admitted that 20,000 units would have to be built on reserves in order to bring the number down to 4 people per home, and that 81,000 homes would be required to reach the 2.5 Canadian average. In response to my question on the 30th of October last, the Minister of Indigenous Services said that she was pleased to tell the House that 8,800 units had already been built or were being built or renovated. Really? In other words, the department knows what the needs are in new homes and in repairs, and we're being told that they're only building 8,800 new units or repairing them. That is not a very ambitious plan, Mr. Speaker, and it clearly shows that the government doesn't have a plan. The NDP asked for a targeted strategy in partnership with Indigenous peoples in order to meet the urgent needs in housing. But the announcement on the Canadian strategy for housing last week is doing nothing to resolve the specific problems faced by Indigenous peoples. Why?
Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Service.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that the quality of housing directly impacts one's quality of life. That is why, under our government, we have made Indigenous community housing a priority. In the spirit of a respectful and inclusive relationship, the federal government has been collaborating with First Nations since May of 2016 to develop a long-term approach to on-reserve housing. Our government is continuing its work with the Assembly of First Nations to develop a further engagement strategy centered on a nation to nation dialogue to reform on-reserve housing. Budget 2016 invested $4.6 billion over 5 years to support community infrastructure in Indigenous communities. This included $554.3 million over 2 years beginning in 2016-2017 to address urgent housing needs for First Nation people living on reserve. As of June 30th, 2017, overall housing investments as a result are resulting in the construction, renovation, retrofit, and servicing of 8,800 housing units in First Nation communities. We know that this does not come close to the unacceptable gap that exists, and it's just a start. In the minister's mandate letter, she is tasked to leverage the ingenuity and understanding of Indigenous peoples as well as experts from the private sector, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments, and international expertise on service delivery. We are working closely with Indigenous peoples and other important partners to promote innovative approaches to equitable infrastructure in this country. Budget 2017 proposes $4 billion over 10 years, starting in 2018-2019, to build and improve housing and other Indigenous community infrastructure. To maximize the benefits and long-term sustainability of these proposed investments, funding allocations will be determined in partnership with Indigenous peoples from coast to coast. Additionally, it should be noted that addressing the housing crisis in Canada's north is an urgent priority, one that our government takes very seriously. We have invested $80 million over 2 years that will be distributed among each of the regions in the Inuit territory. Our government is working with ITK and Inuit land claims governments and other organizations which represent beneficiaries from all 4 regions of the Inuit territory through the recently established Inuit Crown Partnership Committee. We have also committed to co-develop a distinction-based Métis housing strategy and improve Métis access to, delivery, and control of affordable and social housing. Indigenous Services, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, and the Métis Nation officials are co-developing a housing strategy that will meet the needs of the Métis Nation citizens. We continue to engage with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis partners to develop distinction-based housing strategies in addition to the National Housing Strategy, which benefits many Indigenous peoples living in urban centres. Mr. Speaker, our government believes that all Canadians deserve a safe, secure, and healthy home. We are committed to closing the unacceptable gap for Indigenous peoples. We are working in partnership with Indigenous peoples, communities, and organizations in order to make this vision a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the government set a budget over 11 years, but the needs are immediate, especially amongst Indigenous peoples. In 11 years, it will be 2028, and that's when the department forecasts housing needs being 115,000 units on reserves alone. Furthermore, we need 81,000 now so that Indigenous peoples can live under the same kind of housing conditions that the rest of the population does in terms of occupants. The money being spent on housing is not just an expenditure, it's an investment. And for there to be a return on that investment, we need to put the necessary resources into renovating housing that needs it now. The more we wait, the more costly it becomes. But that means a plan, a strategy, action, and a lot of courage. When will this government finally bring in a targeted strategy to meet the housing needs of Indigenous peoples, if that is such a priority for them?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we continue and we have an eye to engage with First Nation, Inuit, and Métis Nation partners to develop distinction-based housing strategies in addition to the National Housing Strategy. Our government is continuing its work with the AFN to develop a strategy to reform on-reserve housing. We are working with CMHC and the Métis Nation officials on a housing strategy that will meet the needs of the Métis Nation citizens. We are working with the ITK and Inuit land claim governments and organizations on an Inuit housing strategy. Our government believes that every Canadian deserves to live in a safe, secure, and healthy environment. We are working to close the unacceptable housing gaps for Indigenous peoples. Thank you. Merci, miigwech, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted.
Stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.